Hello viewers, welcome to Great Online Training. This is Naidu. I'm a SAS trainer and programmer and working in one of the MNC in India. So in this video, I will explain Clinical SAS Programming tutorial for beginners. This particular tutorial mainly for people who are from non-IT background, people who don't have a programming background. So can watch this video so that you will get a complete picture of a clinical SAS programmer roles and responsibilities and how we can start the program and all. So let's get started. Topics covered in this video: what is clinical SAS, introduction to a clinical SAS training, role of a SAS programmer in a clinical trial, how to start writing a SAS program, and what is CDISC, what is SDTM, what is ADAM, and what is a TLFs, who are all eligible to learn this course, job scope of a clinical SAS programming, how to learn clinical SAS programming step by step, question and answers. So is there any questions or concerns? So please write it in the comment section so that I'll reply back to you. So if you like the video, please click like and subscribe to my channel so that I will just upload more videos like this so that you will get a complete understand of a SAS and all the SAS related information, so you will get it quickly, and activate the bell icon for notifications. And is there any training related queries? So please contact me, so using this number, so which is there displayed right now, and you can use my website also for more details like how many days duration and what exactly we are teaching and course content and all the information you can able to find out in our website. It's a greatonlinetraining.com. so there you can find all the details. So you can register for a free demo session with us in our website. It's a completely free. So you just see how these things are working, like what is this clinical SAS and all. So like you are just listening this video, it is a recorded video session of my existing classes. So you can just attend a live session with me. So you can ask the questions or concerns, whatever you have it. So you can directly talk to me. If you like, we can continue for around 60 days of this particular training. So in this all we are going to cover, so we will see in detail. So here I'm just keeping up to 10 hours of this particular video so that you will get a complete understand of a clinical SAS programming role. So based on that, so you just decide whether you want to go with this particular this particular course as a career for you, or else you decide if it is difficult for you, you can't able to manage, so then you please skip this particular course. So it's not required so to continue anymore. But however, so you have to just watch this video, then only you will get a complete understand of a clinical SAS programmer, right? So let me just jump into the main topic of today's one. What is a clinical SAS? Clinical SAS is nothing but using a SAS software in a clinical industry. We call it as a clinical SAS. So that means clinical in the sense most of the pharmaceutical companies, they are using a SAS software for a reporting purpose. What type of reporting purpose we do? Is there any drug before releasing into the market? Definitely the drug should undergo some of the clinical trial. So based on that particular clinical trial, if the drug is working well, so that information will be passed as a data to the SAS programmer. SAS programmer will analyze that particular data and submit it to the FDA for approval process. Once the FDA approve that particular drug, so that organizations like Johnson Johnson, Lilly, are about like a many organization, many big pharmaceutical companies, they want to release their drugs. So definitely they need to get approvals from the FDA. So once we get a permissions to release the drug, so that is available to the market, and so that the sponsors, the persons who are just investing the money on that particular drug, they can start earning. So before that, before just releasing into the market, so the clinical SAS programmer role is very important. So let me just explain in detail about that. First of all, clinical trial. So clinical trial is nothing but it is a process of a testing a drug. So in this particular process, what exactly the doctors or nurses they do is they'll just in introduce or else they just administered that particular newly invented drug to the human bodies. This particular drug is already done with the preclinical trials on the testing on animals and all. So once that is passed, then only FDA will allow us to do practicals on human beings. So the trials which are conducting on human beings, we call it as a clinical trials. Trials which are conducting on animals, we call it as a preclinical trials. So the clinical trial process will be start here. So injecting a drug into the patients. So once the patient is injected, every few hours or every few minutes we take some information from the patient after giving a drug to the patient, how your condition is like right now. Suppose just imagine the person is suffering with a fever, we given a paracetamol. Maybe past 20 minutes, is this particular any effect? Is that particular headache is reduced, or else is that particular temperature is reduced? Is there any change in the heart rate? Is there any change in the blood pressure? So these are all those things we will just take it onto a one particular paper format. So for one person, one particular paper, we are just filling continuously for all the one patient details. Like that, around 100 patients are participated. All the 100 patients wise, there are a lot of doctors, a lot of nurses available to do these clinical trials. Everyone, they just take that particular patient's information individually on the paper. So that paper information will be sent to the CRO organizations. That's paper information will be converted as a data. So data in the sense, okay, 001%, and this is all the number of records. Number of records in the sense, number of rows will be created for that particular patient. Like that, that type of data will be given to the CRO organization. So CRO organization enter the data into the databases, and they'll give a permissions to a SAS programmer to load that particular data into from the database to the SAS programmer. So that means SAS software, it will be get loaded. So then you can start writing a program. Okay, what do you want it? Number of people who are suffering with side effect as a headache after taking a medication within a 5 minutes of time. Okay, so we need that as a report. If you want to generate it, yes, you can generate it. Number of people who cured this particular disease within a just a span of 10 days of time of continuous using of this drug. So we need all the persons who are get cured as a report. You want it, so you can produce that report by using a SAS software. Finally, these reports we will generate it in the form of a PDF document or RTF document, writing some program, so that we try to prepare a document format, and that will be submitted to the FDA. So based on that particular report, FDA will look into it, and they'll also do a proper review, and finally they decide if they want to release it into the market. They'll given approvals to this particular drug to release into the market. So this is the total SAS programming role. So clinical trials data will be get it as a SAS programmer. That data you need to report it as a proper report format, and that report we will submit it to the FDA for approval process. So you need to know one thing here very clear: any drug in the world releasing into the market, SAS programmer job is must. So all the drugs should undergo from SAS programmers only. So there are a lot of demands from any organization. Is there any drug released into the market? So definitely SAS programmer need to depend on, so the drugs are need to depend on the SAS programming. So that's the reason why. So it is a endless job, I can say. So there is no scope in future or something like that. You no need to think about it. How far the new diseases is there in the world, so new drugs will be coming into picture. When the new drugs are coming, definitely the SAS programmer need to work so until the end. So I started my career around many years back, and still I am a programmer. I don't know any other software than SAS. Still I'm just maintaining as a programming job. So as a SAS programmer, I no need to change, I no need to learn any new courses or anything so that upgrade my skills. It's definitely not required. Just to learn the SAS, that's it. You'll end up with your life if you stick to it. So this is the total what is clinical SAS, and I just explained. Now let me just go for what is the role of a SAS programmer in a clinical trial. So before explaining the role, first of all, you need to know what is the overall picture of a clinical trial programmer. So the overall picture in the sense protocol. So protocol is nothing but a document. Let me just show you what is this protocol. So here I have a real-time protocol what I'm just working on project. So that protocol I have it. So that protocol you can see. So it is in a document. So in this particular document they clearly mention all the information like so what is the study title? So nothing but what exactly the study of this particular clinical trial, the name of the clinical trial, and what is the design. So what exactly the design? It's an open label, balanced, randomized, and two treatment, two period, and all. Right now these particular definitions you don't know for a while, so don't worry about it. We will get in detail picture about this in once you joined at the course. So we will talk about this in detail, so that regularly we are talking on that, so that you will be get familiar with this particular terminologies and the primary objectives and secondary objectives and sample size, how many people are going to be involved in this particular clinical trial, and washout period, nothing but so after 21 days between each drug administration. So this is washout in the sense once they are administering a drug, after 21 days they are just not giving any drug to the patient, so that the existing drug will be washout from the human body. So is got nothing but washout period or something like that. There are all those things, so it's already written in the protocol. So protocol, so what exactly talk about? It is like a bible to a SAS programmer. It is a bible to a clinical research associate. It is a bible to a clinical data management people. So everyone who are participating in the clinical trial, they must read the protocol. So protocol will guide us what to do, right? So in the clinical SAS programming field also it's the same. So you have to know what is protocol. Even once you get a job as a SAS programmer, within a first few weeks of time they will give you this protocol to you to just read it. So the reason behind that is so you have to get an idea of this particular total clinical trial process and this particular project. Then only you can do something, you can perform something. So once you get a job today, suppose just imagine today you got a job, around 2 weeks of time they'll give you to just read and understand the data and protocol and all. You are from a newly joined person, or else you are an experienced SAS programmer, still they'll give you this protocol to you to read it. Okay, so this is very common for a freshers also. They will give this protocol. Even for experienced person also they will give a protocol within a 1 or 2 weeks of time they'll just allow you to just read and understand. So once you read and understand and you got some data and some information on based on it, so that is the protocol purpose. In real time what happen, in this particular clinical trial process, once you have approved protocol, so that is a green signal to do the clinical trial. So in that case what we have to do, so we here means it's a CRO organizations. CRO organizations will look for hospitals to do the clinical trials. So clinical trials is nothing but clinical trial sites is nothing but hospitals. Sometimes you may get all the patients in one hospital. Just imagine around 100 persons who are suffering with cancer we required, because our newly invented drug it's just for treating a cancer. So we cannot get all the 100 patients in a single hospital, so that there is a chance that you need to search for multiple hospitals. That's the reason why sometimes we call this particular type of studies as a multi-center study. Center is nothing but hospital. Multi-center means multiple hospitals is involving into this particular clinical trial process. So you need to go for trial site selection process. Suppose imagine around 10 hospitals or something like that, each hospital 10 members, so that 100 members will be fulfilled. So each hospital you may not get it from the one city, maybe from it's a different city. Some of the hospitals you will get it in Hyderabad, some of the hospitals in New York, and some of the hospitals maybe in China someplace, and something like that. If it is a multi-center study, so that each hospital is available in different locations, the clinical trial process will be conducted in different countries. The same clinical trial will be conducted in different countries. Sometimes the reason is if they want to release this particular drug into their countries, so definitely the drug should undergo some clinical trial on that country also. That's the reason why most of the clinical trials are multi-center trials, so that they also do the clinical trial in their countries, so you can easily get approvals from the local ethics committees to release these particular drugs into the market, right? That is the main purpose. So sometimes multi-center, sometimes it is a single center, let it be however it is. So it is in a proper hospital, they will select it to do this particular clinical trial. Once the hospital is selected, and the next one is you need to get approvals from the local ethics committees. So local ethics committees means every country have a different local ethics. So in India we follow some type of local ethics, and whereas US some type of local ethics. So we need to get an approval from this particular local ethics committees. So these ethics committees, what they do, as it's a human being life mostly, so there are set of guidelines we need to follow while doing a clinical trial. So they'll give you that particular clinical they'll give that particular a complete picture of this particular local ethics committees rules and regulations. If that follows, then the next thing is patient recruitment. Once the ethics committees they are saying it, yes, you can continue with the clinical trial, then the CRO organization start recruiting the patients. So how they can recruit? They cannot recruit all the patients into the clinical trial. Again, in the protocol they clearly said some of the rules, inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria. That means who are all included, who are all excluded. The patient must be 18 years above old, the patient should not be alcoholic habit, the patient should not having a tobacco habit, patient should not have should not take any other medication during this particular clinical trial process, and all those stuff. It is generally we have it in our clinical trial process. So in this, based on that particular protocol, so the investigator doctor will look into all those rules, and then only they'll start recruiting it. You just see around 7 members in this particular line, only one person is got selected. You can roughly take it only that person is eligible to the clinical trial. Remaining all the persons are screen failure. Screen failures in the sense, this particular process we call it as a screening. So around one person is selected, that means only one person is enrolled. Enrolled in the sense, if that person is enrolled for this particular clinical trial, and remaining all the persons is screen failure. So this information also is important to submit to the FDA. How many patients are excluded from this particular clinical trial? So except this first person, remaining all the persons in this batch is excluded. So like that, one person is got selected. Like this, around 100 persons is required for this particular clinical trial process. So like that, each and every time, that means each and every hospital they do the clinical trial process, they'll start recruiting the patients, and they'll recruit only the persons which are following or which are obeying all the clinical trial protocol information related things. Then only they will participate in the clinical trial. Otherwise they will be excluded from this particular clinical trial process. This exclusion we call it as a screen failures. So the patient will be get screen failure. And finally you can get it that information as a case report form. What is this case report form? Okay, patient is recruited. Okay, the tick mark one patient is there with us in front of you. So then what information you will take it from the patient? So very simple, we will just inject the drug. Before inject also, we will take all the vital signs of the patients, like how the temperature of the person, what is the BP, blood pressure, what is systolic, what is diastolic, and what is respiration rate, and what is height, and what is weight, and what is BMI, and all this information we will just take it. And apart from that, we will take all the blood sample, urine samples also, so that so this is how the patient condition before giving a drug. This we call it as a baseline. Baseline in the sense like you just take a marriage is a baseline, before marriage and after marriage, generally when we are doing some funny things, right? It's the same thing here also. So before giving a drug, it's a baseline. So based on that baseline, how the patient is responding. Is this particular drug is working, then automatically, maybe just imagine this particular drug is working for reducing a BP, diastolic blood pressure, to reduce it. Just imagine. So in this case, what happened? it should be lesser than normal after giving a drug. That's what we are expecting. So initially maybe we are having around 120. So after giving it 180 we have it. After giving a drug it may be 160. Then how you get to know that around 20%, 20 units is get reducted? Based on your previous results only. So baseline results before giving a drug, so anything to the body, so we will take all the condition from the patient. So that is your baseline results. How we take it? By using a CRF. Let me just show you how the CRF is looks like, so that what type of information we will capture it from the patient. So we will see one by one. For that, first of all, let me just go for a document here and go for a CRF. So this is my CRF here. And you can see, so the CRF information, first the CRF is talking about site ID. As I said, around 10 hospitals is there in your clinical trial process. The first hospital name may be 01, second hospital is 02, 03, something like that, you have it. And subject numbers in the sense, so 001, so in this particular hospital he is the first person, so that 001. So 01 is the site number and 001 is your subject number. Subject initials. So subject initials in the sense, my name is Naidu, I'm acting as a patient, so NDU as a subject initials. And date of birth, so date of birth means when I just born, so my date, so date in 2 digits and month should be in a 3 digits format. 3 digits in the sense JAN, JUN, so like that we need it as a date. 3 digits of your month is required. And year. So when this particular clinical trial happened, actually if it is happened in 2000, so that it is mostly what happened, it is already filled with the 2 digits as 19, because so 19 onwards only maybe there is a chance that you will not get a patient more than 100 years of span. So mostly you will get it when he born is it 19, or maybe, so if it is a pediatric trial, so pediatric trial what happened, so even this also it is not there. So it is just everything is blank, so that you need to fill the years also. I belongs to what? So I belongs to Asian, because I'm from India, so all the Asian related people will be belongs to this here Asian. Or maybe you are like a American Indian, so that means you are living in America and you are an Indian, so that means you are NRI, so you are staying there for many years, so then it will be get selected with this one. That means all this information the nurse will ask this particular patient, and patient will reply to that, and so that she'll tick mark it and she'll fill this particular forms. So this is like a paper only, so it is not electronic format or anything, it is like a paper, and they fill all this information from the patient. After clinical trial is done for that particular day, this particular paper will be scanned and submitted to the CRO organization. So this is like a demographic information. Not only demographic, some other information also will be collected from the patients, like alcohol use. Is that particular person is there any never consumed person, or previously consumed person, or currently consumed person, or again tobacco usage, is it never consumed, previously consumed, and all this information will be collected from the patient. Again, medical history, is there any medical history of the patient, like what type of surgeries he undergone already, or maybe he is already suffering with some TB, so like tuberculosis. So if he is suffering with all this information, okay, he undergone from surgery, that is your serial number 1. He undergone from some medication for jaundice, so that is your serial number 2. So that means when it is started, when it is ended, so it is still ongoing for till today. Suppose the person is suffering with AIDS, so that means HIV is suffering with then automatically there will be a start date and there will be a no end date, so it is still ongoing because the patient is not cured with that particular disease yet, so that is still ongoing it. So that means all the medical history also we will take it, and vital signs also, like what is the systolic blood pressure rate for today, and what is the diastolic blood pressure, what is heart rate, what is the respiration rate, what is temperature, what is weight, and what is height, and what is BMI. So BMI will be calculated based on the formula. There is a formula for height and weight, there is a formula for BMI, so that based on that we will calculate the BMI and we will fill that particular BMI. Once they fill the height and weight, we will collect that particular BMI from the patient. And again, like a serum chemistry, as I said, we take all the blood sample. Within a blood we take the serum, so within that serum what is the glucose level in the serum, what is blood urea nitrogen percentage, like how much of nitrogen you have it in your blood urea, what is the creatinine levels, what is the sodium levels, calcium levels, and all this information we will take it from the patient. And apart from that, hematology, nothing but what is the hemoglobin percentage, what is the hematocrit, RBC, WBC, how this particular patient condition, and like coagulation, so some precipitation test right now you don't know, I will explain in detail in upcoming classes to you. And again, what is the urine analysis, what exactly happened in your urine, what is the pH of urine, and all those information we will take it from that particular patient, like when this particular drug need to be administered to the body. So and the first time the patient came to the hospital, so which date and how many tablets they have given and how many are they have written given. Suppose we said patient today to come to the hospital and we given around 5 tablets, and then we ask the patient to consume all the 5. Due to some reason patient is consumed only 3, so he need to return around 2 need to be written. So like nothing but when we have dispensed, that means when we have given a medications to him, and when he has how many we have given, what is the end date of that particular medication, how many he has given, and what is the compliance. So is that 100% he compliant? So out of 5 pills, he consumed only 3, so 3 by 5 into 100, what is the percentage? That compliance percentage we will just fill it. So this is all this information. And again, end of the study, at the end of the study, sometimes the patient will be completely quit the clinical trial, and sometimes death will happen, sometimes he lost for efficacy, lack of efficacy, in the sense if the drug is not working so on his body, then what is the use of taking a medication? He himself take a decision, no, I'll not go for this particular clinical trial anymore, I'll just discontinue it in the middle, so that they'll give this reason to that lack of efficacy, I'm not continue this particular clinical trial or something like that. Let's happen all this information will be collected from the patients. So all this information, this is like all this document, whatever this 12 pages document what I'm just showing, this is the only document, so you will get it as a CRF, so case reportive forms. Based on this report, based on this the data will be captured from the patient. So this data will be submitted as a scanned copy, so that this data submitted to the CRO organizations, so that scanned copy information will be loaded into a database. So now you just come to my PowerPoint presentation. So this is all about your case reportive form. And now the case reportive form information will be transferred to the CRO organizations. So here the Lilliputs, the persons who are working in front of the computers, what they do is they'll enter this data, whatever the information we captured it from that particular paper format, and they'll submit this data to the database. While entering a data, they'll check some validation checks also. Suppose somewhere you are entering a BP as a 500, actually 120 by 80 is normal, so if you are entering somewhere it's a 500, the database will not allow you to enter that type of data. So there are some validation checks also, we have it, that we call it as a edit checks programming. So few of the programmers in real time, they'll work on this particular process, that is called edit checks programming. Okay, so SAS programming role is completely different from the edit checks programming. So here also you do like a programming job only, but the problem is you will not produce any data sets, or you will not produce any reports or anything. It is just like some conditions. Okay, is there any BP is greater than 200 above, then just they'll write a program saying that alert it, so that no, we will get a check. That means all the persons is definitely should be lesser than 200. Is there any above 200, then there will be a proper reason for it. It should not be a data entry mistake or something like that. So those things will be validated during this particular clinical entry process also. And finally they're loading the data, and at the same time they will give a green signal to SAS programmers to do the reporting it. So reporting in the sense we can start producing a reports, what reports they need it, exactly what type of reports we generate it. So just imagine for a 10 members data, so 10 members data or maybe 20 members data entered into the database, and so that they are asking us to load that data for your program. So that we are writing a program according to that particular 20 members data, and we will produce a reports like this. So just imagine what type of reports we generated as a programmer. You just see this is the report. we need it. Subject demographic information. Around 100 patients we participated, right? So even 100 patients wise, age. So some persons it's a 20, some person it's some persons it's 20, 30, 40, 50, like that. All the persons wise different age group people. We need it a N, number of people, how many are participated in the clinical trial, I need a N. And what is the mean of their age, and what is the median of their age, and what is the standard deviation, what is the minimum of their age and maximum. And there are two drugs here, one is a test drug and second one is reference drug. So test drug in the sense, sometimes clinical trial is a comparative study, comparison. So that means they are testing this particular drug with another competitor which is already there in the market. Okay, so sometimes they will compare with the placebo, sometimes placebo in the sense inactive format of the drug, we call it as a placebo. Sometimes they compare with a placebo drug, and sometimes the already existing drug they'll take it as a comparative purpose. And who are all, suppose around number of observations here, that means a number of people who participated in the clinical trial, 100 persons. So in the 100%, maybe 80 members is here, 20 members is here. Okay, a mean of 80 members. So you will get a different mean, and as well as you will get a 80 members mean you will get it here, and 20 members mean you will get it here. So like that, this type of reports is the same structure as it is. We need to produce it as a programmer job, and we will produce the tables like this, height wise, weight wise, and all this type of table, and sometimes gender wise, how many people are male, how many people are female, like this type of tables we will generate it. Or else race wise, Asians how many, or other group how many. If you want to produce it, you can produce this type of tables. And our programmer role is the same. We need to produce this particular reports is our final motto. That's it. So these reports we will submit it to the FDA actually. So we are doing the program, and we are writing a program to produce this type of reports. Once the report is ready, okay, so once this particular report is ready, and we will leave the program like that, so that when they are entering a data for 20 more members later, or maybe 30 more members later, we will just need to rerun our program one more time. That's it. We no need to do anything change to our program. We need to just rerun the program one more time. So this particular number is right now only 20 members, so that N is going to be 25. Maybe in future it's 100 members, so that is going to be around 80, 20, like that. It automatically runs. Your program is automatically runs in future also. So your programmer job is writing a program to get some reports ready. Let me just show you one of the real-time program, like exactly what we write it to get this output ready. Let me just show you. I'm just opening my SAS software, and I'm just here I'm giving an idea like what type of program we generally write it in real time. SAS project RRWH3019, and here is other and SAS code. This is the okay. So this SAS code I'm just writing it, and the data what they have given to me, which is there on my path. I'm connecting this data for my reporting purpose. So this is the data, we got it from the database, and we are connecting the data from the database. And what we do is we are just writing a program to get our program. That means you see these many lines of code I have written. So actually, so in real time, and I'm just producing a report for the same. Let's see, I'm just producing it. Now you can see the report is ready. So this is what exactly the SAS programmer job is. You need to write some program to get that particular report ready. Sometimes if you want, you need to produce the figures also. That means graphical representation. So like figures, you can see some of the reports we need to produce the figures also. See this type of figures also, if you want to produce it, yes, we can able to produce it as a programmer. That is also possible. So our job is here in this particular place mainly reading a data and producing a tables, listings and figures generation, and that reports will be submitted to the result meeting. We call it as RM. Within a 15 to 20 days of a time, result meeting will happen. So that means what happened, all these particular reports what you have generated, and submitted to the result meeting. So this result meeting, in the sense, this meeting, who are all be a participant, all the persons who are a programmer, you will not get a chance to participate in this clinical result meeting. This RM is only for statisticians and as well as sponsors, and even the project level, high level person who just participating in this clinical trial, so that will be involved into that. So regular programmers, you will not get a call for this invitation for this particular meeting. What is this result meeting? They'll decide how our drug is working. Is it beneficial? Is it not working well? And all, or else maybe a few other reports we will submit to the FDA to showcase that yes, this drug is working mainly for the female who are all around 65 above people. It's this particular drug is working more, or something like that, to showcase. They'll decide what to do the next step. So if they need more reports to generate, they'll give a green signal again to the programmers. What are the requirements? So what type of reports they need to generate it, and again the SAS programmer will take care of it, and they will submit that also. So then finally they will submit these particular reports to the FDA for approval purpose. So now the FDA will review all the programs what you have written, what the data you got it, and everything. They'll review it clearly, and finally they'll decide they want to approve it or else they want to reject it. If they approve, that drugs will be available in your market in medical stores. So this is the overall cycle of a clinical trial process. Reading a protocol, so that means protocol to trial selection process, trial site selection, and after that approval process, patient recruitment, and the data what we got it from the patient, the data will be entered into the databases, and once the data entry into the database, and SAS programmer will access that particular data, and they'll produce a reports as I shown some of the reports, and that reports will be submitted to the result meeting, and that information will be submitted to the FDA, and finally approval process. This is the overall clinical trial process. The main role of a SAS programmer is this one. You need to analyze the data, and you need to produce a report according to the client requirement. So this is the total picture of a clinical SAS programmer. Now, so what we do is, let me just go for a next slide, introduction to a SAS program. What I will do is, how to write a simple programs by using a SAS. Let me just explain in detail. First of all, let me close my SAS also, so that I'll freshly open a SAS software to you, so that it will be easy. So if you want to write any program in SAS, it must be start with a keyword SAS. You just enter it in your search and then click it, so that what happen, the SAS software is just open. In this particular SAS software, there are 5 windows, like a editor window, log window, output window, explorer window, and result window. Total 5 windows in our SAS. So like our 5 fingers in a hand. So each window wise some purpose in our real time. Okay, editor window, writing the program, log window, checking of errors and warning messages, output window is mainly to display all the information what we have produced. Information in the sense, just now I have produced one report, so that type of reports will be produced in your output window. And explorer window, mainly you can see all the place where you can store that particular data for your future purpose. Okay, today you produce the SAS and you close the SAS session, and tomorrow when you open it, it's blank. If you don't want that to be happen, you are expecting this particular data to be stored in a permanent, so you need to depend on your explorer window. And finally a result window. So result window, it will show all the results what we have generated by using a SAS. Let me just explain in detail, so that I will go through it one by one. Editor window, by using editor window we can edit the program, we can modify the program, we can save, we can submit, we can do anything with editor. So first of all, what I will do is I'll just take a data which is there in my library. Just imagine client has shared some data with us in my SAS help library. Some data is already there, so go for a data called class data. So class data is already there with us. Can you just see this data is there? Where what information you have it here? Name, sex, age, height, weight wise information we have it. So this is the information we already have it. So client requirement is we need the number of people who are with female with age 14 years above. How many in the data we need a report? Female with 14 years above. So what you do as a programmer, so you start writing a program. Proc means procedure. print means you are printing it, data equal to your dataset name. Where the dataset is available, it is there in your SAS help library. You just write it SAS help dot, what is your dataset name in this? The dataset name is class here. So because you see here it's a class dataset, I'm just using it, and semicolon and run. What happened? Default it will print all the information in that dataset. See, it is printing all the information like this, around 19 observations data it is printing. But I don't want it. What I want it, I need only females information, we need it. So first of all, what we can write it? We can write a condition called where, within a where statement, where sex, because my variable name here, you just see in my class data set, it is a sex, right? Variable name. That means my column name is sex, where sex equal to, I'm writing only females data. That means F, I'm writing it here, and semicolon. That's it. So that what happened, instead of printing all the 19 records, now it will print only the female information. You see, only female information is just printing it. Earlier you just scroll up and then you can see all the 19 records you can see, but now it is just displaying only females information. It is displaying it here. So okay, within a female, what we need it again? We need persons with age above 14, we need it. And what else the condition? Age, because I have another variable, that is my another column name, which is there with my data, that is called age. I need the persons age above 14, we need it. So we can write where age GT means greater than 14, I'm writing it. Same, that's it. Execute the same program now and run it. Only 2 persons in your data. People who are females with age above 14 is 2 members in your total data. So this is how the information is just displaying it. Okay, all this informations wise mean is required. Okay, if I'm just calculating height wise mean, I need it. Okay, what I will do is, if you want to calculate a mean, like just now we have seen, right, some of the reports. So you see like what type of data what type of analysis we need it. We need n also, we need mean also, we need standard deviation, median, minimum, maximum, we need it. How we can produce it? Based on the age wise we will just produce it. Very simple. You just write proc means data equal to your dataset name, that is your SAS help dot class. I'm just writing it. Okay, so here var is the statement. So which variable wise we need analysis? Based on the age variable wise I need analysis. I'm just writing it and run. What I need it here, according to me, I need a n, I need a mean, I need a median, standard deviation, minimum, maximum. So if I'm default running it, let's see what happened. So you will get it, n you got it 19, and mean you got it 13, standard deviation you got it here 1.4, minimum you got it, and maximum you got it. But the problem is you didn't get the median. So median is there, but the median is not there. So if you want to get the median also, so you just write it everything what you need it. I need n, I need a mean also, I need a median also, I need a minimum also, I need a maximum also, and I need standard deviation, STD also is required. You run it now. Now you will get everything ready. N, mean, median, minimum, maximum, standard deviation, everything you got it. You see, age wise you calculated this information. Our next job is just to produce the report according to this particular way. Right now everything in a vertical manner. You see, right now it is everything in a horizontal manner. We need to convert this into a vertical manner, because you see in your output everything is like n, mean, median, like a rows. We don't want it as a columns. So that we can convert it later on stages. That is our actually role as a programmer. So what your job is, client will always give some data to you. Okay, that data you just take it according to their requirement, and you produce that report and submit this particular report as a PDF document. Suppose today I just produce this report. If you want this particular report as a PDF document, very simple, you just tell the SAS to write it ODS, that means output delivery system PDF. So that means you just write it PDF. File equal to, you are writing it the path of that particular document where it is going to be stored. So you have to give a location where you are expecting. I'm expecting to store that particular PDF document on my new folder on my desktop. So I'm just giving that particular path and click OK. I'm just going there. So I'm just mentioning a path here. So ODS PDF, and I'm just giving a path and giving a semicolon. So file, and you have to give a PDF name. I'm giving my PDF name as a Naidu is my PDF name dot a PDF. I'm writing it here and semicolon, and here also at the same time ODS, that means output delivery system, PDF file equal to, you are just mentioning it at the path of the file. So you PDF, just close, don't write it anything, just close, that's enough. So you run this particular piece of information, that's it. You are producing a report according to your client requirement. Can you just see the PDF document is ready? It automatically stored in your desktop with the name of a PDF document as a Naidu is the name I have given. You just open it. This is my PDF document. Can you just see this? I just produced the output today. Right? So like that, as a programmer, what I will do is regularly I'll write a program. Okay, I'll just submit this particular report, and this report will be submitted to the FDA. That is our main role as a programmer. So this is your table format. That's okay. How we can able to produce the figures? Let me just produce the figure also, nothing but your graphs. So Proc means procedure, G chart. So don't worry about any of the programming part right now, because it is not your day 1 class, or it's not your day 2 class or anything. It is going to be your 17th or 18th or 20th classes. So today I'm just discussing with you to explain what is overall a clinical SAS programmer role, what exactly we are writing it to get our output ready. I'm just trying to explain here. You no need to remember any of this stuff right now, what I'm just writing as a program. So you can see all those things one by one in upcoming sessions within in the same video itself. You can see that. For a while you just see what type of reports we can able to generate it as a programmer. I'm just trying to explain here. So Proc G chart, G C H A R T, G chart, data equal to your data set name. I'm just writing it here. It is your SAS help library, a data set called class. Here I'm just writing it, and what we want it on a vertical bar, V bar 3D format. I need a graph based on the sex wise. You just see semicolon and run. So what happened? These pictures also, that means graphs also we can able to generate it by using SAS. You just see now. See the pictorial representation of graph is ready. Right? We can able to produce. If you want to export this particular graph to the outside, yes, you can do that also. That is possible. We can able to export that also. Right? As a programmer, our role is they will always give a data to you in this format. Once the data is ready, and you start writing a program to produce according to your client requirements. So that you will write it, and finally you will submit it to the FDA. So this is actually role. Every programmer always you need to know about what is your requirement, what exactly need to be generated. And based on that you write the program accordingly to that. As I said earlier, I need only female with age 14 above only we need it. So first of all, when you are printing a default, it is printing all, but I don't want all, I need only females. Then you first filter only female, and later on stages I need the people who are age 14 above, I need it, and age 14 I return. So this is how I got the required information produced. Is the same thing you also do in a real time also. Every time as a programmer you need to write the program to get something ready, and that report you will submit it to the FDA. So this is the introduction to a simple program I just given here. So I hope you are clear until here. So if you want to take a break or anything, you just pause a video and you can take a snacks or anything, so that you will come back and you can just watch this video again. And about our training program, so it is a 60 days of training, daily 1 hour per day. So as a class, and it's a live class, like you can interact with me and you can talk to me, and you have any questions, and you can share your screen also. All those things is possible. So you can just talk to me on regular basis. And here it's a Monday to Friday of US standard time. So we are going to take a classes in India. It is going to be Tuesday, 2 and Saturday. So 5 days a class is must, so you have to attend for it. And when coming to here practice, we are giving a SAS software for you to do a practice, and as well as for your practice purpose, and as well as you can write the programs and everything which will work. And this particular software is a lifetime access. That means you will not get the expiration time after completion of the training and all. No, so you will have a lifetime access to this particular software and you can use it. And 24/7 live support. Yes, all the students will have a live support. So we do connect with the WhatsApp. If you have any questions or concerns, you just take a WhatsApp and you can send it to me, and so that I'll reply back to you in the same WhatsApp, or else if required you can always call to me, and so that I can reply back to you immediately on the call itself. And there are some dedicated trainers which we have it right now. So after getting a job, if you want to get a complete support, yes, we are providing that also. That is called on-job support, we call it as. Even that also will be given to you. And material access, yes, we will give a lifetime access for your materials, and as well as it's like a books, and as well as regular class videos and real-time projects. So guys, try just remember this thing. This is the only website we are providing a real-time data for you to do a practice and all. So there is no one in the internet is providing a real-time data to you, so just trust that. And you just see my videos around 2010 onwards, we are giving this particular training still today. Till today we are just offering this particular course, and we are the masters in this particular course. Just trust me. Okay, you will get a complete exposure on a clinical SAS programmer role. So job and responsibilities, everything you will get to know that after completion of our training. It's a one-time fee payment. Once you're done with the payment, you can attend for a multiple batches. That's up to you. So today you attended for 7 o'clock batch, maybe tomorrow you need it for 8 o'clock or something like that, or maybe after few days later you want to refresh the training one more time, you can attend it. Until getting the job, you can attend multiple batches. So the payment what you are paying right now, it is for lifetime. So you can have access to the material, even training also. I can put you into another batch if required. That's it. That's all about our training program. So let me just discuss about why the pharmaceutical companies depends on a SAS programmer, what they need. As a programmer, what you have to do is you need to produce a data sets. So that means some of the data sets you need to produce it. Tables, listings and figures or graphs we need to generate as a programmer. Every programmer, the job is same. There is no change in your job. So this is your dataset creation, table creation and listings and graphs creation. If you just see some of the descriptions of your job portals, the person should know creating a TLFs. So tables, listings, figures, or maybe TLGs, tables, listings and graphs, we call it as a. So definitely the person should know this particular table, listing and graph. So don't worry, once you get a training with us, definitely you will be familiar with all these particular statements. So what all these tables, listings, graphs and all, it's just like a fingertips for you, I can say. And this is how the real-time table looks like. I think we have already produced one of the table. So it's like a table, how it looks like, you see. So you have a table title and you have a column headings and you have a like a p-values, how we can generate it age wise and gender wise information, and you have a footnote, titles, footnotes, everything. So you can see, so this is how the real-time table looks like. I have already produced one of the table, so you have already seen. And this is your listing. So listings also, generally what happen, you know, so they give a mock shell to you. This is called mock shell. You just see here TLF shells. This is your mock shell. In the mock shell you have XXXX only. In this XX place you have to have your real values. Actually that is our role. So you just see any of the listing, yeah, you just see adverse event listing. That means how many side effects happen to this particular patient during this particular clinical trial process. We need all the people patients list. So you can get that list ready in this particular adverse events list itself. That means we can able to produce that particular listings also. This is how the real-time listings looks like. And this is the graph, nothing but pictorial representation, as I just produced a graph, right? Like that you can produce the graph. Change from baseline I have just shown earlier also. Baseline means you already know that. What is that? Before giving a drug, how the patient condition is, nothing but your baseline. After giving a drug, how the patient information is just changed. The change from baseline, we can calculate it, how the patient is responding. Is it a positive response or negative response, and all those things you can see it in the graph itself. And what is CDISC, what is SDTM, and what is a TLF? So you see, CDISC is nothing but Clinical Data Interchange Standard Consortium. So in earlier we don't have any CDISC or anything if you're just going for around 7 to 8 years back. So the CDISC is implemented newly, I can say. The reason behind that is early in olden days, every pharmaceutical company have their own standards to submit the data to the FDA. But unfortunately, FDA, they changed the rules. Anyone want to submit a report to the FDA, definitely they need to follow some rules. The rules are nothing but SDTM and ADAM. So SDTM, nothing but whatever the data we collected it directly from the clinical trial hospitals, that is your SDTM data. That data as it is need to be submitted to the FDA. So that data have some standards. Okay, that standards I will explain in detail in upcoming classes to you. So that we call it as a study data tabulation model. So that we will explain in detail SDTMs and ADAMs. So in this particular 60 days of training, including of your SDTMs, ADAMs and CDISC, everything is included. So the complete picture of a clinical SAS programmer role we are just offering to you as a programmer. And so the CDISC, what exactly the CDISC will do? CDISC providing some rules. That rules is mainly to follow the SDTM dataset creation. So SDTM datasets to FDA submission. So CDISC is the organization providing certain rules. That rules we call it as a SDTM, so study data tabulation model. So the same study data so is going to be submitted to the FDA without changing anything and in a SDTM standard format. And sometimes the SDTMs will be converted, not sometimes, all the times I can say, SDTM data will be converted to the ADAMs, because whatever the data we collected from the patients, we will not submit all the data for our reporting purpose. We will not use it. We use a specific observations or specific variables information only required. So that SDTM to ADAMs we will create it. That ADAM data we will submit it to the FDA. So once the data is submitted to the FDA, and they'll take a green signal. Few of the people work on the converting of SDTM dataset, raw data to SDTM datasets. A few programmers they will work on it, and few programmers they'll work on converting SDTM datasets to ADAM, that is your FDA submission package. They'll work on it, that is your define.xml, and all those things will come into picture. Few programmers they work under converting of SDTM to ADAMs, and other programmers work under SAS programmer job to FDA, so ADAMs to FDA. So these are all the job scope, right? So not one programmer working from starting onwards until ending. Very rare programmers will get a chance like that. Around 4 to 5 members in your team, so just working on one project, you may not get a chance to convert everything to the FDA starting onwards, your project onwards, submitting to the FDA. You may not get a chance to work on everything. You will get a piece of information. Some cases you may get a chance to work on SDTM to ADAM creation, or sometimes ADAM to TLF creation, something like that. If you get it, so there is a chance you may get it like that also, right? So this is a total clinical SAS programmer job scope and all you can see. And what is SDTM? As I said earlier, so earlier they have their own standards for every organization, but now they changed. So everything, so nothing but every organization they need to follow the SDTM standards. So that means instead of just submitting the own standards, we need to follow certain guidelines, the SDTM standards. We have it like suppose patient ID. If you are just submitting as a PID, that should not be submitted as a PID. It should be it should be pat underscore number, or maybe use subject ID is some set of guidelines. We have it in SDTM documentation, so that we will discuss in detail in SDTM domains when I'm just explaining about. So there we will see in now all the pharmaceutical companies like Lilly, Abbott, Pfizer, Pfizer, Novartis, Merck, and Roche and GSK, all the organizations following the SDTM standards now. So definitely you have to go for SDTM standards to get your programs ready. Now if you zoom a clinical SAS programmer role bit more, so that we can see more details as a clinical SAS programmer what he do. Okay, first of all you need to understand the protocol. As I said earlier, you need to read and write, read and understand everything so from the protocol. Based on that, you need to understand the CRF, that means how the information is collected according to the protocol. So is that all the information is collected. So the CRF information, how it is transferred into a electronic format. As a paper is it's a paper format, there will be another format of CRF, we call it as a eCRF, nothing but electronic format of your CRF, you will get it. So that means these papers will be entered into the computers so that it will be electronic format. That CRF will be annotated. What is the difference between general CRF and annotated CRF? You just see right now. So right now the CRF you can see, okay, so without writing this particular red color marks, so this CRF we call it as a general CRF. Annotated CRF in the sense this information how it is converting as a variable names or observation names and all, how it is just converting, it is based on your annotation only. See, this particular CRF, when it is going for your doctors, you will not have a site ID as a number or in initial, these things will not be there with us. Like you have it only site ID, subject number, and that type of information only will be available. So as a programmer, few programmers, what we do is we will convert a general format of your CRF to the annotated CRF. These red colors, whatever you see, all are annotations. That means gender is the information how it is converting into a SAS data set as a sex variable. We will just annotate it. So that is your purpose of annotation. We will discuss that also in upcoming class to you. So that is your annotations. And once the annotated CRF is ready, and so that SDTM dataset creation, it will be start. SDTM datasets, once it is created and will be submitted to the FDA. This is one process. So few programmer work under in this cycle, creating SDTM datasets and finally creating for define.xml and submit it to the FDA. And few programmers will convert SDTM datasets to ADAMS. So the SDTM datasets will be converted into ADAMS. The ADAMS will be again submitted for FDA, and apart from that, it's a two ways. So one is it will need to go for FDA submission. Another one is the same datasets you need to use for producing a reports like a TLF generations. We can use it, and then see, even that particular ADAM datasets also will be submitted to the FDA. Even the TLF creation is done, and that also will be submitted to the FDA. Then FDA will take a decision whether they need to approve this particular drug or release into the market or not. And if they give a green signal, then it will be released into the market. Otherwise, it won't. So this is the total overall picture. If you zoom a bit more, so of a clinical SAS programming of clinical SAS programmer role in detail. So who can learn this particular course? Anyone. So no matter what educational background you have, any graduate or postgraduate degree like a BTech, MCA, MSc, MS, M Pharmacy, and medical laboratory, nursing, microbiology, B Pharmacy, any persons who are having a degree or post-graduation or PhD or microbiology or biotechnology, let it be anything. No matter what educational background you are from, you can learn this particular clinical SAS programming course. So anyone can learn this particular course. So as a SAS programmer job, you can get it. So there is no hurdles on that. So this is how much a clinical SAS programmer jobs pay per hour in US. So this is an average you see. So around 20 to 87, the average per hour around $58 per hour you are getting it. At the same information you can see the clinical SAS programmer monthly how much he is earning, annually how much he is earning, and weekly how much you can earning it. So you can see in this particular picture. So annual salary you have it, and monthly salary you have it, and weekly salary and hourly salary also we have it. Right, so this is just a overall picture. So this is in India, so actually very less salaries are entered. Actually I know that, I'm working in India, I know that. So minimum of a fresher experience you will have 3.5 per annum, so 3.5 lakhs per annum. If you have a 5 to 6 years of experience you will have 10 lakhs package. So if you have 9 years of experience, so you have it around 18 lakhs of package. If you have 9 above, so you will have it around so 24 25 based on your caliber, how you are performing in the interview. So that decides. There is no standard rule, definitely you will get this much only or something like that. So you can easily get get around 12 years of experience. You can reach up to 40 lakhs of package. So that is a normal in India. So that is the overall picture. Thank you for watching my video. I hope you like this particular video, and please subscribe to my channel and hit like button. And one more, I'm just adding few more videos also to the continuation of this particular videos, so that you'll get a complete picture like how we can start writing a programs and all one by one you can learn. So I hope this is the best I'm giving myself to deliver. So this is what I just decided, and anyone have any questions or concerns, you just write it in comment section so that I'll reply back to you. You can use my number always, so that you can contact to me. Thank you all, and I'll meet you in the next video.
Hello everyone, and today we are going to talk about how to write a simple program by using this particular SAS software. Simple program in the sense, imagine, so how generally we can start a program by using this particular SAS software. So that is just agenda for today. So, and let's see how we can able to write one by one. So imagine whenever you get a SAS, so imagine this is a virtual box or maybe virtual computer to you. So if you want to start a SAS, so you need to click on, just type SAS and click enter. So automatically the SAS software will open like this. So once you open the SAS software, so you can immediately see there are 5 windows in our SAS. One is editor window, log window, output window, explorer window, and result window. So there are 5 windows in our SAS, like our 5 fingers in a hand. Each finger in our hand have some significance. In the same way, all the 5 windows also have some significance. By using editor window, we can edit the program, we can modify the program, we can save, we can submit, and we can run any program. We are coming to the log window. So this is the proof of exactly what program you written in your editor window. With respecting to that, is there any errors or warning messages that you can able to see in your log window. And finally, there is one more window called output window. Output window is mainly talking about once you written a program, when there is no errors or anything, so your output is clean, so that the output you can able to see in your output window. So editor window, writing the program, log window, checking off is there any errors, the program what you have written. Output window, it will be displayed all the outputs. That means, suppose imagine your interest is to display the people who are the age of above 20 years age. So you want to show the report of only the people who are above 20 years. You want to show that. So then that information you can able to see in your output window. So output window is a what I can say, it's a destination of our program. So once we're done with the running a program, you'll be end up with so getting a output. So before getting an output, so there will be a explorer window here. The data sets will be get created. So mainly explorer window libraries is the place where you can store your output as a data sets. So first data sets will be get created, then automatically the output you can able to see it in your output window. So go to libraries. There are many libraries we have it. So forget about all. Just remember SAS default we have SAS help, SAS user and work is the three default libraries. You just remember only that. So SAS default we have a three libraries, SAS help and SAS user, and work is a three libraries we have in our SAS. So you just open SAS help library. This is the default library. This is called dataset. So once you written a program, the end result of your program is creating a SAS dataset. So imagine we can create this type of datasets by using your program, by using your SAS programming. So that after creating this dataset, if you want, you can print it in your output window. So one thing is you need to understand, Explorer window is a heart for your SAS software. Whenever you want to run any program, so default output, that means output in the form of SAS dataset, will be get stored in your libraries. So libraries is the key place where you can store your output information as a dataset. So Explorer window, you can able to find the libraries. There are some other icons also you can able to see in your Explorer window, as we are not using that much like a file shortcuts and favorites and folders and this PC. So the libraries is the key place where you can store your outputs in the form of SAS datasets. Only try to remember that. And a result window, so it will show all the results what you have generated. Suppose imagine I just executed a program 1 now. So the program 1 output you can able to see in your output window. Immediately that output containing information you can see it in your result window. So imagine, so now you are running a program 2. When you execute the program 2, the program 2 output only you can able to see in your output window, but result window, if you want, you can go back and check your first output also, and as well as you can check your second output also. So that means whatever the programs executed, that means the successful outputs, how many you have created. So those many outputs you can able to see in your result window. So result window have the list of programs what you executed. Imagine as a layman language, if I want to explain here, you open MS Office, maybe Bing, or maybe you open any browsers like Chrome or Internet Explorer, or let it be anything. So when you are searching for something on the Google, after a few seconds later, so whatever the website you visited, so those websites are like a history for you. So that means it's a all the activity what you performed by using that particular software, that particular browser. It's the same thing here also in SAS. By using this particular SAS, how many programs you executed and all the outputs you can able to see in your result window. So this is all about different windows in SAS. So now you know that how to write the program. If you want to write a program, so we can write it by using editor window. If you want to see is there any errors or warning messages, you can see it in your log window. And if you want to produce the output in output window, then we can do it. So by using output window, it will display the information. And before say getting that output, by default SAS will store this particular output information as a SAS dataset. So that information you can store it in your Explorer window, mainly libraries. So there are many libraries, and try to remember SAS help and SAS user and work is the three default libraries. And result window is the one more window, so that now once you execute your program, default the output you can able to see it in your output window. So that means if you run 100 programs, all the 100 outputs you can able to see it in your result window. So this is the overall total window concept. Imagine if you are using a university edition of your SAS software, so that we call it as a student version. So don't expect these many windows over there. So the only three windows you can able to see is just this one is called program editor, and another one is log, and another one is output and explorer. That means you will not see any result window there. So only these windows you have it, and that too there are some limited options, so you need to just go for it. So you will not get all the options and all, but there are some limited options, but you no need to worry about it, as I said earlier. So if you joined in this particular training, you will get this particular software to you so that you can get hands on. Okay, now we just done with creating so trying to understand all the 5 windows what we have in our SAS. So now what we do is Danshi, so please put the mute in one computer. I think you log in from the 2 PC, so it's echoing. So please try to manage. And we're coming to here, how to write a simple program. So by using this particular SAS. So whenever you want to write any program, so must you have to learn these things. So it should be start with a keyword called data. So data is a keyword is used for a creating of your data set name. So this is a thumb rule. So whenever you start any program, if your interest is to create a data set, so definitely you need to start with a keyword called data. So here you are telling to the SAS to creating some uh, nothing but Excel sheet. Just imagine in a layman language, we will try to learn something here. So we try to create an Excel sheet by using the SAS software. So in the Excel sheet, as we know that we will have some columns and we will have some rows also. And that too, you have to make your Excel sheet name as a some book 1, book 2 or something like that. So I'm writing it my Excel sheet name. I can give it as a class is my Excel sheet name. And after finishing this particular statement called so data and class, data is the statement of my SAS keyword, and class is a user defined keyword that I'm just giving it. I'm the user, so I defined the keyword as a class. After that I need to maintain space and then semicolon. So actually we have a habit of whenever you write any paragraphs or big sentences or maybe any mails, so you will end up with each sentence with a semicolon, sorry, full stop. So full stop is nothing but that particular sentence is done so that you can start your new sentence. Is the same way in SAS, whenever you reaches to this particular semicolon, that means you have done with writing one statement. So I can write my another statement by giving a space and I can continue from here, but I should not write like that. So the problem is, so if you are writing some program, the program should be definitely GPP rules. That means good programming practices. What is the good programming practices is, so if you want to write any program, so you have to write it in a second line. One line is finished, so second line should be continuously in the second line. That means in the next line. So why we need to do it? Can't we write all the 2000 lines of code or maybe 100 lines of code in a single line itself, so that no? So if you think that that's easy, imagine there are situations in behalf of you, someone else is accessing your PC and then they are interested to submit some of the reports because of your absence. So to client. So when somebody looking into your program, the program should be in a self-explanatory situation, so that no somebody looking into your code, they get to know that okay, so he has written for this and all. So you written in a messy manner so that no he can't able to understand. So that's the reason why. So you need to follow the GPP. And one more, when you are submitting your reports to the client at the final stage, you will submit your code also to the client. So when someone looking into the code, maybe just imagine if this code is submitted to the FDA for a drug approval purpose. So when FDA guys is looking into your program, the program should be in a self-explanatory. So that's the reason why if you could have followed the GPP, so that reminding all who are just handling your program, they are easy, so they can so that means they can easily understand what you have written. So Here I'm just writing the second statement at next line only. So that is called GPP. So GPP means a good programming practice so that everyone can able to understand what you have written. So there I can write it, the statement input. So input as per the GPP, again I should not start here immediately. So you have to take some gap exactly near to your space. You just write a statement called input. So by using input statement, I'm just mentioning it my column names. So input is the statement, I'm writing it. The column names are, imagine, so one is a SID, student ID, age of the student, and sex of the student, and semicolon. So here SID means it's a student ID, age, and sex. So here I have to maintain the space between each column, at least a single space. Suppose if I imagine if I'm giving age and sex as a multiple spaces, that won't make any sense, but still it can be read by SAS. So at least a single blank you have to mention. Otherwise, if I'm not mentioning it, so you just take it. So take it out this particular space. So SID is so and space of sex. Then what happened? CDISC is a one column. That's what SAS will think. So each space, nothing but each new column you are trying to create. So SID is one column, age is one column, and sex is one column. You are creating it now, and semicolon. As we know that semicolon is nothing but a statement terminator. So that second statement also done. So first statement I created it to create my dataset name. Second statement I created it to create my column names. Now when you are creating a columns, definitely you have to provide your rows. If you want to give a rows in SAS, you make sure to write a statement called cards. See, when I'm just clicking enter, then I no need to take any space or anything. Automatically it will be get aligned. So this is called, we call it as an indentation. So generally this we need to maintain. If somebody looking into program, it should be the same order like this only, right? So card statement, after that semicolon. That means this particular card statement we done here. So now you are providing your rows. Imagine the student ID is 100, age of that particular person, maybe I'll go for 50 years. Sex of the person is male. Another student, I'm writing it here, it's a 200. So then I'm writing it 60. Then I'm writing it male. Another person, I'm writing it, it's a 300. Imagine the person is 40 years old with female. So that's fine. And I have to give the semicolon here. So if I'm giving the semicolon in the sixth line itself, what happened, you know? So don't expect this particular sixth line to be read into SAS. So you should not write the semicolon here. So you have to make sure to write the semicolon in the next line. Then you have to use a statement called run. The run statement exactly near to your data statement. That means, so here you see wherever you started data and the run statement also at the same place, right? That's done. I'm executing my program. So I'm thinking that I have done with my program. So first line I have written for creating my dataset name. Second line I have written for creating my columns. So these are all the lines, cards and remaining all the lines I have written to create my rows in my SAS. So I'm just selecting this particular program because I'm done with my writing a program. So that I'm selecting this particular program, then I can choose as option here a running by like a symbol. Actually in our SAS there are three ways to submitting of your SAS program. One is a running boy like a symbol, and second one is submit option, and third one is F3 button from your keyboard. Some of the laptops you may have a function with F3 or something like that, so that you just see how it will work, the F3 button. But in general, so F3 button from your keyboard, it will work. Once you click on it, then automatically program will be get executed. But most of the cases, what I try to choose is I always go for a running boy symbol in this particular training, so that no, you'll also be aware I'm just executing my program. So I'm running this particular program and that's done. The program got executed. What happened? You don't know. So go there and check your log. So SID 100, there is no problem. Age is 50, there is no problem. Sex, we have a missing value. SID 200 and age is 60 and sex, we have a missing value. SID 300, age is 40, sex, we have a missing value. So you see that there are some errors. The error is underscore n underscore equal to 1, underscore n underscore equal to 2, underscore n underscore equal to 3. That means in my first record we have an error, second record also we have an error, even third record also we have an error. So why that particular 3 records also have error in your program? So there is no problem for SID and age, but sex having a issue. So the reason behind that is, if you carefully observe, SID and age are numerical variable, but sex is a character data. So whenever you are trying to read a character data into SAS, you have to make sure to write a $sign. Otherwise, don't expect this particular program to be executed smooth. So why we need to mention the $sign means the $sign is the sign is allowing SAS to read this particular character value. So MF and all, that means A to Z letters. If you write anything, if you want to read it, definitely the variables. So here columns are called variables and rows are called observations. So the variable definitely should have a $sign, then only can able to read. What I will do is I'll go to log and I will clear the log by just clicking on this particular new option. I'm clearing my old log so that now the log is very fresh. So now I will just select the program and running the program now. That's done. Now go there and check your program. The program not showing any errors or anything. It's got executed. So as I said earlier, whenever the program is got executed without errors, so definitely you can expect the output. So before creating output, you can expect a data set here. So where it will be, it is going to be libraries and work library default the data set will be get created. So my data set name, I have created a class. The class data set, you can open it right directly, double clicking on it so that you can able to open and you can see all the data what is inside. So this is the just data set, you got it. But you just go there and check your output, it's still blank. So the reason behind that is default it will be appear as a data set, but I'm not interested to see it as a data set. I'm interested to see the output also. So if you want to see the output of the same report, so you just write another procedure. So that means when you write any procedures, then only the output window will be get active. Suppose if I'm writing proc means it's a procedure. So I'm telling a SAS to print it. Proc print data equal to your data set name. So the class data set, you are writing it here and run the program. Once you execute it and run it, now the program is got executed and now how it looks like. Can you just see that? The output is displayed in the output window. Right? Editor window, you written a program. Log window, you checked is there any errors or warnings. Output window, it is displaying your output. And Explorer window, it will save your output as a SAS dataset. And result window, it will show your result what you have generated now. If I execute a same program one more time, you can see a one more line in your result window. You see, I executed the same program one more time. Now you can see that. So there is a one more time you can see your output window. That means how many successful outputs you will be able to generate, and those many times that particular result window will be able to show you all the outputs what you have generated. See, this is my page number 2. And what is my page number 1? The earlier program what I have executed, that's my page number 1. So this is how we can just simply write a simple program in SAS. Anyone have any questions until here? You just speak out and ask. You just unmute yourself and you can talk to me. Any questions? Am I audible? Shushma, Sharif, Ratna, Ramyashri? I hope everyone can able to hear me.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, good. So I'm taking this particular silence as no questions. I'm just moving forward. So for explaining that
Yeah,
remaining things. Yes, please continue.
yeah, Dhanashree here. I joined late, so I think I missed the first part. Just that's what I wanted to ask.
Nothing, madam. So I just explained how to create a data set.
Okay.
I just see when you join. So data class
Yeah,
is a data set. So I just created by
yeah,
using
that
it.
I saw. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the only stuff I started. So don't worry.
Okay. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
So
Thank you.
now, okay. So we done the creating a
Yeah,
data
Naidu,
set.
hello.
Yes, please continue, Sushma.
Yeah, yeah, there is a gap between run and proc.
Okay. Good idea. So remove the run and proc then. Don't write it. It's still fine. There is no issue. Because if you
Oh,
are maintaining a space after your statement, see, after my input, I'm trying to maintain these many lines of space. Do you think it is going to be an error? No, because SAS will think this particular line as a one program, this one line as one program. The blank lines will be get skipped by default, right? Again, directly this
okay.
program, this line will be get executed. So that's what happens by default. Whenever you have any spaces, the spaces will not be get executed or it won't give any errors. You see, and execute the program. Don't expect you will get some error or something. See, you are getting output and check your log also. There is no issues. Making sense?
Yes.
Right. Please speak out. Someone else have questions? Good. So now what we do is, so we just generated the program and getting the output ready. That's fine. How we can able to produce the same output like a percentage wise? Imagine I want to know, the client is asking me to produce what is the male percentage in my data and female percentage in my data. Right now it's a 3 members and 1 female, so that you can manually calculate what is the percentage of females and males. So that's okay. But imagine in real time.
Hi, Naidu.
Yes, please. Omsi.
Actually, I'm getting so many problems. I'm not here to your voice.
I have seen that you joined and coming back and joining and coming back many times. So there are
Yeah.
some technical issues in your end. Remaining people are fine with me. So as this particular video is being recorded, so from now onwards, you just listen and see is there any questions, so that we will see in end of the class.
Actually, what happened every 5 minutes, it will automatically your voice is gone. Like
I'm not sure
I'm
what.
trying to log in so many times. This is my fourth or fifth time.
Yeah, I have seen that these many times you are coming back and coming again. So why can't you log in from your phone by using GoToMeeting app?
Yeah, I'm using an app only, that one.
Then why can't you use your computer then? So you just try for
Actually, I
another
don't.
option. Uh-huh.
Actually, I don't have a laptop.
So if you don't have a laptop, it's
Right.
I'm not sure what is happening in your computer, sorry, in your phone. So sorry.
Actually, I have WebEx meeting app, so I can easily.
No, WebEx is different and GoToMeeting is different, man. So we have to stick to this only because yeah, so this is I have a license for it, not for the WebEx.
Okay, fine.
Okay,
Thanks.
so you just see how these things works.
Yeah.
Right. So now I'm writing a simple program. So I need a percentage. It's like female percentage how much and male percentage how much. It's a small quantity of the data. You can easily say that the percentage and all. Imagine you have millions and trillions of records and now you are dealing with so how you are going to give a percentage, what is the female percentage, what is the male percentage in our data. So if you want to get that, you need to write it proc freq, that means frequency. So what is freq means, just imagine suppose you are suffering with a fever, you went to the doctor. So doctor will ask you one question: how frequently you are getting a fever, or else how frequently you are getting headache. Frequently means, what is the meaning of it? The number of occurrences, how many times. So that is your calculation, right? So proc freq is the statement we use to calculate the frequency. The frequency in the sense, m how many times repeated, that means male how many times repeated, female how many times repeated in your data, that is your frequency. Proc freq data equal to which data set name? The data set name which I have already created, that is a class. I'm just writing it. And in which variable wise we need this analysis? Based on your sex variable wise we need an analysis. So you just write it, tables based on the sex variable wise we need analysis, and run. So don't worry, don't try to by heart or anything this particular program. We are going to deal this particular program on the day 16 and 17th class one more time. So we will see in detail for a while. To just give you what exactly the overview of SAS software, I'm just trying to explain this one. So proc freq data equal to dataset name class and table statement sex, and execute the program now. That's done. You can see sex wise frequency, females is 1%, males are twice in the data. Is it correct? So that's correct. SAS will never say any wrong answers to you until unless you do mistake, right? So SAS never ever give a weird output to you because it's already a predefined program inside. There is nothing to do wrong or something like that. So whenever SAS is not listening to you, or else you are getting something weird output and all, so the mistake what you have done, you have to check it. So one more time. So if you just take 100% of your total data, 33.33% of your data females is occupied, 66.67% of your data occupied with males. So one member, it's a 33%. So total 3 members, this 100% equal to. So cumulative frequency and cumulative percentage also you will get it. So I'm not interested to get these cumulatives. What I can say simply to this as, after the sex, give a slash, just write no cum. So that's it. That means I don't want any cumulatives. Execute the program and run it now. There is no cumulatives. So you are getting this particular report here. But the same report, I need it in the form of PDF document. So I can get it by just mentioning of ODS PDF file equal to, in which destination where you are interested to save this particular output. See, I'll go to my desktop. So there are many file folders in my desktop. I'll go for any one folder. I'll go for new folder 15. There are some files here. Let me delete it. So I'll take the new folder 15 path by directly selecting this particular path. I'm just taking it. So I'm interested to save this particular output into this particular PDF document. I'm writing this particular folder. The PDF document, I can keep it anything. So class is the PDF document name. I'm just making it .pdf because ODS means output delivery system. PDF means you are sending this particular output in the form of PDF file to the outside and writing a semicolon. Guys, imagine it is not a base SAS programming. It's advanced level what I'm trying to explain on the day one itself, and let's see how these things will work. If you can able to understand this particular piece of lines what I'm writing here, so there is no doubt in that particular total SAS program itself you can able to follow. So now you're writing it ODS output delivery system PDF file what you are creating it. I'm just closing it. Okay, that's it. So what you are doing in this particular program is, whatever the output you generated, I want to send this particular output in the form of a PDF document. Yes, you can do it. So now you execute the program. So whatever the output you can able to see, you can able to see there in your output window. At the same time, the PDF document also you can able to see. Can you see? This is your PDF document, right? So we can easily generate a PDF document, PDF, RTF, XML, HTML, any output. Simply we can able to create it by using this. Suppose instead of PDF, you want to save the same information in the form of RTF document. You just write PDF or replace with RTF. RTF means it's like a Word document. Okay, replace all. See what happened? Wherever you have a PDF, it's just replaced with RTF. Now you execute the same program one more time. Now you can see that it's like a Word document. Can you see? PDF is portable document format, so that no, it's a rigid. We can't change anything in that PDF document, but it's RTF, a rich text format, so that now we can edit it, modify it. If something is required, we can do it, but we never do in real time as we do. If you want to do some change in our output, definitely we need to do with our program. We never ever manually edit or delete anything to your output at all, because you manually edit the program, but you saved your program. So imagine tomorrow someone else is just running the program, they won't get the same output what you are just showing there, because after running program you have edited something, the edited things not there in the as a documentation purpose, so they didn't get it. So how this particular output is generated, but why I'm not able to recreate the same? So that's the reason why whenever you do some changes to your program, or whenever you do some changes to your output, do with the program only. Don't do any manual. As a programmer, that is the first job you have to do. Suppose imagine the SAS system is the title, you don't want it. So that now I can directly click on it and then I can remove it. Then I can, yes, this is I can do. But no, if you don't want this particular title to be displayed, then you have to give a some command to SAS by saying it, write it, title, don't write any title, semicolon. Now execute the same program one more time, so that now automatically the title will be gone. So you no need to do anything. See, the title is gone. You no need to worry about it. Or else the system date and times and all, you don't want to create it. That's okay. So your client is required not to produce any dates. So we can write it a global options. So I don't want it a date, then write it no date. Options no date is the statement will allow me not to produce. See, can you see? There is no date, and apart from that, the page number is displaying as a first page, something like that. I'm not interested to have this on this also. Then I can write it no number. I'm writing it semicolon and run. So close this particular PDF RTF document and run the same program one more time. Now you can able to see there is no page number. Can you see that? So this is how we can able to just manage in our real time. So whatever the output, main always you need to remember one thing, the purpose. You need to make sure what exactly is your requirement. If you are good enough with that particular requirement, that's it. Half of your programming job is done, because you know that what to do and all. So first of all, try to get a clarity what exactly need to be done before just simply starting any program. Try to find out the requirement. Try to assess something. Suppose just imagine even real time also, once you get a job, don't jump directly into your program. So then no. So after few days later, you are writing a big programs. After few days later, you decided a few some data is not available according to your conditions and all. So then so there is just a waste of your programming what you have spent. If you immediately spend some time on just looking into data, trying to understand the data, so that no, immediately you can tell that, so that is there any issues in your data or something like that, so that no, you can inform to them. Meanwhile, they'll ready a data to you. Imagine there will be a timeline for this particular Friday, and without looking into your program, you have started your writing program, and after Thursday you got to know that the data what you got it. Suppose imagine client requirement is the people who are suffering with the cancer and died in China 2018 is the report they want it. So then you got to know that Thursday, after writing of this much big code, so there is no data for this particular China country. Then you can't able to produce that output. If you could have informed that in Monday itself, by just doing some simple checks and getting data identification, so that no, you can inform to the client immediately, so that no, okay, if the data is not loaded, then I'll ask my data managers to load the data again. So that no, if you say that in Thursday, when the data managers, they load the data, and when you will produce a report, it's a bit difficult process. So that's the reason why whenever, if you want to become a good programmer, no, so try to remember this one. Try to assist, or else try to assess first what need to be done. If you get that clarity now, 50% you are almost done. The only thing is you need to apply your skills, get that particular work done. So right now my job in this particular program is to create a frequency. So that means I want to calculate the frequency in percentages. Yes, I did it. Right. So we can able to create it like this. And sometimes if you want the output in the form of a PDF document, if you want it, PDF document in the form of a graph, or else without PDF, as you already know that how to create a PDF, how to produce a graphs in SAS. SAS is a powerful reporting tool. The only always needed is just data. Once you provided a data, suppose imagine class is your data set you provided, so that's enough. So if you want to produce any output, no, you need to start proc, means procedure, G chart, that means graphical chart, you are writing it, data equal to, you just mention what data set you want it. So my data set name is class, I'll go for it. Then V bar, so V bar, I'm writing it based on the sex wise. Okay, I'm executing the program. Run it now. See, female and male wise, so information is just created. Females are 1 member in your data and males are 2 members in your data, which is exactly correct. Now client requirement is, I want to apply female is one color and male is one color. Then how to do? If you want to apply a color, you just write sub GROUP equal to, you just mention sex. So you are mentioning a subgroup. So male wise one subgroup and female wise one subgroup, you are mentioning it. Now you can see that females are blue color and males are red color or something like that. You can able to see. Or else client required the same output but in the form of 3D diagram, they need it. Then write it V bar in the form of 3D, so that you can able to produce it, the same graph in a 3D format if you want. Right? Or else the same graph client required in the form of horizontal form. So then instead of writing V bar, that means vertical bar, write it as H bar, so that now you can able to produce the same graph in a horizontal bar. So default H bar, you will get the frequency, cumulative frequency, percentage and cumulative percentage, and all you will get it. You don't want this particular statistics to be displayed, so client required is that one. Then write it no STAT, no stat, no statistics. See, there is no statistics, everything is perfect for you, right? Or else finally client decided, okay, I need this particular graph in the form of a text format. So if you want to get it, so text format of output, so the text format of output if you want, so what you do is very simple thing. Instead of writing G, just write chart. But why the H bar 3D is appearing as a this colors? Because the 3D is not possible when you don't have a G. Now you run it and execute the program, and now you can see that the same graph, it's like a text format of output if required, so you will get it. Right now it is a just I can say what I can say, so it is a just a normal output. If you want, so we can write it any customizations. So if you don't want this particular label of frequency is not required and all, so don't worry, we are going to learn this particular class in detail on the day 21. right? So until that, you don't need to worry about this particular program what I have written here. So what you need to understand, basically client always give you some purpose, or else client always need some data to produce it. Your job is writing the program towards that particular requirement. Once the requirement is finished, send that particular report to client, so that client will take care of remaining things. As a programmer, always what you have to do is, they'll give a data to you, they'll ask you to produce a reports. Imagine they have given a data to you in another case I'm just explaining here. So in my SAS help library, there are many data set. You just go for a data set called hot. Okay, so in this particular data set wise, we want to see the person is suffering with cancer, how many are died we want to know, or how many are alive we want to know. So how we are going to get it? The person should be cancer, and apart from that, the person should be died or alive we want it. So to get it, we write it the same program like earlier. This time you write it proc freak data equal to your data set name. So I'm writing it. So SAS help library containing your hot to data set, I'm just using for this particular purpose. And this I'm writing it. So table statement, in the tables, tables table statement, I'm just writing it. What I want it, first variable name, that is your status variable versus, I'm just double clicking on it, nothing special. So status variable versus, what I want it, death cause variable. So we are just reporting it. Run it. So now if we execute it, and run the program, now you can see that right now the output is very clumsy to you. I will not explain this to you. What I will do is, I'll simply cancel. I'll just simply save this at particular output, out equal to option, I'm just using it, and LL, a new dataset name I'm creating it. Now you can see that clearly here into work library LL, you can see dead with cancer 539 members in your data. Alive, all the patients who don't have a diseases. There is no cancer patients alive. All the cancer patients who are suffering with this particular disease, all are dead in your data what the client has shared with you. You got it? Writing a simple things so that now we can able to manage our job in our real time. So but imagine in my training, each and every line why we are writing it, if we write it what happen, if we are not writing what happen, I'll try to explain. So anyone have any questions at any point of time, you just unmute and speak to me, so that no I can get clarify that particular issue what you have it, so that no we can proceed further. So this is all about for today, how to write a simple programs and how to play with this particular SAS software and all. So we just done. Hello everyone, and yes, today I'm going to talk about introduction to our SAS software. So let me just open my day 1 class. Right, so introduction to SAS software. So here we are going to talk about like what is SAS. So SAS is nothing but it's a statistical analysis system, or else a software, we can call it as anywhere. So SAS means it's a statistical analysis system and software. So but this definition is there up to somewhat, but in nowadays, so in the SAS website itself they clearly mention, so there is no definition for SAS. SAS itself, it is a brand, so that's what people are calling it as a. So For a while, you try to remember SAS means it's a statistical analysis software or system. It's developed in 1970s, North Carolina State University. So that means it is developed in US only. So why they have developed this software in 1917? What is the purpose? The purpose is originally to analyze agriculture field data. So few of the scientists, what they have done is they have done some experiments on the agricultures. So based on that, they got some data. So they want to analyze that particular data. So using some statistical methods and all. So but at that time they don't have big softwares or something like that to do statistical analysis. So they try identifying this particular software. So that time it's a small statistical model, I can say, so just perform few things. But now this is most widely used statistical software right now in the market. So many places they are using it right now, like customer relationship management, insurance companies, healthcare industry, and financial banking. So many places they are using this particular SAS software as a powerful reporting tool. So by using a SAS, what we can able to do is we can write the program, we can produce the outputs, and so that means that outputs you can submit to your higher authority so that they can take a decision. So what exactly to be planned. So based on existing data analysis, it is nothing but so the data what you already have it in your database, based on that you will get some logic, and based on that you can take some decision. Imagine in your bank, just imagine, so imagine ICICI like a big bank, so have a lot of customers. So ICICI want to launch a insurance plan, so that based on to their customers, so they want to analyze exactly this insurance is suitable for which persons. The persons above 40 years, how many people in the bank, or else the persons below 40, how many, or else the persons above 40 with nearly to the retirement stage, how many are. So that no, they want to analyze the data, so that no, based on that they want to come up with a new plans or something like that. It's like insurance plans if they want to make it. Yes, they can take a decision on top of it. So in a clinical sector, what they do is whatever the clinical trials they have done, so that data they'll submit to the CRO organization. CRO organizations use this particular data for analysis purpose. Is that particular drug is working or not? So is it giving a good results, or else is it giving any side effects? So if side effects are more than your benefits, so then definitely the drug will not be released to the market at all. So FDA will not accept this type of results, so that no, it is going to be closed. So that type of decisions, if you want to make it, then SAS software is the first place. So to do all. So Jim Goodnight is the founder of this particular SAS Insured. So still he is the CEO and so founder of this particular SAS Insured. So this is all about your SAS. So in this slide I'm talking about, it is a statistical analysis software, a system developed in 1970s North Carolina State University, and originally identifying the software mainly for to do the analysis of agriculture data, and now most widely used software right now in the market. So many of the organizations they are using it right now as a powerful reporting tool, and Jim Goodnight is the founder of this particular SAS Insured. Right, anyone have any questions until here? Yes, please, you can speak out in this slide. If you don't have any questions, yes, please. No questions? No. Thank you. So I'll go to the next slide. Suppose if I am just talking about more about SAS. So like other programming languages, like first generation programming language like Pascal and COBOL, second generation programming language like a C, third generation programming language like a C++, .NET and Java, the fourth generation is comes under your SAS. So we can install in any operating system like Windows, Unix and Mac also, right? So that means this particular generation wise, if you are taking it, so it is developed in 1970s. So before that, it's a first generation, we have a Pascal and COBOL. Second generation, C programming identified later on, and later on stages C++, .NET and Java comes under third generation. We are coming to this one, SAS is a fourth generation, and in this fourth generation software of SAS, everything is built in. So built in the sense you no need to learn any formulas or anything. First, just imagine a simple example I want to give you here. You want to calculate an average for age wise. So there are around 10 members. You want to calculate a age wise average. So then what you do? So you need to know the formula. So that means person 1 plus person 2 plus person 3 plus person 3 for all the values, your sum divided by your number of persons. So that means that is your average, right? General formula, the total number of observations by number of observations. So you'll get it. But in SAS, you no need to write any formulas or anything. You just write a proc means procedure, like yesterday we have written. Means, if you write it, automatically mean will be calculated. So that means, as I said, it's a fourth generation programming. So we have all built-in functionality. Imagine if you want to do the mean, okay, it's a small formula, then we can remember. If I want to calculate the same thing for standard deviation, can we able to calculate the formula for standard deviation? So it is a bit difficult. Yes, we can do it. It is not a big deal. So we can do it. But the thing is, we no need to worry about all the formulas. So the formulas and everything is already built in. The only thing is you just trying to activate those by writing a small commands. So once you written a command, automatically that particular what I can say function or else statement will be active. So that that will do. So not only that, proc correlation, regression, t-test. Okay, so paired t-test, these are all those things we can able to do. So with this particular SAS software, so we can install this in any operating system. People who have a Mac, so actually we can install in Mac also, but the problem is the Mac should have at least 8 GB of your RAM, and it should be the latest version of your Macs, mostly sufficient. Otherwise no, it will be get heated and all. So yes, we can install in Windows and Unix also. Officially SAS is launched only for Windows and Unix. So Mac also we are using it. We will try to boot the Windows software into the Mac, and so that then we will install a SAS in that particular computer. So we can install in any operating system nowadays. So yes, that's possible. So this is all about more about SAS programming. Is anyone have any questions in this particular slide? So that means the SAS also is evaluated from other programming languages. So whatever we have in the C programming, like a loops, conditional statements, operators, arrays and all, the same thing we have it in SAS too. Even SAS also is made up of your C++, .NET and Java programming only, right, in the backend. Can you hear any snoring sound from my side? Say yes, no.
No.
No, okay, good. So somebody is sleeping here, so he is just snoring. Right, so is it clear? Any questions on this particular slide?
No.
Right, good. So now let me just go for competitors. There are many competitors for SAS like Informatica, Teradata, SPSS, Systat, Sterica, Hyperon, Cognos. These are all the SAS competitors right now in the market. One more I forget to write, R programming also. So these are all the competitors right now in the market. One way around, I can say Informatica is a powerful reporting tool. If you are considering SAS as a powerful reporting tool, so Informatica is a good competitor. So SAS is a data warehouse builder. So then Teradata is a competitor to you. So SAS is a statistical analysis software. Then SPSS, Systat, Sterica, so Hyperon, these are all the competitors. We are coming to the Cognos. So Cognos also powerful reporting tool right now in the market. R programming also, it's a reporting tool in the right now in the market. People are using it. But when above all these things, so if you are working in a clinical sector, so you have to use the SAS only the software. There is no other software to be used, because FDA will approve the results which are generated with the SAS software only. The reason behind that is, so it's a CDISC compliant software. So what is CDISC compliant software? There are some standards SAS is following to fulfill that requirement to get that particular drug approval. So that is only with SAS is nowadays possible, so not with any other tools. So that's the reason why there are many competitors in the market for SAS, not in a clinical sector. That means clinical SAS, clinical sector, only the SAS software we are using it. Informatica, Teradata, SPSS, these are all the competitors right now in the market for SAS. So in a financial sector, not in a clinical sector, right? But still there are a lot of organizations, they are using it. So the software as a tool. Just hold on a second. Right, so this software as a tool, they are just using it in many of the organizations. And we're coming to here in the next slide. If you just talk about, these are all the competitors, clear? So not only SAS, the same work what we do with the SAS, we can able to do with some other tools also. That's the reason why we are saying it as a competitor, because market is only one thing. So right now it's available, so that every software is competing to stand out. So in that process, so these are all the competitors for SAS right now in the market. So we're coming to here, products of SAS. So each product, we have some products, sub-products, like suppose if I go for MS Office, so Microsoft MS Office, there are some sub-products like I can say PowerPoint, Excel, Word, Picture Manager, Access. So these are all the products of your MS Office. Even SAS also, we have a products like a SAS Stat, SAS Graphs, and SAS Access. Like imagine your MS Office also, if you want to create an Excel, then you will open the Excel and then you will try to edit and modify or anything. That is how you do. We're coming to the if you want to write any, prepare any document or anything, yes, you will open your MS Word document and then you will prepare it. It's the same thing in SAS also. Whenever you want to do some analysis, suppose if you want to perform any statistical analysis, then you need to activate SAS Stat software. So if you want to produce any graphical representation, you will write a SAS graph. So if you want to access something from your desktop to C drive, so desktop or C drive or D drive information into SAS, then you need to use SAS Access. Let's see how these particular things will work. We will see one by one. So to do that, first of all, let me just open my SAS software. I'm just entering it. Yes, the software is just got open now. So as we know that there are 5 windows in our SAS: editor window, log window, output window, explorer window, and result window. Total 5 windows in our SAS. So let me just write a small program by using this particular SAS software. So data, your dataset name. So you can write any dataset name. I'll go for my dataset name as a class. So after that, semicolon, then I'm writing a statement here. So it's an input. So it's an input statement. I'm just writing it here. So my column names, the column names also called as a variable names. So the variable names, so like a X is one variable, Y is one variable, imagine Z is one variable, you are writing it, and semicolon. So chords is a statement, I'm just mentioning it. The values, I'm writing it. So X value 100, Y value 200, Z value 300. The next one is 400 or 500 or maybe 800 or something like that, up to you can write it. And I'm thinking that I'm just done with my creating a data, semicolon, then give a run statement. So guys, when you are giving a run statement also, without giving a run statement also, the program will work. So actually, see, without writing a run statement, I'm writing it here. Proc means it's a procedure. Print means you're telling SAS to print it, data equal to your dataset name. So the dataset name, I'm writing it, it's a class, and run the program. So that's it. Actually, you carefully observe, after the 7th line, I'm expecting to have a run statement, but I haven't given. But still, there is no doubt in that. If I execute, my program will work and you will get the output. So with the required one. So the reason behind that is the run statement is ignored when you are giving a chord statement. So imagine when you are mentioning a data inside of your SAS, the run statement is not required. So the run statement is when it's mandatory, whenever you have some data and you are importing it from your external sources. So definitely you have to write a run statement. But right now the run statement is bit ignored. That's okay. So if I write it run, semicolon, or else without writing run also, you won't see any difference. And one more thing like that, so you can write it proc means it's a procedure, data equal to I'm writing it. Sometimes what I can do is without writing data also I can write it like this, proc print semicolon and run. If I run this particular program also will give the same output. So what is this particular statement, what I'm talking about? If I write proc print and run, then that means I'm telling to the SAS to print the last submitted data set. So in this particular process, the last submitted data set in my case is class data set. So that automatically prints. You no need to tell that. So data equal to your data set name, class and all when you are executing one program. Right? So we can write it these two things as ignored one is a run statement, you can ignore it because it's a internal data, and another one is a data equal to statement, also we can ignore it because if you want to execute, suppose imagine you created a data set called class here and maybe you created one more data set called class 1. So okay, class 1. So if I execute this particular program, let's see how many variables and how many observations containing data will be printed if I run the program. What do you say? Tell me what you understood then. So if I execute this particular program,
From the class 1 the data.
So that means how many variables and how many observations you are expecting. So that means how many rows and how many columns you are expecting.
3 variables and 1 observation.
Yes, so 3 variables and 1 observation data only you can see. Otherwise, I could have written as a proc print data equal to your data set name. So I'm writing it class. What do you think now if I run the program? So 3 variables and 2 observations containing data will be printed. See, data equal to writing a dataset name, you are telling a SAS exactly what dataset to be printed. Otherwise, if I'm not writing it, so that the last submitted dataset or last executed dataset results will be get printed. Even though you have 100 datasets, which one is the last? The 100th one is the last of dataset you think, then that information will be printed in your output window. So this is about your, what it is, it's a general program. So now my interest is, I want to calculate an average. Can I able to calculate an average based on the x variable wise? So what is the average value? 100 plus 400. 100 plus 400, it's a 500 divided by 2. So that 250 is my average, right? So if I want to get that particular value as a 250 as an average, I no need to write any formulas or anything. So what you do is write proc means data equal to your data set name, I'm writing it class, and run. Okay, so what I want is in a var statement wise, based on the x variable wise, what I want is I need analysis, so I need mean. So just write it mean. Execute the program. Now don't remember all those stuff, we are going to talk about in detail. So it is just for, see, the mean of your value is 250. You are getting it? So right now you just manually calculated like this, then that's okay. Imagine you have a data with a huge quantity, like a hot data set. You just see there is a huge quantity. I want to know that what is average height of the people, in which range the people are averaging have their height. So what I can do, so to calculate this one like this, I'll do the same. There is no difference in this. Proc means data equal to a dataset instead of class. So the dataset is available in my SAS help library, so that I have to make sure to write it SAS help. So dot hot dataset you are writing it. So I need a mean based on which variable wise. So height variable wise I want to calculate a mean. So now you execute the program and run it now. Done. Height wise mean you calculate it and run it. Now you can see that the average height is 64.8. So the people average height is. There are different people with 80 or 70, some different values based on your height wise. So but most of the people have, so the height of 64.81 or something like that, you will get it. Right? So, and apart from that, not only mean, I need a standard deviation to be calculated. Then don't worry, just write it STD. So that is your standard deviation. So if you want, you can calculate it. Yes. So my standard deviation value is 3.582 or something like that. So this is my standard deviation value. I no need to learn any formulas or anything. So that's the reason why the people who don't have a statistical background, the people who don't have a mathematical background still can survive in SAS because of this reason only. So you no need to learn any formulas or anything. The only thing is you need to know exactly what commands to be given so that we can activate the SAS. So that SAS will give a required output. Or else you want its standard error to be calculated. You write it STD ERR standard error. So execute the program and run it now. See, the standard error is calculated. Or else you want to know that who is the minimum, who is the lowest people age wise, the lowest person. That means what is the lowest value of your age. Then you go for minimum value, min. You write it so that the minimum value of your age is 51.5 is the minimum value. So what is the maximum value? So you want to get it, you write it a max. So that what happened in this particular height wise, the maximum people in your data, that means 76.5. So the mean will be always resides between this range only. The mean will be always within your lowest to highest between only, always it is possible. So the lowest person is 51 years, highest person is 76 years, the mean is around 64.8 or something like that. It resides. So like that you are just calculating all the statistical analysis. How it is happening, or else ULCM. I think then more. Do one thing. So when you don't know, you try to do a mistake. So automatically what happened? What option to be written here? Automatically you will get it. UCLM. That means upper confidence limit you want to write it. So you just write it UCLM. So that you no need to worry about it. So client will always tell you exactly what need to be prepared. See, upper 95% confidence limit for your mean, you will get it. So this is your upper confidence limit. At the same time you have a lower confidence limit. Like that there are many statistical analysis you can perform it just mentioning up a small syntaxes or else maybe small codes. So that is done. So by using this particular Proc stats, so that your SAS stat software is in the back end, that's the reason why these are all the statistical analysis you are performing it. If you don't have a SAS stat in the back end, so then don't expect the statistical analysis to be performed, right? And again, if you want to produce any pictorial representation, if you see Proc means procedure, G chart means it's a graphical chart, you're writing it data equal to your data set name. I'm just writing it here. So I'll go for hot data set wise. Okay, so in this data set wise, I want to know, okay, what I want to know, V bar wise, V bar 3D format. I need a graph. So you just open your data of your heart. So in this we want it. So what we wanted, death cause we want it. So death cause is a information I wanted. How they died, is it coronary heart disease or else unknown, or else is it other diseases, or else maybe cancer and something like that. You want to know that. So I'm writing V bar. So if I'm just semicolon and run it, so now you execute it. So what happened? The same graph will appear. So now different categories. See, people who are died with cancer, it's an around 500 plus. The people who are with cerebral disease, so somewhere it's nearly to the 400. So people who are with the heart diseases, so there are more. People with the other, so you can able to see here, right? Within the same category you want to display who are all males and who are all females. You just write it, just writing a semicolon, sub group 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 equal to, if you write it, what is the variable name of your subgroup. So now you just come here, check your data set. So is it sex? Yes, I want to know that female wise information, right? You just write it, sex wise information, semicolon. So now you can able to produce the same graph. Can you see that? Right? So around nearly 200 plus people are from your females, and from 250 to above range, so use your male information, something like that. You can easily identify or easily able to produce. So by seeing a graph itself, you get to know that who are all died with which disease. Coronary heart disease people are more are died, so because of this particular disease and all. And apart from that, so you want the analysis. Just imagine in this particular analysis, so you want it, so based on your smoking or weight wise, smoking status wise, you want to know that. So then what you do is you just, if you want to produce the same graph, so you just write it the same. You write another condition here called proc means procedure. Sort means you are sorting it. Data equal to, don't worry about any of these particular things right now, because everything is a separate class for you. Proc sort is your day 10th, proc g chart is your day 21, proc means is your day 17, right? We'll talk about in detail. So I'm just explaining what exactly need to be produced as a graphs. So I'm writing it here. So sorry, I'm just writing it, Control Z. So proc sort data equal to your dataset name, SAS help dot hot. I'm just writing it, right? So by which variable wise you want to sort it, based on this variable wise I want to group it. So keep the same and try to use it just by statement here. So by that variable smoking status wise. Now what you can do is you see the same graph in a different pages. Okay, let me just close it. Okay. So the problem is it's a out equal to you're creating a new dataset name LL, because tomorrow I'm going to explain that you can't able to overwrite SAS alpha containing a datasets, something like that. That is the issue it's showing in the log. See now, can you able to see if smoking status equal to missing? You can see smoking status equal to heavy. How many people we have it here? See, with the death case wise. So if you total people how many died, nearly 130 members in this particular category. So smoking status heavy wise, and how many are died. Again, smoking status light wise, how many? Smoking status moderate wise, how many? Or else smoking status non-smokers wise, how many they died? Or smoking status very heavy, so how many they died? So mostly males are died in this particular case. You see this graph. Heavy smokers, most of the people are is males only in this particular graph, if you see, right? So based on that you can take a decision, and these are all those things is possible. What happened, the data which is already available, the only thing is as a programmer what you do is you're writing some codes so that no, you just produce it. The code also don't expect it's like 1,000 lines of code, 100 lines of code and all. Don't expect it's a simple codes. The only thing is you need to have a presence of mind exactly what need to be used, so that you will get it through practice only. So if you know that, okay, I need to calculate n mean, median, standard deviation and all, yes, I need to use a procedure called proc means. If I want to produce any graphical representation, then you can go for proc g charts and all, right? So you need to have a presence of mind. That's it, nothing special here. So what exactly need to be done, if you get a clarity, that's what I said at yesterday's class too. So what you need it, if you already know that what exactly need to be done, right? The requirement, you're trying to understand the requirement is first. You understood that 50% of your job is done. Then you can write your program according or else towards that to get it. Because just imagine here, even when you don't know the programming also, that's fine, because at least you search in Google and you can get something. But you need to know that what need to be done. See the programming syntax here and there, if you forget it, or maybe if you're not able to crack it, always Google is there for us. So the only thing is you need to know that what exactly client is asking for. am I delivering the same, or else am I deviating from the client required one? So you need to know that. That's it. Right? So this is about your graphical representation. Imagine if you want to import some external data into SAS environment. Yes, that is also possible. What we can do is, so this is your SAS graph software in the backend. That's the reason why all the statistical analysis is performing. So what we do is go to file, click on open program, sorry, not open program, go to file, click on import data. I can import these many files of these many types of files into SAS. I'll go for CSV file to be imported, comma separated file to be imported. Click next, then automatically it will ask me where that particular file is located, so that no, in SAS tutorial day 6 and 7 there are many files I have. I'll choose one of the file to import it. Click next. Then once the data is imported into SAS, it should have my dataset name. So the dataset name I'm just giving as a OVO or something like that. That's up to you which dataset name you want to give it. Click finish. That's it. You just go there. Proc library, OVO dataset is just imported. Can you see? This data is just imported into SAS environment without writing program. That means we can import your Excel file, text file, CSV file, .dat files, or any type of files. Mostly the SAS required format files we can able to import directly from your C drive, D drive, and desktop and all. How it is possible? Or else maybe you can import the data from your databases too. How it is possible? Because SAS Access is the software in the back end. That's the reason why. So these particular things are possible right now to do. So SAS stat means all the statistical analysis you can perform. SAS graph means all the graphical representation we can perform. SAS Access means you can import the data from your databases or desktop, C drive, D drive, and all. You can do it because of this particular SAS Access product. Right. So invoking of SAS environment. So there are a few things you need to know running of your SAS. So this particular SAS, generally we call it as a interactive window SAS. What is interactive window SAS? So here, so this is your interactive window SAS. That means we are just working on editor window. Suddenly you want to go and check it, what log messages, errors you got it earlier, you faced it, then you can easily check it. Because of that I got an error, so that you come back and you can fix this particular issue in your editor. So this type of options is not available with your C programming and .NET and all. So actually what happened, those programming languages, wherever you write a program, on the same place only you will get the output, and the same place only you will get the log. But here it's an interactive window mode. We can easily jump one window to one window, one window to one window. So that is possible. So that is your interactive window mode. And apart from that, so we have one more thing called interactive menu driven mode. So what is menu driven mode? Just now I have used one option. Without writing a code, I have imported the data from your external sources, right? By using proc import procedure and import data and all like this. So this is called menu driven. We have in the menu few options. So by using these few options, what we can do is we can manage our job without writing any program, right? Actually, that is not allowed in our real time, but in your organization, they are using a software called SAS Enterprise Guide. So let me just open the SAS Enterprise Guide, SAS Easy. I'll write it directly. So this is a SAS Enterprise Guide. Once you know the SAS, the Enterprise Guide is easy to you. You don't need to write anything in this particular Enterprise Guide. Without writing a program also you can able to produce the output. Let's see. See, without writing a program, I'll try to manage so to produce some outputs. What I'll do is I'll go to servers, local, so tasks, I want to produce the same graph. I'll go for bar chart. I want to produce it. Let's see. So in which dataset wise you want to produce the bar chart? So I'll go for hot dataset wise. So hot dataset, I'm just opening it. So Next, it is asking, so how you want it. So status is the variable I want it. So it's a frequency graph. Group by, it is asking. So by sex variable wise, I want to group it. Right? So now it's asking chart by. Chart by smoking status. Where is smoking status? Yes. Okay. Next, 3D format I need it, and let label to be displayed, and finish. Can you just see the graph? Bar chart with alive people with female, this is the data. Alive people with male, this is the data, and percentage wise also you can see. And here also dead people with female with status wise, you can see that. So alive, female and male, again dead wise, female and male, you just generated. Did I written any code for it? Actually not written any code, but you just go there and click on code. So this is the code is written by SAS for you. Automatically it will written in the backend. So actually few of the organizations, they are using this particular SAS enterprise guide as a tool, so that what I can say, as a software, so they are using it for their purposes. But in clinical sector, none of the organizations are using this particular SAS enterprise guide for reporting analysis. And even financial sector also, few organizations, they are using it, because it is not solving our job 100%. What happened, if you want to change the colors or any customization here and there, the direct options are not available. You need to see for your code, and you need to look for exactly where to change and all. That means again you need to know how to change in the programming level itself. You need to know that. So that's the reason why. So if the person directly work on SAS software, they can directly work on enterprise guide software also without having any training. See guys, I have not taken any training on enterprise guide even in my starting of the career, but in one of the organization when I joined, they have provided me the enterprise guide. I just learned this particular enterprise guide within 1 or 2 days. It took my time, so that to just explore all the options and statements what is there in SAS. In this particular enterprise guide, you can easily produce it. You don't need to worry about it. Why I'm talking about is, so there are two options here. One is interactive menu driven mode. Those options are more in your enterprise guide software, right? To just introduce enterprise guide software, I just kept this one. The menu options are more. See, even SAS also we have a menu option, but it's a limited. But enterprise guide, so we have many. Batch execution. What is batch execution means? If you want to execute the program, multiple programs in a single attempt. See, as of now, I have executed, written these many programs, right? So except G chart. So if I execute all the programs in a single attempt, select it and run it, and that's it. That's done. That means it's a batch execution. Then this particular program, you can kept it in one particular place, and so that you can tell to the SAS exactly by what time and in what date and what particular time and all to be executed. So you can tell that to SAS, and automatically it will execute all the programs one by one. So that is called batch mode. So we can run multiple programs in a single attempt in the SAS. That is possible. Non-interactive execution. So what is non-interactive execution? So you're running the program. Okay, you just see and open SAS, you're executing the program and you are getting the output ready. What happened this particular fraction of seconds in the backend? Even I too don't know that. So that means we can't able to see exactly what is happening in the backend. So that is called non-interactive. That means we can't able to see exactly what is there in the backend. So that is a non-interactive execution of your SAS. While running a SAS program, you need to keep these things in mind. So interactive window mode, and interactive menu driven mode, batch execution, and non-interactive execution. So SAS, wherever you go as a programmer, right? It may be clinical, financial, customer relationship management, insurance companies, healthcare industry, or any organization you just go. First, they will give a raw data to you. Raw data in the sense, just imagine SAS help dot containing hot data set is your raw data. So what you need to do? You need to process that data, so that the data step you write it, so that SAS data set will be created. To better example, what we do is, see, So this is the raw data of your client they have given to you, so that you will write data onwards up to run step is called your data step. So you write a data step to create a data set. Once you execute, what is the final goal? The data set will be get created. Go to your Explorer window. Class is a data set. The red ball color sign, you can see this. This is the data set. So data set will be get created. Once you have a data set, then that's up to you what you want to reduce it. Proc print, proc gchart, proc means, proc correlation, proc regression, proc t-test, proc univariate, up to any procedure you just use it, so that you will produce the output in output window. Whenever you write a procedure called proc, automatically there will be a line plotted. So what does this mean? That means SAS default, the program editor, this particular enhanced editor, is just distinguish between your data step and proc step. So data onwards up to run step, we call it as a data step. Proc onwards up to run step, we call it as a proc step. I'm writing proc, print, so semicolon and run. That's it. This is your proc step. Two steps we have in SAS. One is data step and second one is proc step. So come here into this PowerPoint presentation. So you need to have a raw data. Yes, I have a raw data. Based on that, I have created a data step. Yes, I created my data step here. Data onwards up to run step, I have written data step. The result of data step is data set. You just go there and check your yes, SAS dataset is created. Once the SAS dataset is created, then it is your proc step. That is your procedure, how you want to generate it. As I said earlier, proc means, proc correlation, proc regression, or whatever the procedure you want to use it, and finally report that particular result to your higher authority, like your team lead or manager, client, or whatever it is. You will just submit those reports to them. That's it. You are done with your job. Right, so this is the workflow wherever you go: clinical, financial, customer relationship management, insurance companies, healthcare industry, anywhere. The workflow of SAS programmer, this is how exactly it is. So there are two steps in our SAS, as I said right now. One is data step and second one is proc step. Data onwards up to run step, we call it as a data step. Proc onwards up to run step is called proc step. So in future, in upcoming classes of mine, you get to know that what are other options we use it in your data step, what other options we use it in a proc step, we get to know, right? So what are all data step methods, what are all the proc step methods, and all we will see in upcoming classes. So that's it. That's all about for today. Right, so hello everyone, and yesterday in the last class we just learned about like a day one. So there we are going to so we learned like a so different Windows plus introduction to a SAS software, history and competitors of SAS software, and how to write a simple program. Within that program, what are all the steps, data steps and proc step. So all those stuff we have seen yesterday. And now, so we'll move on to the new concept. So today, like the different windows what we have in our SAS, in each window wise, we will see some options, right? So like a editor window, so what are all the options we can use it, and log window, so what we have it, and output window what we have it. So mostly we will see today. So to do that, first of all, let me just open my SAS software. So I'm just opening SAS. Right, so we know that once you open the SAS, we have a 5 windows: editor, log, output, explorer and result. Total 5 windows in our SAS. So these are like a 5 fingers in a hand, as I said earlier. Right, if you just open your editor window, you can see one is like a search option, second one new option, and third one is open, save, print preview, cut, copy, paste, undo, new library, and SAS Explorer, running boy like a symbol, and into mark and break symbol, and as well as this book symbol. So what are all those things and how it is important for us? Right, so suppose imagine you written some program here. So I'm writing a small program, data, my dataset name. I can give my dataset name. I'll go for my dataset name as an IDO. So there I'm just writing my column names by just mentioning my input statement. So input is the statement, I'm just writing it. I'm giving my column names. So X, Y and Z is the 3 columns. I'm specifying it, and there I'm writing it here. Cards, within a card statement, I'm just mentioning it. So x value 10, a y value is 20, and z value is 30, and here 40 and 50 and 60. So semicolon and run. That's it. So I'm writing it. Proc means procedure, and print means you're printing it. Data equal to your dataset name. I'm just writing it here. So that's my NIDO, and semicolon and run. I'm just writing it. That's it. So that's my simple program. So there is nothing new. So now what we need to do is, if I want to execute this program, as I said, there are three ways to execute it. One is you can select and using this particular running boy like a symbol, or else you can use F3 button from your keyboard. The another option is submit. Here you can use it. If I type SUBMIT and click enter, automatically program executed. I'm not using a running boy like a symbol, I'm using a command mode. So what exactly we can do with this particular command mode? So imagine I can execute the program, that is one thing. If I want to clear the program what I have written, I can say that here clear and click enter, or else, so you cleared it. You want to roll back that particular program. Imagine I need that particular program again back due to unexpectedly I clear it, so I need to bring it back. Then use this particular option called undo. You click on undo, it will just bring back, or else we can use Ctrl Z from your keyboard. That's up to you, either of one. So you can use undo or else Ctrl Z. And imagine not only this, so by using this particular search, what we can else do is go to libraries and SAS help, open any data set. We'll go for our favorite data set called class dataset. We'll open it. See, we have a name, sex, age, height, weight wise the information is available, but I want to display the variables in this particular data here only for only sex equal to female information. I want to display only females. I don't want male and females combined together. So generally, if I want only female, we need to write a program. So instead of just writing a program, what we do is we can write a small program like some conditions saying it where, okay, sex equal to female, and as well as, and one more condition I want to use it, is greater than 14 I want it. So you write it the program. So how it is automatically coming it, because you just drop down it. These are all the statements or options I have written earlier. So this will be stored for our future purpose. Whenever it's required, you select it and then you will get it. Or else where sex female is greater than 15 years you want it, yes, select it, then click enter. So that what happened, is greater than 15 years, there is no females in our data. Okay, so now you'll go for where females is greater than 14, how many we have in the data? Yes, we have only one person, two persons in our data. One is Janet and second one is Mary. So we have it here. So is with above 14 years in our data. So that means by using this search, we can able to filter the values also if required. And apart from that, not only filter, and right now it is displaying many variables. So you don't want all the variables to see. Right now it's a small data set. Maybe you will not see to keep few variables. Let's say open a big data set. So open like a hot data set. Imagine there are many variables here. So now I decided not to keep all these variables. So I need it only height and weight variables to be displayed. So then what you can do is you can use an option called show. Within a show, you just write it what variables to be shown. So you make sure in a quotations you just write it. So one is height, right? So you just write it HEIGHT, height, and again WEIGHT, weight, and click enter. So that no, it will keep only these two variables. So show is option will be used to just display the variables in your data set. Right? So by using this particular search bar, we can just play with your data sets and play with your the throughout SAS. But unfortunately, it is bit ignored, not completely ignored. So it's a bit less useful in real time. So because in Windows version of your SAS, if you are using it without writing these particular statements and options in this particular sets, we can able to control your data set. Just imagine I want to do the same thing again. So what I can do is, see, earlier I used to write the conditions and all here, right? What I can do is simply go here, go to data, click on hide and unhide, then you just hide all the variables. What variables you want to show? One is height, so you just show it, and second one is weight, you just show it and click enter. That's it. Without writing this particular show and all, you are getting it. And apart from that, in a class dataset, earlier I have done one more also. So let me just open class dataset. So there are females information with age greater than 14, or we want it. So without writing this particular code, what we can do is, in this particular Windows version of SAS, right click on it, click on where. So sex wise, there are many data informations here. So sex equal to what I want it, only female information, I need it. So and what I want it, so age greater than 14, I need it. So click OK. Can you see this? So without writing this particular program here, we can easily control it by just selecting some options here and there. So don't worry, we are going to talk about in detail on the 12 in the conditional statements and operators. When we are talking about, we will see in detail. For a while you try to understand, either we can use this particular search, or else you can use a manual options also, it will work. But this search option is very important in your Unix version of SAS. When you are working with a Unix version, you don't have a chance to click on where and keep and hide and all. So mostly you need to manage your data set with this particular search option with writing all the commands. Sometimes if you don't want to you want to close your SAS, just imagine you simply say by here, so automatically SAS will be get closed. If you write it, see, it is asking me, do you want to close this particular enhanced editor? So do you want yes, no? So if you say yes, it will be get stored. Then it will ask me where you want to store this particular output. Otherwise, what happen, I'll keep it today's practice. Done. SAS session is got closed because I have used an option called by. Automatically it will just close the SAS. So if you wanted that again back, so what you can do is you just open SAS first of all. So once SAS software is got open, now go to your, so here is one more icon called open program. So you click on open program, then you can open the program where you saved. The program I saved it today is today practice. You just open it. There you can see that the program what you have written, it will be there. So first of all, let me just explain from this icon. So now you know that a search option, what options we can do with search. And second one is here, your new. What is the new? If I click on new, so that another window will open. See, right now you are at one window, that is your today's practice window. So if I click on new, another window will open. So actually, what is the purpose of this windows in real time? Imagine you are doing a programming with your software today, and your colleague came to your desk and asking some questions, so that to explain something to him, so you open some more or else one more window, then you can explain the things what is required to him, and you can explain and you can close it. And so that what happen, your program will be still as it is. Okay, there is no change in your program, so you cannot disturb, you should not disturb your program at all, but still you can able to open a multiple windows. Or else imagine in your real time when you are working one project, so they have given a reference program to you. So the reference program also you want to keep open, and the new program what you are writing also you want to open. Very simple. If you want to open the reference program, go to open program. Imagine they have given a reference program for my project. So daily is the reference program they have given, just imagine. So you just open the reference program in another editor, and you're currently writing program in one editor, so that you want to check it. Okay, what program you have written earlier, you can check it and you can copy if required from this particular window to here, and you can paste it also. That is possible. So by using this particular new option, or else control N option is used to create a new editors. You click on new, then automatically new editor every time will come up. Anyone have any questions until here? Please speak out. So Deepak, Dhanashri.
Oh, no questions.
Right. So able to follow me, right? So am I fast? Just let me know if I'm fast.
Yeah, I'm able to follow.
Thank you. So remaining also Frank, Colonel, Priya, Ratna, Sharif,
I've been able
Vicky.
to follow.
Yeah,
I'm okay, thanks.
right.
I'm smiling.
Good. Thank you. So now you see this. This is your new option, so that no new editor window will open. Apart from that, if you want to open the program, what is the open program? Imagine today you have written your program. You want to save this particular program. So how I can save? I click on save option, then automatically it will ask me where you want to save. But unfortunately, this particular program is already saved. If I'm clicking on save, automatically it's saved into the today's practice. What I will do is I'll copy this particular program for a while. Let me open my SAS again. Open. Yes, imagine. So today I opened this particular SAS and I have written some program like this. So now if I want to save it, so then how I'm going to save it? You just use an option called save option. Once you click on the save, then it will ask me where you are interested to save this particular program. That's up to you. You can choose any of the drive. In real time, what happen, you may have a server locations. So like that is also like a desktop. You see a C drive, D drive and all, but that is a virtual computer, not a general computer of yours, because most of the client work you will work under with virtual computer only. Virtual computers in the sense, as you already know, that once you log in with your credential like a username and password, there you can able to say a separate desktop for you. So there you have a SAS and all the stuff whatever is client is sharing with you, you can able to see that. So imagine in the virtual desktop you can also see like desktop libraries and all. So then you decide where you are interested to save it. So actually in real time we have a project folder, separate folder. So in that folder we usually save all the files or programs whatever is required for our project. So we'll go for today. So desktop, within a desktop there are many files. I'll go for new folder 15. I want to store my program here in the new folder 15. So when I'm just storing here, I need to give some name here. So the name I can give any name, that's not a problem. But good practices in real time, what you have to do is you must have to uh, specify your program name without having space, plus don't write any special characters. So let's see, your program name is right, so you're producing a demographic table. So right, how you write it? So demo. Okay, so if it is a table, it is creating a table of your program, then write it t underscore demo underscore table. So that what happened, so if you save the program like this, see, it is just giving a meaning. So like you are producing a demographic table information by using this particular program. So the programming naming convention should be easy, so that somebody looking into your program also, they should have aware that yes, this program is working to create a demographic tables. So like that it will just give a feel. So that's the reason why we always need to follow a GPP, good programming practice. So the program is creating a table, the table name is demo, so is using it here. And while saving it, you can save it and automatically you can see the extension of this particular file is .sas. So that means in Word every file have some extensions. Suppose you imagine if you are listening some good video, it's a .mp4 is a extension. Sorry, you're watching good video, it's a .mp4. If you are listening some music, .mp3. You're reading some book, it's a .pdf. You're typing some document, it .doc. If you are opening a notepad, .text. Like that in Word every file have some extension. Is the same way even SAS program file also have some extension. The program file extension is nothing but .sas. Once you get a job and they have given a bulk of files to you, you want to identify what are all the SAS program files. Very simple. The names which are ending with .sas extension, all are comes under your SAS program files only. So I'm just using this particular option called save. Then I'm just saving into my new folder 15. So immediately what happened, once you save it, instead of just a editor window, the name, automatically it will be turned into a demo table. So now you go there onto your desktop. So in your new folder, right? So you just go there, desktop. So go to the new folder 15. So there you can see that the data set, so that is your the program, it just got saved here. So if I want to open tomorrow, what I can do is I need to use an option here. So imagine you close it, go to open file and open program, then use an option demo table program. You want to open it, yes, you just open, and this is how it looks like, right? So either you can use Control S, or else you can just use an option called save also, or else you want to save this particular program as a different name. Suppose imagine client has given this program to you as a reference. You should not do any modifications or changes to this program. Definitely you have to save this particular program in a different name. So that no, I cannot overwrite my existing program of client. So if I want to save this particular program with a different name, so then I'll go to file, click on save as, then it will ask me what name you want to save it. Okay, my name is t_demo table 1 or something like that. I want to save it. Yes, I can save it. So that this is how it's got saved, right? So you already know right now. So we can use a new option. You can open the program, you can save the program. And one more, if I want to print, you can print the program like this, but we never ever do a print in real time, because all the programs and data what we are just dealing with all are confidential information. So mostly we never ever take a printout until unless something is demands you from your organization, so that you need to have a proper approvals to do a printout. Otherwise it's a punishable offense in real time. So you need to make sure not to take any printouts or anything. So yes, sometimes from your meeting, few of the things you want to showcase to your other colleagues or something like that as a presentation. So yes, you can take a printout by using this particular printer option. So automatically it will get to in your printer, and then this particular program will be get printed. And print preview, before printing this particular program, you want to see that how the preview appearing. So on your A4 size sheet you can see that, but these two options are completely ignored in real time. We never use it in our throughout life. And apart from that, there is one more symbol called scissors. What is this cut symbol? Imagine there is a cut paste and copy paste. I think most of you already know that. What is cut paste? You select the program and you just use right click and cut it. So that means it is deleted from here. Now you want to paste it, then use this particular option. It is pasting. You want to paste it again one more time, paste it again one more time, paste it again one more time, paste it, like that. So cut paste means it is just cut the data from that particular, cut the program from that particular place and pasting into a different positions again and again. Yes, that is possible. So copy paste and cut paste. So this is cut paste. What is copy paste? Nothing but, see, these many times you return your program which is not required to me. So then I'll use an option called undo, so that it's roll back. If you want it the same program again required to you, then Control Y, that means redo. Control Z for undo, Control Y for redo, Control C for copy, and Control X for cut, Control V for paste. Right? These are all the shortcuts. Right? If I want to see, imagine I'm using Control C from my keyboard, then I'm just pasting it. So I can paste like this. I can paste it. So I can edit it, the programs like this. Okay, this program name is Naidu, and another program name is Naidu 1, another program is Naidu 2, another program is Naidu 3, or something like that. I can make it. So I can run all the programs in a single attempt, and now you can see that. Go to your libraries and work library, you can see all the data sets, Naidu, Naidu 1, Naidu 2, and all the data sets you can see it as single attempt. Yeah, that's possible. So we can able to create like this, and you can copy and paste. If you don't want these actions to be created, then you just go for Control Z, Control Z, Control Z, and Control Z. And sometimes you return an ID is a capsulator, or else maybe client is interested the total program to be appear in the form of capsule letter. How we can make it? Very simple. Select the total program, Control Shift U, so that everything into the upper cases. So if you don't want everything in upper cases, then again Control Shift L, everything into lower cases, right? Control Shift U and Control Shift L, so changing the values into uppercase and lowercase. And sometimes while executing the program, you don't want this particular proc step to be run, but at the same time I don't want to remove also. Imagine you have 1,000 lines of code. In that 1,000 lines of code, around 10 lines of code you are not using it, because that particular 10 lines of code, maybe it's not solving your purpose for a while. In future that is definitely required. So what we do in that time, we will comment that particular 10 lines of code, how to comment and what is comment and what is the purpose. So generally if you are not commenting or anything, default the 10 lines also will be executed. Sometimes it may cause some issues, or maybe sometimes it may not cause some issues. Maybe you can see some not required output, you may generate it, right? So in that case what we can do is we can comment those lines. So that means that particular piece of program will be with us, but once you execute, it won't execute the 10 lines. So how we can do that? By just mentioning control with question mark, select the piece of lines where you don't want to run it. So I'm in this case I'm interested to just not to run this particular 2 lines of code. So I'm just selecting it, then I'm using an option control with question mark, so it's just got commented. Whenever you see something in a green color lines, that means this particular program is just commented. Even though you execute your program, don't expect your output in output window. There is no errors, you just go there and check it, there is no error. Still you are not getting output in output window, because we just what I can say, we just masked it, we just stopped it not to execute this particular piece of lines, right? So that there is no chance to execute it, and finally the output you won't get it. So see, in real time, imagine this particular piece of line is again required for your real program, then you do control shift with L, so that no undoing control shift with question mark, so that undo comments, and then you can execute your program, then it will work. Whenever you see something in your program with a green color, that particular lines of code will not be executed by default. Or else either you can manually give a comments like this. Okay, yes, you can manually also type it like this, you can manually also type, or else you can give control shift with question mark, or control with question mark, or control shift with question mark. You want to undo comments, you just write control shift with question mark. And one more, there are certain situations you want it only one line, not the multiple lines, only one line not to be executed. Then what you can do is you just mention the star, that's it. So star with semicolon, this is also another way of commenting it. So there are 3 ways of commenting. One is with control with question mark, slash with star, and again slash star with slash, that is comment. Or else you just mention star with a line, only this line is commented. Again run line is not commented, it still work. So this particular line only will get commented if I write if I mention the start here. So what is the purpose of this comment line in real time? Imagine you written some program and you have done some actions over there, so then the comment line should tell that exactly what you have done in your program. Suppose you written a program to import some external data into SAS environment, so that is all the new patient's information. Then your comments line should be importing of external data for a new patients, so that no, when somebody is looking into your program, this particular step why you have written, they'll get to know that. So writing a comment line is always a good practice. So GPP role, so that is your good programming practice, always writing a good comment before starting your program, so that behalf of you, or else maybe absence of you, somebody else is looking into your program, they'll be in a situation to understand each and every line what you have written. So that is a use of this particular commenting lines. So, and apart from that, so you have control what I can say, control cut, so that means cut, copy, paste, and undo, and all you have done. So if you want to set something, imagine I'll open a big program, I'll go for Google Drive, SAS project, I'm just trying to open some program, so that no. Imagine this much a big program you have written here. Okay. Now you want to know that where I have calculated mean, proc mean, where I have written, I don't know. So I want to know that in this particular around 300 lines and all. So if you want to do that, just give a control F, then automatically it will ask me to search it. What I want to search, I want to search what I want it mean. I have written where I need written a proc mean, so I'll write it directly, write it mean. I want to search it, click find next. Yes, I written here proc means is the step I have written here, so I can able to find out. And again find next. Is there any other place you written mean here, here? So there are many places I have written a mean, so yes, I can able to find out. And one more, if I find any data set, suppose imagine, is there any data set written with a name as a KK? Suppose here I'm just using control H. Control H is nothing but replace. So find and replace. I want to find out wherever you have written a dataset KK and replace that KK dataset with NIDO. So replace it where it is. Yes, data KK you have written, instead of KK you want to replace with NIDO. Click on replace, then automatically it will be get replaced. And again one more time, yes, replace. That's it. There is no more values here. So it will be just replaced your values by using find. That is your control H, control F for find, control H for find and replace, right? So and apart from that, here new library and explorer window, I will leave it for a while. Why? Because when I'm talking about explorer window in detail, we'll just go there and learn there. And running boy like a symbol, so we use this particular symbol, as you already know that we can submit your program and then we can execute it, so that all the programs will be get executed in our SAS. So that's possible, right? That you already seen. Or else you have written some programs here but you don't want to keep that program with you anymore, then you can use an option called clear. So once you click on clear, automatically you're clearing all the programs what you have written. Either there are two ways to clearing your program. One is you can select it and then you can delete it, or else you can select it and give a backspace of yours, it will just delete it. So that's up to you what you want to use it. Right, so here, so we can use an option to clear, or else you can use a backspace to clear all. And one more, in this particular break option, what we can do is, suppose you written some program, I'm just writing it, so here I'll just write the program like this. So what I'll do is, I'll not give a run statement here. Okay, just imagine I forget to give a run statement, I'm executing the program now. So once you execute it, what happened? You can see that the proc print is running. So that means it is not stopping. Because of your run statement, you forget it, the program is keep on running. It is not executing out. So what happened, the issue is, I forget to write a run statement. Then I realized it, so I have not written a run statement. So this type of programs, you want to stop it in the middle itself without executing. Then you can use an option called break. So break is nothing but once you click on it, then it will ask me what you want to do. Do you want to submit the cancel the submitted statement? Click yes. So you do want to yes. See the cancel submitted statement, whatever the program you have written, you want to stop it, yes, you stopped it. Or else unexpectedly you clicked on it, then you want to cancel this particular submitted statement. First dialog, second dialog is nothing but cancel this dialog. So because unfortunately you clicked on this particular icon, so that this particular task manager is open, you want to close it, yes, you close it. Or else you want to really terminate your SAS, terminate in the sense, so it will close the SAS session for today. So click on this particular SAS and click OK, then automatically SAS system will be get terminated. So that is a use of an option. This is called break. This break symbol, we use it whenever some programs are not responding to you. Imagine you written a program that usually need to be executed within a 5 minutes of time. After 15 minutes, 20 minutes and 30 minutes of time also, still the program is keep on getting executed. Then you realize that okay, there is something wrong with your program, you want to correct it, then you want to stop that particular action which is going on. So then you use this particular option called break, and once you click on the break, automatically it will stop that executed program. So then you can edit it and modify it, and you can rerun the program if required. So break is the symbol we use mostly when we are dealing with loops, right? So we will see in day 13th class in detail so how it will work. And there is one more icon called book color icon. So that is, your book is nothing but it's a SAS help documentation, so it doesn't require any internet or anything. If you want to see some syntax, how to write and all, what you have to do is generally just click on this particular help documentation. Then it will take a bit of time, not completely more time, it will take some time. See, this is your SAS help documentation. So you want to know that how to write your program, how to start with your SAS and all. So you can see that. You can see there are steps wise all the programs one by one what to write. You can able to see in this particular help documentation all the programs, right? So if you don't know how to write a chord statement, just write it chords and click enter. So how to write a chord statement, they clearly explain in this particular program, data line statement or chord statement. Can you see now? See, the program is written for your chords or data line statement, how to write it. So you can able to see, and you can able to copy paste the program, and then you can work on it. Got it? So this help documentation sometimes useful. I can say most of your organizations is having access to the Google. So I can say better than this particular SAS self documentation, go for a Google. You will always find the best result and which is suitable to you. Because you remember one thing, you are not the first person, or else you are not the scientist. You're just generating some issues or something like that. Imagine there are some people having the same issue in the world. They already raised and they already produced some concern for the same, so that there will be a resolution in the online always available. So you have to make sure to find out, but don't search for each and every small thing also in online. You won't get it. If you think that the error is completely weird, you don't know how to fix it, then you type that particular error what you're facing it and copy it from the log and paste it in Google. So automatically you will get it, the proper issue where exactly happening and all, with a proper explanation. So the SAS communities website, communities in the sense all the SAS guys who are all working and who are all experienced, who are all specifically working for this resolving issues and all. So there are some forums which is available in the Google itself. When you are searching also, those forums only get it for top. So you can see your result, what exactly happening and all. And if you want, you can ask the question also to them, right? In the particular training period of mine, yes, I always available. After training also I'll be always available. Still there are some situations you want to raise a concern about a particular program or something like that, you can always write it in the forums which is already there in the SAS website, official forums, so that you can get 1 or 2 days, so within a business days you will get a reply with the issue what you are having with, right? So this is all about your edited window, how you can write the program and how we save and how we done. And can you just see into my edited window, the T underscore demo table 1, is it got saved or not saved? How you say? Is my program got saved?
No, it's not saved.
No,
How can you say it's not saved?
Because asterisk sign is there, right?
Right, you're right. So there will be a small asterisk sign, it's appearing here. This resembles your program is not saved. Then you just give a control S, then automatically this particular star mark is gone. Imagine you're writing the program in real time, you want to go for a tea or coffee or something like that with your colleague, so then you want to save the program. So then you want to know that whether this particular program is saved or not. When you give a control S, automatically the star mark will go off. Suppose imagine if I click even one enter, I clicked on enter, so then again the star mark came into picture. Because is there any unsaved changes with your program, the star mark always appear. Once you click on save, then automatically star mark will go off. I hope I'm clear. Anyone have any questions? Am I clear to all?
Yeah,
Yes.
I have a question about the formatting of the program itself. In terms of, you mentioned something I think the other day about submitting programs, I guess, to a client or to the FDA. So in terms of variables and the keywords for uppercase, lowercase, or prop case, or indentation, is there a certain standard that they want usually?
Yes. So all the variable names should be in a caps letter in your data. All the variable names should be caps letter. The program, you write it in a caps letter or small letter is fine. So mostly we write it with the small letters only, all the program. But the variable names, once you save it in your data set, you see, and go to your age wise data set. Okay, now go to your Explorer window, work library. Okay, it's work library. 91 you created. Can you see the variable names are small letters right now? Can you see this? This should be in a caps letter. This is standard. You have to follow. Except that there is no separate rules like definitely it should be caps letters or small letter, nothing like that. So you can write your program in a caps letters or small letter, but the indentation is must. So the proc step should start from see the run step exactly need to be start immediately to your run statement. Proc step exactly this one, and as well as run step you have to write it here. Got it?
Okay.
Yeah. Right. So then it's follow the GPP. So this is all about for today. So explaining about editor window with the different options of what I have just covered. Right. So in the last class, we just learned about like so what are all the different windows we have in SAS. In the each window wise, we have seen like mainly editor window. We have seen options like a new what I can say, save, open, print, print preview, and running boy like a symbol, and as well as a break and all. So we have seen. So now we will move on to the next concept, like what are all the things you will see in log window and output window, explorer and result, we will see. For that, first of all, let me just open SAS. Right. So now right. So we'll write a simple program. So data, your data set name. So you can write the data set name. I'll go for Naidu and semicolon. So input, I'm just specifying my column names, like X is one column, Y is one column, Z, semicolon. So there I'm just writing cards. So I'm writing it the value. It's 100. So 200, 300, and again I'm writing 300. So here maybe 400, 500, and 600. I'm just writing it. Click here, semicolon, and run. I'm just writing it. So that's okay. So if I'm just executing this program, what happened? So you just clear your log. See, this is just a log window. So once you run this particular program and execute it, so now it's done. So what happened, we don't know. So what we need to do, we need to check in your log. So log is the window, actually we use it for checking off your errors and warning messages. So now what happened, you just go there and check it. See, log is not saying anything, but still there are some messages in your log. There are two types of colors you can see in your log. So one is your blue color one, and second one is called your black color one. So the blue color one, we call it as in it's a notes of your program, and the black color one is called source. Source is nothing but whatever the program you have written, so that is your source, and the blue color one is all notes. So what is the difference between these two? The blue color one is talking about how many observations we have, that means how many rows we have, how many variables we have, and how much time it took to execute this particular program, and all those stuff you can see in your note message. Where coming to the source message is just talking about from the top to bottom all the program whatever you have written, so it is just displaying. So that is the difference between so these two. Actually it is not causing any issue or anything, but in real time whenever you run any program, default it will be get displayed. Okay, so now the issue is here, you can see, so two messages, that's completely fine, there is no issue on that. But imagine if I'm just doing some mistake here. Instead of cards, imagine I try to spell it as a card. I know that it's a spelling mistake, but unfortunately I don't know, because I have around 100 lines of code, but exactly I don't know where exactly I have done the mistake. So I thought of just running my program. When I'm just clicking on running the program, so now I just executed. So what happened? Even I too don't know that. So what I have to do is go to your log and then you check it. So what you can see right now. Earlier we see only two colors, one is black and blue, but now it is one more added. So the one more added one you can see, that is called green. So the green color message we call it as it's a warning. So what is warning? Nothing but whenever you have written a program, so whenever you have an issue, a minor issue, I can say that it's a completely issue, so that no it will stop your execution of the program, so that no you can't able to create a data set and all. Go to your libraries and work library, so there you can see that the Naidu data set has created. There is no doubt in that creating a data set. But what is this warning is talking about? Warning message is just mainly for so to know that there are some some what I can say, so ignorable messages, I can say. Sometimes, not all the times, the warning messages. So warning message right now it's a bit ignorable, because you see that assuming symbol cards was misspelled as a card, so that SAS is just alerting us, so there is a spelling mistake in your program. But SAS is working, so that it is not completely stopping because of spelling mistake, the program is not executing or something like that. No, it's not that. So it is just a spelling mistake, but SAS will continue. So that's the reason why it's giving a warning. So how important this warning before submitting your report to your client or manager and all? You need to make sure whenever you are submitting your report, the log should have only notes and notes and source messages only. You should not have any errors, you should not have any warning messages. So if you want to get rid of this particular warning message, so you have to make sure to write a statement here saying it so cards. So once you mention it's a cards and execute the program now and run it again, and now you can see that the new data set has just got created. So now you can see that everything is gone. So earlier we used to get a warning message, but now you don't have any warning message, and now you can see that and new data set is just created. X is a value and Y is the value and Z is a value. You are getting it. Fine, clear? Any questions? So what is warning is nothing but warning is sometimes if you write a spelling mistake, sometimes if you forget to write a semicolons and all, so you will get the warning. So because of the warning, you don't expect the complete output will be stopped of creation will be stopped or something like that. So it will work, there is no doubt in that. So but with minute what I can say, so that means it's not completely correct. There are some issues in your program, or maybe there are some issues in your output also sometimes. Okay, but right now it's a small output, you may not see that what exactly the differences are. But imagine if you are working with 1,000 lines of code, so if you see some warning messages, you should not trust on your output at all, even though the output is created. So don't trust on it. So you need to make sure to have error free and warning free of log, right? And one more, imagine I'm just writing it, okay, I misspelled and I just corrected it. I'm writing a program here saying it a proc means So I'm writing it. Proc means procedure. Print means I'm just printing it. Data equal to my data set name. I'm writing it. It's an IDO and semicolon and run. Actually, I forget to put the semicolon after my IDO. Imagine it's a small mistake when comparing with earlier one. So when I try to execute the program and run it now you can see it's not giving you output. That means, so it's, see, earlier at least the dataset has created and you can see that NIDO dataset in your work library. There is no doubt in that. But right now when I try to execute the program and run it now, so what happened? It is not executing, means not giving any output or anything. Let's see what happened, what mistake I have done. You can see that there is one more color called red. So there is red color. Whenever you see a red color, it's a completely a syntax error. So what is the syntax error? Expecting one of the following. SAS is expecting either semicolon or comma in this particular place. So maybe it's not giving exactly the, okay, after your NIDO statement you forget to give a semicolon statement or something like that. No, it will give the 85% correct issue where exactly the issue is. See, it is highlighting near to your run statement. What is the near to the run statement? What is the before statement near to run? That is your proc print data equal to NIDO. You forget it. See, these are all the possible options what we can write it with this particular space. So that means in this particular, after NIDO you can write double, OBS, heading, label, NOBS and all. But right now I'm not going to in detail about all these options what we do. But yes, so here we forget a semicolon so that it leads to a syntax error. Imagine instead of data, if you write a spelling mistake as a, imagine you corrected this one. So instead of data you make it as a DETA. Okay, now you execute the program and run it. Once you execute the program and run it, can you see that? So X and Y and Z is the 3 columns. You are getting it. Go to the log. So what happened? It's again spelling mistake. So assuming symbol, data was misspelled as a data. So something like this. Okay, instead of proc, you just give it a rock. Okay, just give it like this. So once you execute it and run it, now you can see that it's a completely SAS not able to recognize, statement is not valid or it's used in out of proper order. So SAS is not getting it what exactly you have mentioned. If the statement is not correct, even though the statement is not correct, we don't know what exactly, maybe you have not written that particular statement in a proper order, right? So these are the 4 messages you need to keep in mind. One is notes, source, error and warning. So these 4 types of colors you can see in your log. If you want to clear your log, you just use an option called here, click new. So click on new so that all the log whatever you have created as of now will be get cleared. So then you have to rerun your program one more time so that you can get a fresh log and you can submit your report. And guys, remember one thing, if you are going for any interview for giving a exam, so interview giving exam in the sense they will a written test. Okay, if you are going for a written test for a SAS programming job, so they will give a SAS software to you. They may give a one task to you. So once you are just start writing a task, so that means start typing your program and all, after few seconds later, maybe few minutes later, as you are a human being, so definitely we do some mistakes. So what happened in this case, the mistakes will be automatically logged out, right? So everything is getting logged. So after finishing the task, maybe you have done with your task successfully, but you haven't cleared your log, the earlier logs. So then what happens, when somebody is looking into your program, first they look into your log. So what type of errors you faced it, then how you overcome that situation. Suppose if you are writing a small thing like a small mistake, and then you are trying to spend a much time on just fixing a small issue, so they may doubt you, so doubt on that particular task, or maybe they may doubt on your skill set and all. So what you have to do is, once they have given it, so and you have finished your task, you clear your log, everything fresh, all the log whatever you have it. So just go to your log and you can give a control E, or else control E means it's erase, or else you can go there and use this particular option. Either of option you can use it. You just erase all the logs whatever you have generated, and the fresh program. Suppose just imagine earlier I got an error, but now I error fixed right now. So I'll select it and run it, so that now you can go there and check my log. Okay, I have not fixed it. Data DETA. So first I need to clear my log again. So freshly generate log one more time, then go to log. That's it. Now send this particular program report or in whatever it is to client, or maybe your team lead, or maybe the person who is giving a task to you. So they will, you no need to send for them. If you just leave your computer as it is, so that they'll take access of your computer, and they'll see how you perform the task, what log messages, and how you fixed and all, right? So make sure, don't judge someone by looking into your log. Okay, yes, we do a mistakes, but write a program and erase everything at last before submitting the report to the client. Is anyone have any questions on this? Yes, please. Guys, I'm just asking you because I'm into a limited internet connection. I have an issue, and I have a fear of always that maybe the internet is got disconnected or something. Can you just confirm that someone, so you
No,
people are
no
connected?
questions.
Ah,
No
good.
questions.
Yeah, I've
Thank
got
you.
one question.
Yes, please.
Regarding the warnings,
Ah.
so is it correct to say that if you get a warning, it will never stop? If you only get warnings, one or more warnings, it will not stop execution of the full program?
See, it's a ignorable warning message. You see, there are two messages you see. One is DATA. So instead of DATA, I have written DETA, right? So SAS thinks that it's correct. And one more, so we're coming to the cards. So I misspelled it as a cards. So I written a spelling mistake there. SAS can correct it. But it's the same time, instead of proc, I written as a RROCK, right? RROC. So there what happened? So SAS is not completely recognizing. That means whatever the system defined options, when you are writing here and there, SAS can able to understand until it's a blue color. Whenever it is in a red color, definitely SAS won't able to recognize. Yes, warning messages will not stop with this type of issues. In real time, whenever you have a warning, so mostly it will stop your output. Even though output is created, don't trust on that particular output, no matter what. Okay, is it executed or not executed or all. So if you want to become a good SAS programmer, what you have to do is you execute the program, check your log. Until unless log have any issues, either warning or any error message, then only you check your output. Until that, don't trust on the output. This is just a basic funda. First of all, yes, sometimes if you have a warnings also, it will be get executed, sometimes it won't.
Okay, because I recall seeing in the SAS certification book I have something about if you get a warning, does it stop execution of the program?
It will continue for next program's execution if it is a warning. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Right. So guys, and one more, if I want to save this particular log, why to save a log? What is the purpose? In real time, so whenever you are submitting your reports to client, so you have to submit your log also. So what this log will do, this is the proof, that is, this is the proof based on this particular program you generated this log. Log is exactly the proof. You haven't have any errors or warning messages and all. And not only just a proof of your submitting your reports to FDA or someone else. So it is just a proof of your reviewer also. What is reviewer? Who is the reviewer? So reviewer also a SAS programmer. Just imagine we are right now as a team around 15 members in this batch right now I'm talking with. So imagine we work on the one project. All the 15 members we working on the one project. I'm a trial programmer. The person who is just leading the study, so or else leading the project is the trial programmer. So you people all are support programmers. So there are around 100 outputs to be generated. So all the 100 outputs divided into 10, 10, 10, 10, 10 each. So that what happened? So Frank do 10 and Karuna do is going to 10 and Priyanka 10, like that. All the 10 members just having a 10 outputs to be generated. So whatever Frank has generated and will give it to Karuna. So Karuna, whatever she generated, she'll give it to Priyanka. Priyanka, whatever is generating, so give it to the Randeep. That means programmer is a tester is a programmer in SAS programming field. So there is no testing team, or else there is no reviewing team or no QC team. You will be a chance sometimes to working as a programmer. You will be getting a chance in real time. Sometimes you're working as a validator. So we call it as a validator also. So that's, again, SAS programming job is only one thing you need to know. Sometimes you will get it a programming job, sometimes you will get a reviewing job, that is your validating job. Clear? Questions in this? Right. So log, so somebody is looking into your log. Suppose you must imagine maybe Frank is looking into Karna's output. So mostly he need to look into the Karna's log also. When Karna's log, when he is looking on it, so definitely he should have only notes and notes and sources only. You should not have any errors or warning messages at all. So if he finds something, so that immediately write a mail, or maybe there will be a Excel sheet, we call it as a issue tracker. So in that issue tracker we will mention it, okay, this particular output have this issue and I find out. So can you just rerun your program and fix the issue and rerun the program and do let me know. So that she need to rerun and she need to get rid of that particular warning. Then so we need to send it back to Frank, so that Frank will review again. And imagine, what if Frank also misses that? So imagine Frank is reviewing it. So unfortunately, Frank missed that particular point, what she has done the mistake. So that I'm a trial programmer. I'm the it's like a gateway for submitting all the report from my end to some other persons, right? So definitely, so what I'll do is I'll also double check. There are some standard macros with me, so that what happen, that macros, it will read all the logs into SAS environment, so that it will check is there any errors or warning message. Not only one program, the total folder containing around 100 programs logs also I can check in a single attempt by just using some macros, right? So then I'll take a confirmation that there is no errors and there is no warnings. Then I'll submit reports to the higher authorities, right? Understand how the log important. So log plays a important role in checking of errors and warning messages in real time, right? So if you want to clear, you just give a control E. And one more thing is the difference between your editor window and log window. When editor window, when I'm just clicking on it, if I'm just using an option called new, so that new window will open. But when I come into the log window, when I click on new, it will be just erased everything. So you just go there and check it. See, everything is get erased. You will not get it. So control E you can use it, or else erase you can use it, and you can option write it. What you can write it? Yesterday I also have informed. So clear. If you write a clear in this particular search and enter, it will be get cleared, this particular log. So this is all about log. And one more, when you are trying to save this particular log, okay, rerun the program again one more time. And one more I want to tell you here. See, I always select the program and running it. So why to select it? Without selecting, can I run the program? I can say yes. So the thing is, why to select it? Why not to select it? See, when I'm selecting it, that means I'm telling my SAS to just execute only this piece of lines. That means 1 to 10 lines only I'm just executing. Imagine if I'm not selecting, if I'm running it, what happened? Imagine in this particular program, around 1000 lines of code we have it. All the 1000 lines will be get executed. So in this particular program, if I'm selecting also, I'm not selecting also, is there any difference? Both also 10 lines of code only, right? So you can run it. But when we will select it and run it, when we have only huge lines of code, you want to run only piece of information, yes, then you have to select it. So without selecting also, I'm just running my program. Yes, I executed, so that editor window containing all the programs will be get executed, and now you can see that log. And now you want to save the log. How you're going to save the log? Go to file, click on save as. So then you can save where you want to save it. You just give a destination where you are going to save this particular log. I'm saving to my desktop, C drive, D drive. That's up to you, maybe in your project folder. So default guys, whenever you are giving an option called save, automatically it will give a location of where you want to save it in default in real time.
Suppose imagine logs to be saved into that particular X folder extension, so that automatically it will go there and save into that destination. It will open immediately, it will open like this. Then you can save, click on save, then you have to give a name. And when you are giving a name, so the log file also will have the same name of your program. Suppose my program name today I have created t underscore demo dot demo underscore table one or something like that. Imagine log also should be saved with the same name, because the program of this particular program name, this is the log, and the output also with the same name, right? So that no, it is easy for you to track it, what is the program, what is the log, and what is output. All three uh, what I can say, all three files in a one particular category you will have it, right, based on the name. So here also when you are saving it, so the file will be get saved with the name of .log. So what is the log? It's a log file extension. So log file extension in the sense, so in real time each file have some extensions, right? As I said earlier, the program files we have seen .sas. This is your log file extension. Log file extension is going to be .log is a log file extension. When you save this particular file to your desktop, okay, let me just save it as a UU onto my desktop. I'm just doing it. Go to my desktop, UU here, it is appear. Right click on it, go to properties, and there you can see that the file is .log is the extension it is showing. Can you see? UU is the file name, .log is the extension. You are getting it here. This is how the log file we just working on it in real time. So 4 messages are important: errors, warnings, logs, error, warning, notes, and source. Total 4 messages. Nothing more than that except from this 4. Good. So now we'll go for output window. Imagine if I'm running the program, data onwards up to run step, what happened? You won't get any output in output window. You can run the program, you can select it and you can run the program. Yes, I'm just running it, and go to the output. See, first of all, this clear the output also. This is my old outputs. So I'm just running the program and I'm expecting output to be created in output window. Unfortunately, I won't get the output. So what is the issue? What happens? The output won't be created. The reason behind that is the program what you have written is not enough. So what you have to do then? So you have to make sure. So you have to make sure to write it a step called proc. Until writing a proc, don't expect your output to be created. So proc means it's a procedure. Either you can write proc print, proc means, proc frequency, proc correlation, proc regression, proc univariate, proc gchart. Any procedures, if you write it, you can able to get your output, right? So I'm just writing it proc print. I'm writing it. So data equal to your dataset name. So the dataset name I'm just writing it. It's Naido, and I'm just using it run. So that no, if I activate it, or else if I run this particular line, that means if I execute only proc step, then you can expect the output in output window. So now I'm executing it. Yes, this done, and output is got created. Can you see that now? And now, so if you just carefully observe in your output window, a few things which we have not mentioned in our program, still you can able to see in your output window. The thing is, first one is OBS column. Actually, we have a X, Y, and Z is the only 3 columns, but there is no OBS column we have given on our input statement, but still the OBS column is appearing in your output window. The reason behind that is, so default, the OBS column will be displayed. So if you just open any MS Office Excel default, you can see the serial number will be appear in your left side of your columns. Is the same way default, whenever you execute any program, how many observations in that particular data will be get shown as a OBS column. And apart from that, the SAS system is the title you are getting it. Actually, the SAS system is the title I have not given by my own. So by default, whenever you execute the program, SAS default, the SAS system is the title, it will give it here. And one more, like a system time. So my computer day time is when I started my particular SAS session, so that it's a 6 o'clock 3 minutes or sometime like that in that time, so that while on my SAS, so that is the same time it is displaying. So day of my system, and as well as so the date, and as well as you can see 2019 as a year. And what is this 5? Why I'm talking about 5? What is this 5? Why it's appearing as a 5? It is your page number.
So whenever you just run this particular program, suppose just imagine I'm running the same program one more time, so that what happened, execute it. Now you can see that page number 6, you will get it. Each successful execution of your proc step leads to creating a new page in your output window every time. So you run the same program, let it be it's the same program, but if I execute the program one more time, so that new window will be open every time. Is it making sense? Yes, no? Questions? Right. So now what happened is, so you can clear your what I can say output also by just using an option called new, so that output will be get cleared. So that what you can do, you can rerun the program one more time, so that you can freshly create output if required, and you can print also if required, and you can save it also. When you are saving it, the file name is with the LST. So LST is the list extension, we call it as a for output file. So .sas for program files, .log for log file, .lst for your output file extension you can able to see, right? So you can save the log also, but this is like a text format of output. This is not a general output what we submit to your client. This is just like a text format. Imagine you are interested to produce the output in the form of a PDF or RTF document, so then you have to make sure to produce that by using a ODS concept of output delivery system. ODS means that we will talk about later for a while. So this is just a standalone, or else this is the default output when you are submitting to your client. It is in the form of .lst. So these are the 3 files extensions what we have in our output window. Is anyone have any questions on your editor, log and output? Any questions?
No questions.
Good. So now we will move on to the Explorer window, right? So Explorer window is the window. It is like a heart for a SAS. Let's see what options we have it in Explorer window. When you click on this particular Explorer window, see the Explorer window appear like this. So default you can see that libraries and file shortcuts and favorites and folders and this PC. So libraries is the key place where you can store your output in the form of a data sets. So in these libraries you just see mainly like you have all the libraries like SAS help, SAS user and work is the 3 default libraries we have. And apart from that, you can see file shortcuts and this PC and all. What is the important of this? What exactly important? Nothing actually. We never use it and we never touch it in our real time. File shortcuts and this PC and all, we will not use it in real time, but only libraries is the place we use it. In the libraries, mainly 3 libraries we have in our SAS. You need to remember SAS help, SAS user and work is the 3 libraries. So SAS help and SAS user is a permanent libraries and work is a temporary library. If you save something into the work library, so once you close the SAS session and open again, so that information will go off. You save something into the SAS help or SAS user, that is going to be a permanent. So this is the category of libraries, permanent and temporary. Work is a temporary and SAS help or SAS users are the permanent libraries in our SAS. Okay, so somebody calling me, just hold on a second. Okay, so right, so now here I'm just executing it. So proc print. Okay, SAS help and SAS user, right? See guys, whenever you run the program up to first line to up to 8th line, this is enough to just to create a data set. You just go there and go to your work library, new data set is got created. So with the name of so Naidu here, so just open it. So now you can see that X is 1 column, Y is 1 column and Z is 1 column. So there you have the data set is created. So this is a work library, is a temporary library, you know. So what is temporary? Once you close the SAS session and open again, this work library you will not see anymore. So work library containing a Naidu dataset you won't see anymore. It is just vanished like that. So if you want to store this particular Naidu dataset in a permanent, you have to make sure to save it in SAS user and SAS help. But unfortunately what happens, you know, the real time we never ever save any information in work library. So you have to mention which location to store this particular data. Suppose I'm interested to store it in SAS user, then you have to make sure to write it SAS user dot Naidu. So that means you are telling a SAS to create a a new data set. So that means you're telling a SAS to create a new data set named Naidu into the SAS user, so that no, it's a permanent. Once you save the program, see, I'm just running the program here. Yes, so now it is just saved in SAS user. Can you see that Naidu dataset is saved? What I can do is I'm just go to file, click on save my program. Otherwise, no, my program also will go off. So I'll give my program name as a 1. I'm just closing everything. See, you know that one dataset is created with the name of Naidu in work library. Another dataset also created with the name of Naidu in SAS user. Let's see which one is stay with us after closing my SAS session. I'm just closing my SAS session. Yes, everything is gone. So now let me just open my program. Right. So go to my libraries, work library. So work library containing Naidu dataset is gone. That is not there with anymore. So go to your SAS user. So in the SAS user, you can see that Naidu dataset is with us, right? So SAS user is a permanent. Once you save something into the SAS user, it will be permanent. So default, it will go for work library only. You have to mention where to store, right? So I'm just storing it here, right? So you are just storing into this particular location and execute the program and run it now. So you are just storing it now, work library. SAS user, you are storing it, it's a permanent. And I want to store it in SAS help. I said that there is a one more library with me, so that is SAS help also. If you are interested to store the information in SAS help, then you have to make sure to write it SAS help dot Naidu. So that what happened, I'm saving Naidu dataset in SAS help and execute the program and run it now. So now you will see a surprise error message in your log saying it user doesn't have appropriate authorization level for the library SAS help. What is that means? What exactly the difference is? Why we can able to store something in SAS user? Why not in SAS help? SAS help is a read-only access library. So read-only access library in the sense we can't able to store any information in SAS help. But if you just go there and check it in your SAS help, there are many data sets available. But how these data sets are created then? So the thing is, just hold on a second. Can you hear any noise like a sound or music? Yes, no? Is it?
No, I don't.
You don't? Okay, good. My mic is working like a charm. Fine. So here you can see that all the data sets. So the data sets you can see here, many data sets are here. It is because, see, one thing is very clear. If we are not able to create it into SAS help, how these data sets are created then? These data sets are created while installing a SAS in our computer. Okay, we are not doing it anything like a 111 dataset creation. It automatically gets saved by default. Once you install a SAS in your computer, SAS help is ready. Then what is the purpose of SAS help? Yes, by using a SAS help containing a dataset, you can use it for your purpose. You can write it proc print data equal to your dataset name. I can say it as a SAS. If I want to print it, SAS help dot, okay, LRIS, I want to print LRIS dataset. I want to print it. Yes, you can print it. So you can select it and you can execute the program now. Run it. Is it LRIS?
IRIS.
I think it's a I.
Ah, you're right.
It's I.
Yeah, you're right. Is it I? It is not L.
Seems like a I.
Okay, we'll see. RIS will write it. You're right, madam. See, so that information, if you want, you can use it for your practice or your while doing a practice and all. And not only that, so in this particular SAS help, there are some standard macros we will see in upcoming days. So how to use this particular standard macros, so what we have in our SAS help, right? But one thing is you need to remember, SAS help, we can't store anything. And one more, if you already using a university edition, okay, you cannot save something in SAS user also. If you are using a university edition, SAS user and SAS help is a restricted access to you. But if you are using a original version of SAS, this one, you can store something in SAS user also, right? So this is about your Explorer window. Mainly Explorer window libraries is the key place where you can store outputs in the form of data sets. So this is permanent once you store it. So if you want to store, you can mention where you want it. But in real time, what happens, you know, we not store the data like this, because imagine if I'm working on the project 01, we will save it in the SAS user today. If I'm just working on project 02, even I'm trying to overwrite the 01 containing project 01 files is going to be overwritten with project 02, which is not correct actually. So what we do is we try to create individual libraries by our own requirement. Imagine if you are working on a project called some X, so all the X data sets to be stored in your X library. Then go for writing it, creating a library as a lib name. After that, your library name, you're writing X, and in a quotations, you just mention the path. So now I'm just mentioning. I'm just mentioning the path. So I'll try to create a folder on my desktop. So I'm just creating a new folder. I will not change anything. What I will do is, somebody is asking me how to copy the path and all. So I think you just open the folder, then you just copy it like this. It will be going to be copied. Control C. You're just using it, and then you are writing it. Control V and paste. That's it. See, this is the creating a library. So now what happen if I execute this line of code? Lib name, that means I'm telling a library to be created, then the library name I just specified as a X, and then path I'm just giving it where to store this particular information. Execute the program and run it now. That is done. So that you just go there and X library is created. So here you can see that the library is X. If you store the information into your Naidu dataset into X, then you have to make sure to write it x.naidu, so that execute the program and run it now. The data will be get stored right now into your X library. This is permanent. Got it? So now you can store this information. That means ultimately what happened, it is storing there means, and automatically it is storing into this particular location also. The Naidu dataset stored into your desktop. See, it's just got saved to your desktop. There is no chance to delete it in future. Like that in real time, whenever we working on any projects, we try to create a libraries according to our project names. So this is how we do. Anyone have any confusion of creating a library name? Yes, no?
Naidu, I have a question regarding to your university edition library.
Yes, please.
If I'm not wrong, you just mentioned for this SAS studio, we have the one is the work library, another one is the permanent. So we can do it. So I'm clear with this part. But if any other organization they are using for university edition, if I am a SAS programmer and if I work on today and tomorrow when I'm going back to the office and I would like to, I just want to save it and I just want to create the library, permanent library like that. So if there is nothing like that, you just said there is no, we can save it or we don't have any libraries there.
First of all, yes, I understand what your question is. First of all, yes. So first of all, the university edition is a non-commercial version. Okay. So non-commercial version in the sense we can't use it for our financial generation things as a that is a compliance definitely. So nobody is going to use it in real time. Imagine, let's say they are using it. Okay. So if they are using it, we can create a server paths in the university edition by your own, like this one. So generally what I'm doing it right now. Name? Yes. So generally what I am just doing it lib name and I'm giving a path of my folder where it is on my desktop. Am I right? But in that particular university edition, what we have it is like a server paths we can give it.
Okay. I got you.
right? But same statement, same program will work there also.
Okay.
Yeah. Any questions? Good. So now go to your result window. So what is the result window is? Whatever the programs you are running in your editor window, all the programs you can able to see in your result window. I have closed the SAS session, otherwise I could have seen this particular many results. This is the first result which I have created. Like that I can see many outputs like this. How many successful execution of proc step, and those many times output will be generated. How many times of output is generated, those many times of your result will be there with you, right? These are all interrelated. So that means everything will be listed down in your result window, but we are nothing to do with anything with our result window. But yes, in real time, whenever you want to see that, I think earlier I executed one program, what is the values I got it earlier, so that you can easily navigate to the result window and you can see that what output you executed there, and then you can see that, right? So this is all about different windows in SAS. So about all the options and statements. So this is the fundamentals, huh? So mostly these fundamentals not covered by any books or something like that. So it's all based on the real-time exposure and practice only, right? Anyone have any questions? I just done for the day. Anyone have any questions? You can ask me. Right. Hello everyone. In the last class we just learned about what are all the different options we have in our editor, log, output, and explorer window. And now we will move on to another concept called fundamentals. So we will see all the fundamentals one by one. So that is my day 2 folder. So go to my documents, SAS tutorial, Uncle day 2. Right. So we will just talk about all the fundamentals. As of now, whatever we have learned, we will just correlate all into this particular class, so that so it is a day 2 of our folders wise. So let me just explain each and everything. So fundamentals in the sense, guys, we already learned like editor window, log window, output window, explorer window, all the options and how we use with this all the windows we have seen. And now SAS dataset. What is nothing but SAS dataset? SAS dataset is a specially structured file that contains data values. So SAS dataset is looks like a MS Office Excel we have already seen. Let me just open my SAS software. Right, so this is my SAS software. I'm just writing a simple program. So dataset name, I'm writing it class, and input statement, I'm just specifying it. So the values are SID, student ID, age of the person, and sex of the person, and then mentioning a $sign and semicolon. So I'm writing a statement called cards. Within a card statement, you are just specifying student ID 100, age of the person is so 78 or something like that, and go for sex male. Another person is 200. So maybe age of the person is 60 years and male or something like that. Just imagine, run, semicolon. Proc means, so up to here only I'll write it. Let's see. So data onwards up to run step I have written. This is a data step. The result of the data step, once you execute it, the data set will be get created. I'm just executing the program now, so that the data set has got created. Go to libraries and work library. You can see that the data set has saved with the name of red ball like a symbol. So you just open this particular icon, and there you can able to see that what information you have. But unfortunately what happens, I have not mentioned the space. I have. So each space is nothing but a new column. So now I'm trying to create it. So the column names here. So now you can see that SID is a one variable and age, and as well as sex variable wise you have the information. So SID wise and all. So this is a data set. So this is called a special structure of file. So this is called a data set. So in this data set, we have two types of categories. One is variables and second one is observations. Variables is nothing but the column names is called variables and rows are called observations. So even this particular data set is also divided into two types, the data type and as well as description type. So what is data type? The values which you have in the data set is your data type, and the values like SID, age and all. So this apart from that, how many variables we have, how many observations we have, when it is created, where it is created, who has created. So is this particular is this particular variable, how many characters we have, how many numerics we have, all the properties of this particular data set is comes under your description portion. So actually in SAS two types of portions, one is data portion and second one is description portion. So if you just zoom our what I can say data set, few things we will identify. Let's see. So this is a total structure of a data set. Last name, first name, job title and salary is comes under your variable names, and Tina, Jan, analyst 50,000 is one record, and Smith, Sprash, pilot and 60,000 is another record. Within this particular records itself, it's in around three variables we have it. So the three variable names are last name, first name and job title is comes under three variables, and one observation and so total four variables we have, and within that three variables are character variable, one is a numerical variable, that is your salary is a numerical variable. So this we can call it as a variable values, or else we can call it as a observations also. That's up to you. You can call it anyway. So we can call it as a variables, or else we variable values, or we can call it as observations. In general, we always go for observations. So it's like a instead of rows we call it as observations, instead of columns we call it as a variables. So to browse the description portion of the data, we need to use a procedure called proc contents. Yes, we already know that when you write a proc print, default it will print the output in output window. But if I want to know that all the properties, so what proc print will do, it will display the data portion of your data. But if you want to get a description portion of the data, then you have to go for a proc contents. So if you want to go for proc contents, then you need to make sure just write it the same program here what you have written up to run step. Just write a one more step. Proc means procedure. Let me just write print it first of all. Print data equal to my dataset name. I'm just writing it. My dataset name I'm writing it as a class here, and semicolon, and run statement. I'm just creating a new data so in my output window. So now I can able to run that. Yes, the output is just got created. So this is just a data portion. So what is inside of your data set, it is just displaying it. So that's fine. But if you want to get a description portion, so if you want to get the description portion, write it proc contents, 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 data equal to your dataset name. So the dataset name you need to write it, it's a class, and run statement I'm just writing it. So what this contents will do, it will browse the description portion of the data. So that means you can see there are a lot of properties of your data set, everything you will get in. So before explaining this one in detail, what I'll do is as a layman language, so if you want to know that, just imagine. So there is a folder on my desktop. Just imagine in this folder how many subfolders we have, how much of size of this folder, when it is created, where it is created, and all the properties. If you want to see, what you do, so you right click on this particular folder and go to properties. So go to properties, and then there you can browse all the description portion. See, it is created on your desktop and it has a size of 78 MB, and within that around 59 files we have, and one subfolder we have. It is created on Friday, August 23rd of 12 o'clock and all. So we are getting all the properties, right? It's the same thing. If you want to get a properties of your data set also, you can get it. So generally as a data set, when it's here, I can right click on it and I can go to the properties and I can see all the information what is there in the data set. But as a programmer, as I said earlier, so whenever you write a program, the program need to speak in behalf of you. So everything, so how the another person when behalf of you or maybe an absence of you, so when he is looking into the code where you written the code, to right click on it and go to the properties, and so that I can see all the properties of the data set. So that is difficult in a real time. We never ever do that. So in that case, what we do is we will go for so we will go for a proc content. So this procedure will give all the description portion of your data. So let's see what descriptions you will get it now. Execute the program. See, now you can get all the properties. So it is saying first one is dataset name, class dataset. It is saved in work library. Another one is it's a data type, version 9. Because my SAS version is 9 version, I'm just using it. Within that, my system date and as well as my system time, you can see that actually my system date and time, creation date and last modified date is same, because once I have created, I haven't done any changes to there. And apart from that, some other things like it's a Windows version of my SAS software. Within that, we have two observations in my data, around 3 variables in my data, and remaining things for a while you need to remember, no need to remember. So these are all those things. So that means all the properties of this particular data set. If you want, you can get it by default by writing a statement called proc contents. And apart from the one important thing is, so here you just understand the data set is appearing here in your work library. That means it is saving something into your desktop or C drive or D drive somewhere in your system location, right? So the system location you just see user Naidu app data, app local data, temporary files. So there it is just stored with the name of class.sas7bd18. So guys, it's very important. You need to remember this one. So whenever you see some files which is ending with the .sas7bd80, so you need to remember that. So it's a SAS dataset extension, right? So group of files or maybe bulk of files they have given to you. Within that, you want to identify only SAS datasets. So very simple. The names which are ending with the .sas 78bd80, so is the extension of your dataset. So this is all the information. By default you will get it. And apart from that, how many variables you have created, see age and sex and SID is created. But default what happened, it is just sorted based on my alphabetical order wise. Instead of writing alphabetical order wise, if you want to write the variables in a proper order, like a creation order wise, because SID I have created first and then followed by age and followed by sex I have created. That's the reason why the number of that particular values like a 2, 3, 1 or something like that, it will appear. But you don't want it in alphabetical order wise, the list of the variable. You need it based on your creation order wise. So in the proc content, so what you have to do is you just change this option. So instead of writing proc contents and all, you just write it what I say, var num is the statement. So var num is the statement is used to create variables in a number wise order. So that what happened, instead of alphabetical order of default, whatever you got it, so will be just going to be replaced with the new values. And now you can see that 1, 2, 3 you got it in a like a creation order wise. So this is the overall view of how the proc contents is working. And to get all the properties of the data set, you got it right now. Imagine guys, you want to this is for only one data set. So in my SAS help library there are many data sets available. I want to know the properties of all the data sets. So then what you do is write a proc contents data equal to, so we need all the properties of the data set, write it as a SAS help, so dot, and there you write it underscore all underscore, you just write it. So that's enough. What happened, so this will give you the properties of all the data sets which is there in your SAS help. Around, I can say around 70 to 80 data sets we have it in SAS help. You will get the properties of all the data sets, but it will take some time to execute one by one. But yes, see, it will take some time. It is just getting executed. See now what happened, all the properties of all the data sets. So this is the data set number name of underscore CMPADIEX underscore or something like that, the data set of all the properties. Again the data set of all the properties, everywhere you will get it by default, all the properties of all the data sets as an output. If required, you can get it.
And apart from that, while displaying it, you want to write a varnum statement. Write this particular statement so that no, all the variables while displaying the output, you see right now every data set is displaying the variables in a based on your alphabetical order wise. You see E first, and after that H, and after that I, P and U, or something like that. That means it is just sorting the data based on alphabetical order wise the variables are. So if you don't want in alphabetical order wise, you want to go for in a creation order wise, you'll go for a varnum statement. And apart from that, just imagine instead of client asking this information in the form of just output, can we just send this all the properties as a data sets? Yes, we can send this particular output as a data set if required. So if you want to do that, go to proc contents again. So instead of writing a varnum and all, so there is no use of a varnum right now. Do one thing, proc contents. So you write it out equal to, so that new data set you are creating it. My new data set name is anything I can give it. The name is, I'm just going for KK is a new data set name. If I try to execute and run the program, so the new data set will be get created, and at the same time the output also will be get created. But if you are not interested to save this see this particular output in output window, so you have to make sure to write a statement called no print, so that no, it is not allowing to print it, so that no, you will not see the output. But at the same time, what you can do, you can able to see, yes, it's done, the output is not created, but there is no errors and warning messages also. Go to your new data set, KK is just got created. You can see all the properties of all the data sets. So you see SAS help, we have AAACOMP is a one data set we have, and all the data set wise how many variables we have it. The variables are key and linono and local A and text and all. So these are all like a variable names in our data. So for that particular data set, like that, how many data sets we have in SAS help, and those many first of all, how many variables in each data set wise in SAS help, you will get the data set list. So that means all the observations list, you will get it like this. Can you see that? All the observations, whatever you have it in that particular data set, it's in around 16,845 variables we have it in our data set. Right, so this is the overall picture of your data set. So one thing is you need to remember, proc print is just displaying a description. Sorry, proc print is displaying the data portion of your data. Proc contents is just to displaying the description portion of the data. Anyone have any questions until here? Please speak out.
No questions.
No questions. Thank you. Any other questions from anyone? Good. So now I'll move on to the next concept. So here, so you know that how to browse the description portion of the data. So right, so the next one is, so some of the naming conventions we need to keep in mind while working with the SAS. What is this naming conventions? So the naming conventions are nothing but if I'm trying to create my dataset name as a class, it's an accepted name, there is no problem. If I write my dataset name as a one class, is it going to work? So let me just play with it. Suppose you created a dataset with the name of class and everything is fine. So if I'm writing data class is your dataset, instead of this, so I'm writing it a one class. So can we able to write it one class dataset? So data one class is your dataset and input SID, age and sex and code statement. Once you execute and run it, what happened? Execute it now, done. So go to log message, and log will throw an error saying it's syntax error expecting one of the following name. So SAS is expecting a name, not a numeric, because in your data set right now it is starting with a numeric, which is not correct. So the rule number one is you have to make sure the data set name must be start with a character or underscore. So any character, A to Z letter, any character, or else it must be separated with underscore sign. We have to get it right. That's a default. Okay, so now you're writing it as a dataset name as a one class. That's fine. So now I have another thing is I'm writing my dataset name as a MySpace class. Can we able to create a dataset name as a MySpace class? Will that work? Yes or no? If I run the program, will it throw an error? Oh
yes, create two data sets.
So yes, you're right. So in this case, what happened, you know, I'm interested to create my dataset name as my class is one dataset, but that is not working here. So once I execute, what happened, you know, you're right. Two datasets you will get it. One is my and second one is class is the two datasets you will get it. So I'm just executing the program now and run it so that two datasets are got created. So one is your my dataset and second one is KK dataset. So two datasets information you can able to see in your output window. Making sense? So that means it is not possible to create as a one, but you can able to create as a two if required. But the only thing is you just use a sign called underscore if required in real time. This is what how we do. So my underscore class, so that no, it is accepted name except underscore. There is no special character is accepted, but yes, underscore we can write it anywhere. My underscore class. Now if you write it and execute the program, so that new dataset will be get created with the name of my underscore class, which is perfect. Now you can see that. Good. So this is rule number 2. Rule number 3 is it can be uppercase or lowercase, any letters what you are specifying it. Suppose imagine data is the keyword. If I'm writing it, so Control Shift U with uppercases, then there is no problem. Dataset will work. Even not only that, the dataset name also you written as a uppercase here. My class as a uppercase, I'm writing it here. Control Shift U, so that uppercases. While printing it, just imagine I'm writing it proc print. So data equal to your dataset name. When I'm just printing it, I'm writing it as a my underscore class as a small letters if I'm giving it. No matter, so still the program will work. So that means the case sensitivity is not applicable for your dataset names, your variable names, and your SAS statements. Where it will be applicable? It will be applicable only for this particular male and female information or any character data. If you are specifying it, there the issue is. Just imagine I will write it. One is male and another one is female right now. So, but even though I have a two students information, but I'm still interested to produce only males information. So if I want to get filter of only male, then I'll go for a statement saying it var by using a where condition. So I can tell that what information I want it. I want it only female information in my data. So if I'm writing where sex equal to, if I'm writing it, so it should be quotations, because character data always should be in a quotations. I'm writing sex equal to F like this. If I'm writing it, it's a small letter of my data, and execute the program and run it. And if you run the program and run it, so that's done. So even though you executed the program, I'm not getting the output in output window. The reason behind that is go there and check your log. Log is clearly saying there were 0 observations with this particular condition. Why the 0 observations? Yes, we have in the data female. Why it is not working? The reason behind that is female F you mentioned is a small letter, but in your data female F is in a capital letter. The case sensitivity applicable when you are dealing with the character variable values, not the character variables also. If you are dealing with the character variable values, there you have to make sure to mention in a proper sex equal to the proper value. So this is all about your overall what I can say. So like a rules. And apart from that, if I'm just giving a one more rule here, suppose if I have a name variable, so within a name variable I'm just mentioning it, so like a Rajashekar Reddy is a big name I have given. So another one is I'm just giving it Chandrababu Naidu or something like that. I'll give it. Okay, so this is the big names. I'm just giving it. I'm trying to read this particular names by just mentioning a $sign. As we know that we can able to read a character values. So when I try to read this particular character values in my output window, but unfortunately I will see some surprise. You can see up to Raj Sheikh only and Chandrabab only it's displaying it. It is not displaying a complete names of mine. So why it is not displaying the complete names? The reason behind that is, so default what happens, you know, character values can read up to 8 characters long only. If you are interested more than that, then you have to mention how many digits you want to increase it. If I'm writing 20 dot, so that up to 20 characters long I can able to read my name variable and execute it and run now. So now you are reading it. So default is 8 characters long. If you want, you can read it up to 20, 30, 40. So the maximum range is 32,767 bytes or characters. You can increase it for a variable name. So these are the rules you need to keep in mind. And yes, the dataset name, you're writing it here. It must be 32 characters below only. If it exceeds more than 32 character, you can't able to create a dataset name as well as variable name. So the rules for dataset name and variable names, it must be below 32 characters only. If it is more than 32, definitely you can't able to create your dataset name. And one more, yesterday I have created using a statement called libname. In that library creation, the library name must be within 8 characters long only. It must be within 8. You cannot exceed more than 8. So it is 8 character or below 8 characters is accepted when it is a library names. So these are the rules you need to keep in mind. So it can be uppercase or lowercase, and it must not have any special characters in the middle of your variable. It must not have any spaces in the middle, and it can be, so character variable default, it will read up to 8 characters long. If you want to increase up to 32,761 bytes or characters, you can increase it. The dataset name must be 32 characters below, and the variable names also, it should be 32 or 32 characters below. And apart from that, what else? The library name, it can be always 8 characters below only possible. So these are the rules you need to keep in mind while working with the datasets in default of your SAS. Does anyone have any questions on this? Please speak out.
What's the difference if you just have 20 instead of having 20 dot? Does that make a difference?
Yeah, if you mention the 12, that means you are telling only 12th position to read it. If you are writing 12 dot, so that means what happened, up to 12 characters long, or maybe that means starting from 1 onwards up to 12 you are saying it to read it. So when I specify 20 dot, so that means default SAS will consider starting from 1 onwards up to 20 character long, it will take it. Otherwise, if you write only 20, so that the 20 digit of your value you will get it. Understand? You want to see the difference?
Yes, please.
Suppose if I'm writing instead of 20, I'll just write 20, instead of 20 dot, I just written 20. Let's see and execute it. So you will see only one digit as a you are getting it. Actually, what is my 20th digit in my data? So what is the value of the year? This is 15, 17, 20. Can you see this? This A you are getting it. How I say this A only? Because when I'm just putting my cursor, you can see my cursor position at column 20. Can you see cursor position?
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
So it's not just look. So am I correct in saying it's not just looking at the name variable? It's actually looking at from the start of the line.
You are right. So starting of the line up to 20 characters long, it will read it.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Okay.
I didn't expect that. Okay.
Yes. So if you wanted this one only from the name, then there is another options. In the day 3 class, we will see what are all the different input methods and how we can read different type of the data, so that how we can handle it smooth manner. We'll see. Hi everyone, in the last class we just learned about what are all the different windows what we have in SAS. We have seen like what is the purpose of editor window, log window, output window, explorer window, all the options and all the theoretical concept of SAS, all the options we have done. Now we will move on to the real time, like what exactly the real-time application of this particular SAS software with the different classes we will say. So today's agenda is mainly to talk about different infile methods what we have in our SAS. So infile in the sense, different input methods what we have in SAS. So inputs in the sense, okay, let me just open my SAS so that I can explain. So I'm just opening my SAS. I'm just opening here. Okay. open libraries, document, SAS tutorial, SAS classes. So day 3. Let me talk about input. So in SAS, we have a different input methods. So the input methods are list input, a column input, formatted input, name input. So these are the 4 input methods we have in SAS. So why to have these 4 input methods? First of all, input. So input is the statement is used to read external data into SAS environment in a proper way. So generally, every program, when we write it, first you write it a dataset name, your dataset name. So immediately you will write in a statement called input. So the input is the statement. What it will do, it is just giving the column names. So the column names, I'm just writing it here. Name is one column, score 1 is one column, score 2 is the one column you are trying to create it. So we already know that input statement is used to give the column names. So we just specified. But why to have these many input methods? See, the thing is, sometimes the data is not in a standard manner. So the data is inconsistency manner at sometimes in real time too. So in that case, if you want to handle all the situations, so what we do is we use this particular different input methods. So in this particular program, first of all, what I'll try to do is I'll try to explain what is the list input method. So the first one is called list input method. So let me explain the list input method. So in SAS, we have a different input methods. As I said, the first one, the list input method, we also call it as a default method of SAS. So what is this list input will do? Without writing any inputs or anything, let me just try to read the data. So I'm just writing it, my data set name, data, scores is my data set. I'm writing a semicolon. That means I'm trying to create a new data set name called scores. There I'm just specifying my values. Input is the statement. In the input statement, name is the variable. So name variable after the $sign I have written because I want to read a character data. For a numerics, as you already know that you don't need to put any $sign, but character data, definitely you have to mention the $sign. Score 1 is one variable and score 2 is one variable. You can see that. So you have a Rajashekar and we don't have a data for score 1, and score 2 again we have a data as a 1187. Another one is you can see that Jay Prakash Vardhan, you can see that, and the score 1 values also 1015 you can see, and 1102 and all you have the values. So I'm not doing anything new here. I'm trying to read the data as it is into SAS environment. So data scores and all the data set, I'm just executing it and running it. Done. Now you can see that the data just got executed and 2 observations we have and 3 variables we have. Go to libraries and work library, new data set created with the name of scores. You just open it. You see, so name is the variable, you have it, and score 1 and as well as score 2 also we have the data. But name variable, what happened? It is displaying as a Rajashek and JPRAC only it is displaying it. But where I come into the score 1, yes, it's a missing value 1015 and 1187 and 1102 and all. Everything is perfect. There is no doubt in that. The problem is here only the name variable having a issue. You just see and compare your results with your output. What we do is we'll print this output in output window so that it will be easy to compare. Okay, now what we will do is let me just put this with 2 windows side by side so that you get to know what program you have written here and what output you got it. So you see now. So I'm expecting Rajashekar and Jay Prakash Vardhan I'm expecting, but the both values you see, Rajashekar only it is displaying, Jay Prak only it is displaying. It should be Rajashekar and Jay Prakash. Why the names are getting truncated? The reason behind that is default. Whenever you execute the program, SAS character value can read up to 8 characters long only. right? If you want to read more than 8 characters, you have to apply the length statement. That is a rule number 1. Default character can up to read 8 characters. If you want to increase, you need to use a length statement. So I'm just using it length here. Length of your name, 20 characters long. I'm just giving it. Right now it is 20. Maybe tomorrow it's a 30 or something like that. Based on your data, you can read it. So what is the maximum you can read it? 32,767 bytes or characters. You can increase this particular length of this particular variable. So the name variable I increased up to 20 characters long. That means up to 20 digits it will read it into SAS environment. So let's see now what happened. Can you see any difference once you execute it? So now you are executing. Yes, I can see the difference. Rajashekhar, it's working, and as well as Jay Prakash Vardhan, it is working. And one more. So we used a length statement to increasing the length of the variable. That's perfectly fine. There is no doubt in that. So now you can see I have mentioned, yes, I know that score 1 wise I don't have a data. That's the reason why I have mentioned a period. What I'll do is I'll remove the period sign from here. I'll try to execute my program. So now what happens, once you execute it and run the program, so default you will get the data in a messy manner. So it is displaying up to Rajashekhar, there is no doubt, but score 1 we have a value as we don't have any value. We are expecting as a missing value for a score 1, but yes, score 2 we have a value like a 1187, but unfortunately the total data is messed up. Let me clearly explain why it happens. So you see and execute, you see this. What happened when you don't have a data for your score 1, the 1187 value is moved to the score 1 place. This is called flow over. Whenever you don't have a value, so next value will overplace is the missing value position. We call it as a flow over. So then Jay Prakash Vardhan is the value. It is trying to move from this particular place to automatically from this place. That's the reason why in your output window also you can see that the Jay Prak, it is displaying it here because it is up to 8 characters. It is reading it. The next line is trying to read it. Unfortunately, the next line will not be get readed anymore because it's a mess up. So definitely the first variable should be readed in a proper order. If it is not readed, so it will get affect the total row itself. That's the reason why the second record is not readed. So to overcome this situation in real time, what we do is we need to mention a period sign. So generally this we call it as a not a dot, we call it as a period in SAS. Once you mention this period, so that it will allow SAS to not to overwrite the next values. So whenever you have a missing value, that means SAS will imagine, yes, there will be a value, but unfortunately the value is missing. Because of this particular period sign of you, now you run this particular program and execute it so that there is no change in your values. Everything is properly readed without any mess. Earlier the mess happened because you don't have any value there. And one more, so if you carefully observe, even though I mentioned the periods in my period sign in my output, that means in my program, but in my output I can't able to see that period sign. So it's a blank. Why it's happened? The reason behind that is the character missing value will always indicated as a period and numeric missing value indicated as a blank. So in this case, I mentioned a dollar sign for a score 1 variable. That's the reason why even though you mention this particular period sign, still it will appear as a blank. If you remove this particular dollar signs from the variable, so that no, you are making these variables as a numeric. Now it will be appear like a numeric missing value. So numeric missing value always indicated as a period sign, but character missing value always indicated as a blank. Now you execute the program and run it. Now can you see that the period sign you can able to see right now, right? So as per our rules, rule number 1 we have already discussed. You have to use a length statement to increasing the length of the variable. Rule number 2, definitely if you have missing value, the missing value need to be assigned with a period sign. And rule number 3, data must be separated with at least a single blank. You see Jay Prakash Vardhan and 1015, I'm thinking that not to give any space, let it be. I know that Jay Prakash Vardhan is my first column and 1015 is my second column. If you want to read the data like this, so definitely it won't work. So because once you execute the program, now you can see that the total data how it mess up. You can see, can you see that? Only one record, the first record which we don't have any issues, it read it well. So when coming to the second record, it won't, because the data mess up happened, because the variable you specified as a 3 variables, but the data you provided for the 2 variables only, SAS will think. So finally it leads to error. If you don't want to have this type of issues, so you need to make sure if you are specifying a multiple spaces or big blanks, there is no problem, but at least a single blank you have to specify. That is mandatory when you are using a list input method. So definitely the data should be with a single blank. And the rule number 4 is the data must be read in a proper order. What is this statement? Nothing but, you see, name is the variable, you are reading the value exactly Rajashekar at down only, and after that score 1, then after name you are reading it, then you will go for score 1. After that you are going for, then you will go for score 2 and all, something like that you will go and execute the program and run it now. So what happened? Everything is reading in a proper order. So it won't read like a name variable as a 1187 and as well as score 1 value as a Rajashekar or something like that. It won't read it. It's a in order, first variable first, then followed by your second variable, then followed by your third variable. So something like that it will read it in SAS. So this is the 4 list input method rules you need to keep in mind. Rule number 1, you need to use the length statement to increasing the length of the variable. The length you can increase it up to 32,767 bytes or characters, you can increase it. Rule number 2, the data, whenever you don't have a data, that means it's a missing data. The missing data definitely assigned with a period sign. Rule number 3, the data must be separated with at least single blank. And rule number 4, definitely what I can say. So definitely the data should be read in a proper order. These are the 4 rules you need to keep in mind. Anyone have any question? You just speak out and ask me if you have any questions. Hello, everyone with me?
No questions.
No questions, Karna. Good.
No questions.
Any other questions from anyone?
No.
Oh, sorry,
I'm good.
you also able to follow? That's good.
Yes, yeah.
Good. Right. So good. So now we will go for another method called column input method. So now the question is, Naidu, we already have a list input method to read the external data into SAS environment. Why we need to learn this particular new method? What is the purpose? Actually say yes. So in real time, what happens, always data is not standard. Imagine if the data you got it in an inconsistency manner. So then how you are going to read it? Let me just see this particular data so that you will get an idea why I'm just explaining this method. So imagine I have a data with me. Okay. So what is your name? There are many spaces. Can contain embedded blanks without any spaces here. You see, can contain embedded blanks is the data which we have it without any blanks. No matter. So now my interest is the name is the variable. What value I am expecting to read it? That is called what is your name. I want to read it as a name. I want to read it. Score 1, I want to read it as a missing value. Score 2, I want to read it. Can contain, I want to read it. Can I able to read it like this with this particular method without giving any length statements or anything? So this is a right now you see this particular 61 onwards up to 65 line what I have written. It's a list input method. Once I execute it, what do you think? Will it read? Let's see how it will read. Tell me how many variables you are expecting. That means how many columns you are expecting in this particular program if I execute.
I don't think so you can read because you have not mentioned the length here.
Okay. So then first of all, what my question is, how many variables you are expecting?
3 variables.
May I know the variable names?
Name, score 1 and score 2.
Good. There is no doubt in that. 3 variables will be read. So how many observations then?
One observation only.
Okay. May I know what is the value for my name?
Actually, with the list input, actually it doesn't work, but with the column input, it
That
may
means
work.
if I
Yeah.
execute this particular program, you think this particular program will throw an error. That's what your imagination. Am I right or wrong?
Yes. Exactly. If you are applying means it doesn't actually. We won't get any output.
Okay, we will see
And
that
for the
also.
score one, and for the score one, you did not put that period sign like a symbol, like a dot symbol. I don't think so. It will give you any value there.
Okay. Okay. So now what we do is, let me just execute the program so that you will get surprise. I'm just executing my program. That's done. First go to the log. Is there any error? Is it displaying to you? Is it displaying any errors to you in your log? The log is very smooth, right?
No.
No,
Yeah,
no
it's
errors.
not displaying any errors.
But
yes.
Even output also displaying with some value. What exactly you are getting it? So the problem is here what happens, as we know that default when you have a space, SAS will think that it's a new column value, right? So what is comes under your name? Score one is your is, and third one is your. That's what you are displaying. You are getting it right now. Can you see that? What is your? Getting it? What I'm saying? So
Yes,
because
yeah.
of a single spaces, SAS will think that that particular what is comes under one value, is comes under another value, your is comes under another value. That's what how SAS will think, which is not at all correct. Then how we can able to read what is your name under a name variable? See, you just used a list input method right now, you failed. Then how you are going to read then? Even though you mentioned the length statement, what do you think? Will this read? Length statement will work until it reaches to the space. Whenever it reaches to the space, suppose imagine you have written a length of 30, but until it reaches to the space up to 30 characters, it will read it. There is no problem for the length. But whenever it reaches to the space here, suppose imagine after that what itself, there is a space, then automatically it will read up to what only. Understand? Then how we are going to read?
From the W till question mark, we have to read as a name variable. We have to specify, yeah, we have
exactly.
to specify
That's
the
my
columns.
interest. So that's my interest actually. So did you clear right now? We can't able to fix this issue with the list input method. Agree? Yes or no? Because of those
Yes.
so many limitations, we can't able to read this type of data into SAS environment. That's the reason why we depend on another method that is called column input method today, what we are just looking into. Now what we do, you just use column input method. What is this column input method and how it is different from our list input method? Column input method will work based on your length. Suppose you see how I can say that from W onwards up to question mark I want to read it to SAS. How I can say? Very simple. You just see, can you see this? My cursor is moving. Yes or no? Anyone? So put my cursor exactly at W, then my cursor position is column 1. Can you see this at down? The cursor position is column 1. If I'm putting my cursor at after my question mark, if I'm just looking into it, the value is 20. That means I can write it directly 1 to 20 as a name variable, right? So that means up to 20 characters long I want to read it as a name. So the next value I'm writing it here, score 1. Okay, score 1 I'm reading it from starting from here 23 up to this blank only I want to read it. So what I written here, then it should be 23 to 31. I am interested to read it as a score 1. Is it really required to mention the period sign now? Because this method also call it as a fixed input method. That means these values won't be moved here and there once you mention the positions. Understand? 1 to 20 means 1 to 20 positions, whatever you have it will read it. Even though you have a blanks, no matter to SAS, it will read the values as a blanks only. Got it? So score 1, 23 to 31, whatever the values it will have it, you will read it. It will read it. If you don't have it, so even the missing values also will be read it as it is. Score 2, you are writing it with a dollar sign. Can contain embedded blanks, you are writing it. So what is the value I have? I want it from starting from 32 onwards. Can contain, I want to read it up to 42. So starting from 32, 42. So I'm writing it 32, 42. I want to write it. So let me just execute the program and run it now. Will that giving the same output? Can you see? So what is your name? You are getting it. After that space, I think one line space extra we have counted. You just give it up to 31. No, sorry, up to 41 is enough. Can contain only, right? Sorry. 32, 41. You see now and execute the program now. So it's reading what is your name, and after that you're getting a space, and after that you're writing can contain. Got it? So this method is called column input method. So how it is different from the list input method? First of all, rule number 1 we will compare. So in the list input method, definitely you need to use a length statement to increasing the length of the variable. Instead of length, here we use a column statement, so that now we can increasing a column. So from 1 to 12, 12 to 13 or something like that, we can increasing the columns. The next one is you have to specify whenever we have a space. So definitely we need to mention with a period sign in your list input method, no matter whether you have a period sign or not. So definitely SAS can able to read however it is, right? So it is not mandatory to have a period sign. Rule number 3 is the data must be separated with at least a single blank. You see, can contain embedded blanks is the data without any blanks, but still I read it only the first sorry can contain embedded blanks. So I want to read that first lines, first two digits, I want to read it as it is into SAS. Just I read it by using 3241, even though you don't have a space, but still I can able to read. That means I doesn't require any space to have it to separate the variables. So still we can able to read. And the data must be read in a proper order, your list input method rules. What I can do is I can just swap. What I will do, 1 to 20 I want to read it as a score 2, 30 to 41 I want to read it as a name variable. You see now, and execute the program and run it now and run this particular program. So now you can see that name variable reading as a can contain, and score 1 is missing as we are not changing anything, but score 2, what is your name? That means you can change the variable order anyway to anyway if required. Understand what I'm saying here? You clear?
Yes, yeah.
Right? So this is all the rules of your column input method. So this is the last program for today's explanation. So let's see this particular example, how you can able to handle it. Let's see, data employee 1 is my data set name. Input statement SSN, I am writing it as a $1 to 9 characters long. WTAMT is another value. I'm writing a values as a 1 to 12 characters. I'm writing a statement called data lines. Tell me how many variables and how many observations I can get it if I run the program.
Two variables I will get it, and
2 variables is the
5
right answer. There is no doubt in that. SSN and WTAMT is the 2 variables. How many observations
yes,
then?
5 observations.
So you're expecting a 5 observations?
Yes.
Can you just justify how you are saying?
So So first we are reading from for SSN, it is reading from 1 to 9, right? So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That will come under SSN. And James Smith.
James Smith would be in W2 AMT.
Then your answer is wrong. In that case, how you are going to
it's not in the straight line, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, but when W2 AMT is also starts from the first position to 12, but we don't get anything there because the first we'll get only one value because it would read the same thing. I don't think the James Smith and the 356 is all are taken into consideration because the position of the column is different. The number is not in the range of 1 to 12 or 1 to 9.
Okay. So did I say anything like only one variable will read only one observation like this? Did I say anywhere? No, right? That means the two variables also can be readed by one observation. The first observation will be readed by both. So 1 to 9 you need it, right? Up to 1 to 9 characters it will read it. No matter what digits you have it inside, forget about it. You specified 1 to 9 characters means the 1 to 9 characters it will read it. If you don't have 9 characters, how far the values are right, then up to that it will read it. And now what happened? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 will be read it in SSN also. Even WTMT also will read the same observation. Understand? Otherwise, where the WTMT values you are expecting to read? It won't, right? So the same line, the first line will be read by all the variables in your input statement. That's the default. The first variable will read the values whatever you mentioned 1 to 9. Again you are saying 1 to 12 means it's overlap. 1 to 9 will be read by SSN. The same values again it will read by your WTMT also. But you can see some difference in here. So SSN value it's read up to 1 to 9 characters long. So James SMI only it will read it because you see you just count it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Up to SMI only it will read it into your SSN, but WTMT what it will read up to James Smith also will read it into the same record. Again 356 both also same because this is the maximum length as 3 characters long. It will be fitted into both. Again this one also same. And here Jaffrey T you will get it in your SSN, but where you're coming to your WTMT you can see Jaffrey Thomas also. That means Tom also you can get it. You want to check it, you check it and execute the program. Can you see now? Right? So SSN you will not see the difference for a first record because the first record is common for the both. So that means within a 9 characters below length, so it will read it. From there onwards up to SMI only you can see for SSN, and WTMT you can see Smith also. 356 and here also same. But here Jaffrey T you are getting it, but here you will get it Jaffrey Tom. So this is the basis certification question in my earlier what I can say. So earlier papers I can say. So this is the question they have given and they ask you. So the question is how many observations you can expect if I run the program. The observation count is 5. Got it? Or maybe they may ask you what is the value for your SSN in my second record. So then you have to be ready with your answer. What is the value of your second record for your SSN? Right? So this is the 2 input methods I'm just covering for you, as because most of you are very new to this SAS, and apart from that few people don't have a software. So in your hand I will not go in detail explaining of the total class for today. I'll just stop here. Alright, so today we just learned about like different input methods. What we have in SAS we have just the same, like list input and as well as column input. So we'll just continue from there. So what are the different other methods we have in our SAS? So let me just explain one by one. First of all, open my SAS. Let me just open the programs. Right. So list input and column input we have done, and now we will go for formatted input. So let me just explain that. Right. So this is called formatted input method. So in the formatted input method, so mainly we use to write a dot. So that means we write it as a 12 dot, 5 dot, and 6 dot or something like that. So what is this dot? Nothing but when you mention something with a dot, that means those many characters. Suppose if I'm writing name, so with 12 dot, if you specify up to 12 characters, it will read it. So we're coming to the score with 5 dot means up to 5 characters it will read. Again, score 2 with 6 dot means it will read up to 6 character. So let's see in this example, data scores is my data set name, input statement, at the rate I specified. So what is meant by at the rate? So at the rate means I'm telling a SAS to take from which position onwards. Even in column input method also we used to tell like a 1 to 12, 1 to 13 something like that. It's the same here also. The only thing is when you mention at the rate 1, that means you are telling a position number from 1 onwards. So up to 12 characters long, you want it as a name. And again at the rate 3. So that means 1 to 12 as a name from the third character. Third character again means this is your L. So from there onwards up to 5 characters long. So that means LUES with space also. So this 5 character long, I want to read it as a score 1. Again at the rate 4. 4 means U. U onwards up to 6 characters long. 6 means like this. UES is 3 characters, space also 1 character, 4 character, C and A. So all the 6 characters you can see it in your score 2. So once you execute it and run the program, and now you can able to see and able to run the program now. Can you just see that? It just got executed. So what happens? Values can see up to 12 characters long. So values can see, I just mentioned 1 to 12, it is reading it. At the rate 1 means starting position from 1 onwards up to 12 characters long, it is reading it for name. Again at the rate 3 means third character onwards, third character onwards up to 5 characters long, it is reading for a score 1. At the rate 4 means fourth character onwards up to 6 characters, it will read it. So that is the column input method. So what we have in our SAS, a formatted input method, what we have in our SAS. So the only difference is earlier program and this one. So this one with the at the rate signs and all we can read. And one more. So by using this method, so we can able to read the data like an inconsistency. With the column input method, whatever we can able to do, the same thing we can able to do with this particular formatted input also, right? So and apart from that, sometimes if you want, you can skip few points or skip a few letters if you don't want it. Let's see, you're mentioning at the rate 1, at the rate 3, and at the rate 4 and all. So you're just mentioning a position number wise, you're just picking up. So you see this example, data scores is your data set name, dollar, 12 dot I specified. That means, so I didn't specify any at the rate or anything. So what happened default, it automatically takes position from the 1 onwards, so up to 12 characters long, it will read it. So plus 3, what is that plus 3? After 12th character, plus 3 letters you are reading it. That means you are leaving it. 13th, 14 and 15, you are just skipping it. From there onwards, again 5 characters long, it will take it. So default, when you are not mentioning anything for the name variable, it will start reading from the first position onwards up to 12th character, it will read it. So 1 to 12, it will read it for name. There is no doubt in that. After that name, so around 3 characters you are skipping it. How you are skipping? You mention plus 3. Plus 3 means 13, 14 and 15 you are skipping it. From the 16 onwards up to 5 characters it will read it for a score 1. So now 16 plus 5, it's a 21. So 21 plus 4 character you are leaving it. That means 22, 23, 24 and 25 you're just leaving it. From the 26 onwards up to 6 characters it will read it for your score 2. So now what happened? 1 to 12 for name. So we're coming to here, it's in a 16 to 21 for your score 1. So 25 to up to 32 character or 31 character. So is it read it for your score 2, right? You want to check this particular information also. So execute it and run it. Can you see that? Name and score 1 and score 2. So the name variable wise values can see, and score 1, and we have a value for score 2 also. Is it making sense? Yes, no? Able to follow me?
Yes, Naidu.
Right.
Yep.
So we're coming to here. This is your formatted input method. You can write it with @ signs also. You can write it with plus signs also. Okay, the @ signs, we call it as a absolute input method. Within the formatted input method, there is a one more name called absolute input method. So you can use it with @ sign. This plus signs and all, this is called your column pointer method. That means we are just mentioning a position from where to pick up. So that is your columns. So you can just mention it with the column pointers. So we're coming to here. So data scores is your dataset name, input statement name, $, 12 dot, and score 1 with 5 dot, and score 2 with 8. You are writing it. So data scores is your dataset name, input statement name with 12 dot means up to 12 characters it will read it. Guys, so if you understood the above example, can you just tell me how this particular data will be readed? Yes, please.
We will get 3 variables.
Yeah, 3
Okay,
variables. There is no doubt in that. Name and score 1 and score 2.
Yeah.
Okay, next.
Okay, with the name variable, it will read from first place until 12 places.
Right. So starting from
And
1 onwards up to 12 characters, it will read for your name variable.
yeah.
What next?
Yes, yes. For the score 1, from the first place until 5 places. Sorry, 5 characters it may read. Because
After that is score 1, that it will read the 5 until the 5 characters.
So that means 12 characters.
Yes.
It has
will
to
be the 8 character.
Here we are not giving any spaces, right? Means +3 we are not mentioning. Otherwise we are not mentioning the @ also. So that's why I'm thinking maybe from the first character only it may read 5 characters.
That means every time it will start taking from the first position onwards up to 5 characters, first position onwards up to 8 character, first position onwards up to 12 character. You are expecting?
Yes, yes, because we didn't mention at the rate, or otherwise we didn't mention any +3 or +4. We are not giving spaces, so maybe I'm thinking
so
like
by
that.
default, what happens, madam, it will be start continuing from the previous variable. Suppose the previous variable is taking the information name with 12 dot, so 13 onwards it will pick up for the second variable. So 13 plus 5, that means 12 plus 5 means, so it is going to be 17. From there onwards, it will continue for the next value. Understand what I'm saying? So default, when you are not specifying anything, it automatically continuing from your previous variable.
Okay, got it.
Right? So name variable, it will read up to 12 character for score 1. 13th character onwards up to 5 characters, it will read it for your score 1. From the score 2, tell me what happened for the score 2.
Score 2
only 8.
And then another rest of them, it will be the, we couldn't read.
What is 8 means? What you are
expecting? Score 2. 8th character, we will get 8th character will come.
Right. So data scores, so input name with $, so 12 dot, and score with 5 dot, and score 2 with 8. So if I write it 8 dot, then up to, so 12 plus 5, 17, 17 plus 8 up to 25th character, you will get the data for your score 2. But unfortunately, it is just 8. When you are writing 8, only the 8th character data will be get printed. And now you can see that only C will be get printed. 8th character data. Understand? So only the 8th character data in your data set, so in your values is C. So that's the reason why the C is printing here. Right? So column input method and formatted input method. So, and one more, this is the formatted input method, all the examples. There is one more method called name input method. So in this name input method, what happens? Yes, please.
I have one question.
Yes, please.
Can you go? Yeah. Is that 8? I understand 8 is counting in the C, like the 8th position is.
Yes, you're right.
If you put it the dot, yeah, if you put it the dot is there, I would like to see the result. So
then
it will read it only the 8.
No,
right?
You're right. Up to 8 characters it will read it. You want to check it? You see, up to 8 characters it is reading.
Yes. Yeah.
From continuation of your previous variable. So 12 plus 5, 17. From there and 17 onwards up to 8 characters it will read.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry. Yes. So this is about your formatted input method. Now I'll go for a name input method. There is a one more input method. Data games is my dataset name input statement name with $sign score 1 and as well as score 2. So data line statement. So here what is the exactly the thing we are doing is name equal to, we are writing the variable name directly as a value as a relay, score 1 equal to 1132 and score 2 equal to 1187. We are writing it. Again name equal to Naidu and score 1 equal to 1111 and score 2 equal to 2222. You are writing it and executing the program and run it now. Now you can see that. See, so name equal to relay and score 1 equal to 1132 and score 2 equal to 1187. You will get it. Again name equal to Naidu and score 1 equal to, so 1111 and score 2 equal to 2222. You are getting it. Then why you are getting missing value? Let me just remove that. And now you execute the program and run it. So now you can see that name and score 1 and score 2 all the values. Relay with 11132 and 11187. Naidu 1111 and 2222. You will get it. Is it clear? Any questions? Hello. So
no question, Naidu.
Yes, what happens, in this particular values, name equal to you're writing it. That means even in card statement also you're writing name equal to your values relay, and score 1 you're writing equal to, so that 1132 you'll get it. Again score 2 equal to you're writing it, score 2 equal to 1187. That means if I want to create a one more record also, I have to write it as a, again name equal to, again score 1 equal to, again score 2 equal to. I have to specify. So this method we call it as a name input method. You no need to mention any lengths or anything, how much value you are giving it, as it is SAS can able to read for this particular input method. So this is called name input method, but we rarely use this particular name input method in real time. First of all the input methods also we not use it in real time. The problem is whenever we get a data from the client, mostly you will get the data in the form of Excel sheets or in the form of CSV files like that. So we can directly read the data into SAS environment without writing input or anything. But imagine for your certification exam, if they have given some questions like how to read this particular data and different input methods, yes, you can easily answer now after listening this particular class, right? These are the 4 input methods what we have in our SAS: list input, column input, formatted input, and name input. So these are the 4 input methods. Not only the 4 input methods, there are sometimes, so you see some of the examples what we can do is, you no need to depend on any input method at all. So you can directly write data, my data set name is KK, A equal to 20, B equal to 30, and C equal to high there. But high there in the quotations I'm writing it because it's a character data. So that's it. So I don't need to create any input or cards and all. Without writing input cards also we can able to create it. If I run this particular program and execute it, and now you can see that the new data set is just got created, A and B and C. So A is 20, B is 30, and C is high there. So you're getting it, right? So you'll get that by default. Imagine it is one variable with 3 variables with one observation containing a data is ready for you. You just open the KK data set. So 3 variables and one observation containing a data is ready for you. A 20, B 30, and C high there, so that one observation containing a data is ready. If you want it, okay, if you want to create a one more record, then what you can do? So you are just writing it again, A equal to 200, B equal to 300, C equal to, in a quotations, I'm writing it as a hi here. I'm just writing it. So what happened now? What do you think? How many variables and how many observations right now if I execute the program? Yes, tell me.
3 variables and 2 observations.
You are expecting 2 observations. 3 variables is the same, but you are expecting 2 observations. But unfortunately,
Yeah, maybe that otherwise. Oh, okay. Yeah, that I'm going to, about to say.
right.
Yeah, maybe it may overwrite.
You're right. So it just override the old values with the new values. Whatever you have given, A equal to 200, B equal to 300, C equal to high here. Whatever you have given, the old values just overwritten that one and created with the new values. But now imagine I need the both values also. I need to have my old values also. I need to have my new values also. Then what we do? If you want to get that type of information, you need to write a statement called out equal to, within an output you write it semicolon. That means all these particular observations you are creating it, and we are creating one record, and again you are creating a one more record and write it output. So what this will do, output, what it will do, it will try to create 2 records. One record is got created so that there is no chance to overwritten with another record. So another record also will be get created into your data set. Now you can expect 2 observations with 3 variables containing a data. Can you just see now? Right? Like that we can able to create it in real time without using input and format and input and this particular column input method, name input method. No need to use it. You can directly, we can use. Yes, in real time, whenever is required to just setting up one dataset with another dataset values, this is what regularly we use, madam, instead of writing cards and all. If you want to create a records, we'll go with this method. Clear? Any questions? So
what is the name of the last method?
There is no name
with the data.
So there is no category for that. So because we cannot say it as a name input method, because name input method, if you say it should be with a data line statement, within a data line statement only we are writing all. Understand what you are doing it here, right? So this is your name input method, but this is not, there is no chord statement, there is no data line statement, still you are writing it. So there is no name for it, but still we can able to create a observations like this by using this particular method. And one more, imagine the knowledge what you have it right now, can you just see how you can able to read this data? Imagine I have a data with me with the name of Naidu. Okay, I'm writing input, within an input statement I'm writing SSN, that is my social security number or something, and place also. So in the SSN for the first row, it is a Naidu SAS online trainer I am expecting, and second one I'm expecting place as a HYD. For the second row, what I'm expecting, only Naidu, but the place is Mumbai. Can we able to get it if I run the program? What do you think? Understand what I'm saying? If I execute the program, what is your, how many observations you can expect? And what is the value for each observation? SSN wise, what is the value?
90.
Let's see one by one. If I execute the program and run it now, what happened? SSN is missing and place is SAS and Mumbai will get it. Why the SSN is missing? Because there is no character $sign. I'm just mentioning a $sign. Execute the program now. So first Naidu I got it, and again Naidu I got it. SAS and Mumbai I got it. Is it right? Somebody please put the mute. You are near to the kitchen, I hope. Thank you. So what happened here? So SSN you're writing it, and as well as place also you're writing it here. So but I'm expecting Naidu SSN, you are getting it. That is not correct. What I'm expecting, Naidu SAS online trainer I am expecting as a SSN, and place I am expecting as a HYD. Can we do this? how we are going to separate this type of data. I need Naidu SAS Online Trainer is one column and Naidu is going to be a first column. HYD or Mumbai will be the two column. Tell me the knowledge what you have given. Can we apply that? So we'll try to apply starting letter from 1 onwards, column 1, and ending letter is your 25. So I'll write it 1 to 24. I hope I'll write it 1 to 24. I'll write it for your SSN, and place is I'm just writing it 27 to 30. I'm just writing it 27 to 30. I'm writing like this. Execute the program and run it now. Let's see what happened. So there is no problem for this. Naidu SAS Online Trainer it read, and again Naidu Mumbai it is reading. Actually the Mumbai should be read under your place, but why it is moving here? Because the length what you have specified 1 to 24
we gave
character.
1 to 24.
Yeah, so in that case even this also considering it, right? We need to tell not to consider by just mention a colon. Let's see what happened. If I mention the colon, what happened? The total data itself it is not reading. The total second record itself it is an error. Generally colon is the sign we use when we want to read. Whenever the space is you're reaching it, you want to separate the data from there. I'm just using a colon here, and let's see what happened. I'm just using colon. Naidu you are getting it. After the Naidu remaining data you are not getting it, because what happened? So you mention 1 to 24, but whenever the colon what it will do, whenever you reaches to the 1 to 24 letter, or else if you specify, if you reaches to the space, the data will cut there. So the data is cutting here and data will cut here, so that only Naidu you are getting it. SAS Online Trainer and remaining all the data you are not getting it anymore. Can I just see? HYD place is HYD you are getting it, and this one is Mumbai is missing because there is no value for it. Even this particular column method also not solving your issue. So generally how it will solve? If you want to get rid of this particular issue, or else if you want to read, right? So if I'm just specifying with a only colon sign in a, here with a 24 dot, imagine instead of column input method I'm writing a formatted input method. Will I be able to read it up to 24 characters? I want to read it as a SSN, and from there onwards up to 25 characters I want to read it as a place. Let's see what happened. Execute it. Yes, what happened? Naidu you got it, but unfortunately Naidu SAS Online Trainer HYD you are getting it as a place, and Naidu Mumbai is correct right now. There is no problem. It read. But how we are going to get Naidu SAS Online Trainer as a SSN? So one thing you need to carefully understand here, whenever you have a spaces, you see this, the spaces are double spaces. Here also Naidu and Mumbai, the double spaces. So we need to tell to the SAS whenever you met double spaces and split the data from there. How you can say it's a double spaces? By just mentioning of @ end sign. What this end sign will do, until it will take the data of up to 24 characters, and within the after the 24 character, whenever you reaches to this particular double space, automatically, not only double, if it is more than one space, automatically SSN is a separate variable, and place is a variable. From there onwards it will read it and execute the program and run it. Now you can see that. See, Naidu SAS Online Trainer and Naidu HYD and Mumbai, it just got separated. Is it working? Right. So what this ampersand sign will do, ampersand sign will separate the data whenever you have a more than one space. Imagine if you have one space here, can we able to separate this data? What happened? Everything is comes under one column only. If I want to split it again, so what you have to do? So you may need to use another method to solving the same issue. Right? So default what you have to do is, so this is just the input methods what I have given. You cannot directly straightforward use it for only one particular program or something like that. You need to use a combinations. So suppose imagine sometimes you have to use a mixed input method also. What is mixed input method? If you are using more than one input method in one program, that we call it as a mixed input method. For the first column, the list input method is suitable, then try to use it. For the second column, the column input method is looks like suitable, then go for it. Third column, you can go for formatted input method. That's up to you according to your conditions and all. Whichever is working, then you can use it. That type of input method, we call it as a mixed input method in our SAS. So these are the total input methods what we have in our SAS. You no need to learn more than this. So mostly this is enough. So you can able to read the data into SAS environment. These are all the different input methods.
If is one, Naidu, if is one space, then what are you going to use? There is a double space, use the @ sign. But if his space is a 1, then how I can read it?
So this is what your data is, right now. So what we do is in real time, we will try to read everything 24 and 24. Okay, it's reading, right? So once it's read, so you no need to play with it. And so how it is read. So now Mumbai is here, right? We want to keep the Mumbai into place, right? So you will write it. If data, new data set name, set, right now you don't know this one, okay? If underscore n underscore equal to 2 and scan of my second word, scan of SSN, second word, I need it, second word, then place equal to okay. Right now you don't know these many conditions for a while. Let's see. So go to my KK data set. You got it? Is it okay?
Yep.
Right? So HYD and Mumbai. Still here.
Mumbai also there.
So then what you have to do is you just write, then do place equal to Mumbai, and you write it SSN equal to just Naidu. And is it okay now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right. So this is how we can able to manage. It's not really we are depending on the input methods. Yes, you can search for a different input methods for this so that you can get fix this particular issue. So why to learn the new things and all? The knowledge what we already have it. So mostly that's enough to solve our issue. Understand what I'm saying? It is not mandatory so definitely you have to learn some input methods and all to just to figure out the issue. The knowledge what I have already have it means after few days later, so you are going to learn this particular if else conditions and all. So yes, you can able to manage this particular program so with your knowledge. So let it be however you want to read it into SAS. First try to read it, so then later on you just do a post processing, so that will work out. Right? So this is all the different input methods what we have in our SAS. So we just completed. So in the last class we just done with different input methods what we have in our SAS. We have just seen like list input, column input, formatted input and all. So today we are going to talk about how to use different dates in SAS. See, dates are nothing but not a character and not a numeric. So how we are going to read this particular date format? Like imagine you have it as a month, year, date, month, year format. So if you want to read this type of dates, how we are going to handle it? So we will see in this particular class. So let me just open my SAS software. Right. So this special concept we call it as a format and informat concept. So let me just explain one by one. See, data, I have a data set name with the name of MIDI. So there I have input, PID, age and JDate. Joining date of the patient, I have it here like this. So the joining date of the patient is so 21st 05 of 20 and 0508 of 1991. So 0709 1992. So 0101 1960 we have it. So without writing anything, you see, I'm just giving a general input like a input age, PID, age and JDate. I'm just reading this particular value as a just numeric format. Let's see what happens. If I try to execute the same program and run it, so default, the JDate, that means joining date of the patient will be missing. You won't get it. So PID wise you have a data, age wise you have a data, but JDate you won't get any values. So all are missing. So if you want to fill this particular, instead of missing, you want to fill your original values, so you have to write it. So how you do? How exactly SAS can able to understand this one? If I could have given as a character, then yes, it will read it. So what happened? Up to 8 characters long default, it will read it. So but don't expect this is a date, because why I'm saying this is date, if you write something in the middle saying it's some GGG in the middle, still it will read it as a data and execute it. See, it is reading as a GGG. So that means it's not a proper date. It is just like a text format of your data. It's reading into SAS environment again. So this is also not required for us. So then how we are going to handle this situation? So to do that, first of all, what you have to do is you have to write it. A statement called here. You write it after the JDate, write it in format. In format is the statement is used to tell to the SAS this particular date as a some date. How we can communicate for JDate? You write it. JDate, you're writing it. In which format it is? First date, yes, write it DD. Then after that month, write it. After that year, write it. 10 digits length up to you're writing it. So DD means date, month and year format. We have a data right now in this particular program, so that we are just giving accordingly the same. Without writing this informat statement, SAS won't recognize this particular value. So that's the reason why. So we have to write it DDMMYY 10 dot. So now let's see what happens if I run this particular program. If I execute it, you can see that instead of having some missing value, you will have some numbers. So what is this number? What exactly these numbers? So the numbers are default. Right now it's a big number. Forget about it. Try to find out the small one. It's a 0. Why it's a 0? Remaining all at least some values. Why this particular one is a 0? So this is different from others, so that we try to find out why it is 0. You just go there and check your data. The last observation is 0. So January 1st, 1960 is 0. Why the January 1st, 1960 is 0? Why not the remaining? Yes, we already know that. I already informed earlier.
SAS date.
Exactly, you're right. SAS default date will be the January 1st, 1960. You're right, madam. So the SAS default date January 1st, 1960. So here it's also SAS January 1st, 1960. Then I'm expecting to display it as a date, but why you are getting a numerical value, some number as a 0? I'm expecting to get some value as a 0 there. Sorry, January 1st, 1960. The reason behind that is all these numbers, whatever it is displaying, this is your January 1st, 1960 onwards to this particular date. How many days difference? You see, it's a 2020, 21. That means 21 of your May 2020 is going to be how many days difference from January 1st, 1960? So each year will have a 365 or 366 days. So January 1st, January 2nd, January 1st of your 1960, 1970, 1960 and 1961, 62, 63, like that. Each year 300 will be 366 will be added. So keep on, so that the total number of days is nothing but 22,056 days. The 22,000, the 56th day is refers to your 20th of your May 2020. We're coming to here, this date is your January 1st onwards, 1960 onwards. So this is August 5th of 1991. So how many days? So for a while, what I'll do is I'll write one more value. I'll make it this one 0101. I'll make it as a, instead of January, I'll make it as a, I'll keep it January only, but I'll write it as a second. That means January 2nd. So how many days difference now? January 1st to January 2nd, how many days difference?
1 day.
1 day. So execute it. See, now you'll get it instead of 0, you got a 1 day difference. From the January 1st, 1960 onwards to the January 2nd of your 1960. So 1 day difference, the 1 day difference, you can see that. But as a human being, we won't able to understand what this number is. This is just a SAS can able to understand what date it is. So 22,056th day is refers to May of 21st, 2020. SAS can able to understand, but as a human being, we are not able to read this particular value. You are interested to read this particular value into SAS environment in a proper way. So you have to make sure to write a statement saying it. What you have to do? So you just need to write the same statement, whatever you have written in format, and try to write one more statement called format. So within a format statement, just specify J date, joining date of the patient in DD, MM, YY, 10 dot format, I want it, and semicolon. So now you execute it and run the program, and you see, now you can see that the date is appearing in the form of a proper date. Right? Earlier, the dates are not in a proper format. You got it. It is used to display with numbers, but now you will have the data with the proper numbers 21, 05, 20 and 05, 08, 1991 and like that. So you can able to get the values ready. Right? Not only this, the format is always your wish. You need it as a DDMM YY 10 dot or else maybe in IDO. I'm in US. Mostly the people are writing a date in the form of MMDDYY format, not as a DDMMYY format. That's up to you. Once SAS know that what is date, what is month and what is year, then you can change it to anywhere and execute the program now. Now you can see that month got first, then followed by date and followed by your year. So you got it right now. Right. So in format is the statement is used to convert a non-standard date into numbers. So format is the statement is used to convert that numbers into a proper date. So that is a use of in format and format. So it's very simple. I can say that it's a goldsmith with a gold concept. Imagine this particular data right now, what you have it is a old gold. That means imagine you have a old ornament like some necklace, or maybe so what I can say, some, I don't know, yeah, names, some bangle or something like that. Just imagine it's an old format of gold. So this gold you are just giving to the goldsmith. What he'll do, he'll not give the shape what you required, the new one. He will melt it and he'll give a shape. Is the same thing even SAS also. Whatever the date you are giving it to the SAS, first it will convert it, the converting into a number format. Then the numbers, you can, if you want, you can convert it to proper date. Same thing in our gold also. So the old gold, whatever you have given, they'll melt it and they'll give a liquid format then. So then once it's a liquid format, then they'll give a shape whatever they want it. It's the same thing here also we do. This is all about your format and in format. Is anyone have any questions in this? Please speak out.
Hi, Naidu.
Yes, please.
Format statement, do we have to give in the proc step also, or only in the data step?
So you can write it in the proc step also, madam. But the difference is, if I write it here, yes, I can directly write it here and execute my program, and then I can able to get my output ready. But the problem is, you just go there, check your data set of your work library, the MIDI data set, you open it, the MIDI data set still with your numbers, right? So in real time, what we do is, mostly we use this particular format. We use it in the data step itself so that we can see this particular numbers also in a proper date format. So not only in output, if you see, you write the same step or whatever you have written here, and you just write it from, remove it from here and write it from here and execute it. Now you can see the data set also, it's appearing in your output. At the same time, you can see and you look into your data set also will have a proper dates. Is it working?
Yes, okay.
Right.
So no need to give in the proc step,
Proc
right?
step
Only
again.
in the data
So only
step.
in the data step, if you write it, that's mostly enough. Otherwise, your interest is not to apply any format, let it have your numbers, then don't write your format statement anymore. So some of the people have the question, Naidu, can't we able to directly use my format statement? So why to use in format? Can we use a format directly to print it the value? Let's see, will this print or not? Is it printing? Without writing in format statement, it won't. In format statement,
in format is important.
Yeah,
because that is the basic statement, right, to convert in.
Exactly. So in format statement converts your date values into a standard form, that is your numerical values. Then only you are just applying a format. If you are not writing in format, then don't expect. And one more. So when I'm just writing my output, why all my output is displaying in the form of, okay, let me just okay, when I'm just running it, so default, all the output you can getting with the slashes. Did I say anything to get the slashes?
No.
So here in your program, you see one is with a slash, one is with dash, one is with points, but everything why you are getting as a slashes. So that's the default of your SAS. Whenever you write it DDMM 10 dot, you will get the so that is your slashes only. And one more, you got it as a 20, but this 20 is displaying as a 2020, but client is interested to read this particular 20 as a 1920. How we are going to read it as a 1920? So this 20 default, whenever I'm writing it, it automatically taking as a 2020. Now I decided, no, it's not a 2020, it should be 1920. How I can read? If you want to read these 2 digits of your year, if you want to read it in a proper format, so then you have to use a statement called options year cutoff. So if you write it options year cutoff on word and options year cutoff, if I'm giving as a 1900, so 1900 onwards up to 2000 years, up to 2000, 100 years of span, it will take it. So when you are giving a 2 digits of your year, it is automatically read as a 1900 to 2000 means what is the range? 20 where it will fall? Is it 1920 or 2020? Understand what I'm saying?
1920.
1920, right? Or else maybe imagine if I'm writing 1950. So what happened? 1950 onwards up to 2050, 100 years of span, where the 20 will fall.
It's going to be 2020.
Right. So if I'm writing it as a 60, where it will fall? So if I'm writing it, so 21st, 05 and 60, which 60 it is?
1960.
Yes. So from 1950 onwards up to 100 years of span, by default it will take it. If I'm giving a 60, it is going to be a 1960, not as a 2060. Execute the program and run it now. So now you can see that 1960, you got it. Understand? So like that, so you can use an option whenever it's a 2 digits here. It will not affect on your 4 digits of your data at all. Only for the 2 digits of your year, the 60, you want to read it as a 1960. Yes, you can read it. Or else you want to read this particular 2 digits as a 1860. So then you can read it by just mentioning it. So write it 1800. So 1800 onwards up to 100 years of span, it will take it and execute the program and run it now. So 1860, it just got read it. So 1960 onwards up to 100, 1800 onwards up to 100 years of span, it will take it up to 1900. So you'll get it. Is this particular concept is clear to everyone? Shall I move to the next? Yes or no?
Hi, Naidu.
Yes, please.
Options here cut off a statement. Where exactly we have to give? Actually,
you can write it
now. Actually,
you can write it anywhere in the SAS environment, madam. Okay, it's a global option. We call it as a. We can write it anywhere in the SAS environment. Global in the sense, imagine the input statement. We can write it always after dataset name only. Code statement, we can write it after that input statement only always. Right? There are some limitations. If I'm writing options here cut off, it's a global options. You can write it anywhere in the SAS environment, but you need to make sure before you using it, the option should be already ran. Understand? So where I'm using it, I'm just using it here. So definitely the option should be above this particular 2 line. Anywhere you can write it. Above these 2 lines, you can write it somewhere. That's enough. Right? 19 and 20, you write it after your 18th line also, that's fine. Or else after your 17th line also fine. You can write it anywhere in the SAS environment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Right. So some case, what happens, sometimes you don't want it as a MMDDY 10 format. If I make it 8, will that solve my issue? Still it will work, but everything, the 2 digits here will be displayed. Can I see that? It's a 91 and it's a 92 and 60, you'll get it. Got it? The year is just reduced from the 4 digit to the 2 digit. Or else you write it year. Is capital letter on YEAR year 4 dot. What happened? Why you are getting like this? Only the year we will get it instead of the total date. Only the year is enough for me. 1991, 1992, 1960, 1860 and all. Yes, you will get it only year. Year 4 dot if you write it. Only the year you will get it. Right? So we are coming to here. Some cases, client will give the data to you with slashes. Sometimes it will be dashes. Sometimes it is a points. Sometimes it's a colons. Sometimes it is a blank. How we are going to read all this type of data? So either of this particular format, it may be slash or it may be dash or it may be point, but the informat statement is fixed. We will not change the informat statement at all. The informat statement always will be the DDMMYY 10 dot format only. But the format, we will change it. How we will change it? We will change it as a DDMMYY 10 dot. Okay, so that up to 10 digits length you will get it. DDMMYY D10 dot, so that you will get the dashes. DDMMYY P10 dot, you will get the points. DDMMYY C10 dot, you will get the colons. DDMMYY B10 dot, so that now you will get the blanks. Informat is fixed,
but the format you can change it however you want it. Let's say in this example, I'm taking the information data, MEDI2 is my dataset name, input statement PID, age and JDate, and LDate is the variable. You are just taking it in format for JDate and MMDDYY10 dot format. LDate, you're reading it as a DDMMYY10 dot format. Chords is a statement. I'm trying to create the data, so that what happened? So the data will be in the form of some numbers. So MEDI2, you just go there and check it. Yes, all the MEDI2 with some numbers. You can see some numbers with minus values also. So why we will get the minus values? Can you hear any screaming sound of baby? Yes, no?
Yes.
Okay, just hold on a second. All right. So here, so we have some minus values. So whenever you have a minus values, so that means the value before your 1960, we call it as a minus value. So you see here, the values you before your 1960, I think some values we have it. So 1992, and this is your 90. So 90 means we said that it's an 1800 onwards, right? So it is going to be read as a 1890. When it is a 1890, so 1890 values will be read as a missing value. So by default, you just go there and check your MEDI2. So 1890 values is minus 25,439. What is this minus? The values before your 1960 is going to be a minus values. Values after your 1960 will be your positive values. At that 1960, it is a 0. So before values is minus, and after values it is going to be positive, right? So now what we do is, even this values also will be get converted. How I want it? Format for JDate and LDate. I'm writing it like this, DDMMYY10 dot format. Now my question is, how the JDate is going to be appear? Is it with a DDMMYY D10 dot format it will be applied, or else nothing will be applied to the JDate? What will be your answer? I'm just writing a format DDMMYY D10 dot only for LDate. What is going to be happen for JDate now if I execute? Yes, please.
Maybe DDMMYYD10 format may apply to JDate also.
Yes,
Maybe.
that's right, madam.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, you're right. So this particular DDMMYYT D10 dot format will be applicable for the both variables also. Not only this, both. Imagine if you are writing around 20 variables also, the format you are expecting to apply for this 20 variables also. That's fine, madam. Execute it. You see the D. So that means the dashes format I need it, right? DDMMYY D10 dot you written, so that you will get the dashes everywhere. Can you see this? Instead of just slashes, you will get the dashes. Or else
Yes.
for JDate, I want to write it in the form of imagine I'm writing it like so DDMMYY maybe C10 dot, so that I need a colons. So JDate will be with the colons, and remaining values with the dates you will get. Can you see that? So DDMMYY C10 dot, you will get the colons, and LDate will be DDMMY this one.
Yes.
Got it? Right. So we're coming to here. Sometimes the date in the form of some dates like this also. 12th December 2003, 12th DEC 2003, or else 12th DEC 03 or something like that. The dates we will write it in general. So if you want to read this particular data as it is into SAS environment, we need to write it as a date 9 dot. Why it's a date 9 dot? Including the date total, how many digits it is? 9 digits length only. You see
9 digits
right now. So how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So 9 digits length. If I want to print this particular date as it is, just write it as a date 9 dot. Or else if I'm just writing it here as a 12th December iPhone with 2003, you have it in a 11 digit format. If you need it as it is, you will write a 11 digit, or else client requirement is make it this one also as a date 9 dot format. Yes, we can make it. Or else sometimes the data in this format 12th DEC 03 only. That means year will not be in a full manner. it is just only for 2 digits. Then you need to make sure to write it as a date 7 dot, and while printing also it should be date 7 dot format you are writing it. So data lab info is your dataset name, input statement PID, age and JDate and LDate. In format JDate will be JDate and LDate will be date 11 dot format. I'm reading it. You see both the values, not only just one value. Let it be even though it's 9 digits format and it's in 11 digits format, no matter, but the both variable I'm trying to read it as up to 11 dot format. I'm just executing. So now you can see that everything will have in the form of numbers. You can see JDate and LDate also will have some numbers. Now my interest is I want to write it proc print data equal to lab info format JDate DDMMYY 10 dot LDate will be date 9 dot format. You're writing it and executing it. Now you can see that JDate with this format, LDate also with this format, you'll get it. Right? So we're coming to here. So date values, so Jan 2003, Jan 03, Jan -2003 or something like that. So okay, so the question is here. So I read it the date in the form of 12th August 2003 and 19th November 2003 or something like that. You read it, but the final outcome is DDMMYY 10 dot format. You're writing it. So that means, yeah, that's fine. That's up to you. So once you read it the data into SAS environment, you can change anyway to anyway. That's up to you. Whether you will write it in DDMMYY format, MMDDYY format, or date 9 dot format, date 7 dot format, that's up to you. The output, how you want it. But how you are reading it, it will matters actually, right? So date 9 dot format, you are reading it and execute the program now. You are just printing it. Yes, please ask the question.
Yeah, actually in this case, now you give the format in the proc step, right? Proc print. Yeah. So if you are giving the same statement in the data step also, it's going to work the same.
Yeah, it's the same. You want to this one you're asking, right? This line you write it this one, no?
Yes.
Format JDate DDMMYY 10 dot and date 9 dot format and execute and let's see. Is it giving same?
Yes.
Yeah,
same. Okay.
So sometimes what happen, you won't have a date, only month and year. In which case we generally have like this, only month and year. So when we have, what I can say, suppose just imagine we are collecting the patient information. So patient history we are collecting, what type of diseases he already faced and all. So maybe imagine patient is suffer with some jaundice. He know the month and year of that particular date, but he don't know what exactly particular date is. Date is missing. This type of dates we call it as a partial dates. Suppose imagine, yes, I suffer with jaundice on January 2003, I hope. If he say, so what happened? January 2003 is a date. So that means there is no date there. That is month and year we know, there is no date. Then this type of cases, how we are going to read in our SAS. Let's see, to explain that. So we have a special concept called first day of that month we will consider as a date. Let's see, first of all, how. So Jan 03, Jan 2003, if you want to read it, month year 7 dot format you need to read. And if it is in a Jan 03, if you want to read it, this one also, month year 5 dot format. And Jan 2003, if you are writing month year 8 dot format, you are reading it. So the format again, month year 7 dot format and month year 5 dot format, month year 7 dot format as it is, you are writing it. But here you don't want the hyphen, you want it as it is, then write it month year 7 dot format. Now the thing is, for a while I'll not write this particular value here. And one more, if I'm just removing this particular column, that's my interest. If I'm selecting it, what happen? It will be selected like a horizontal. No, I don't want it. I don't want only this column. Just click on Alt and select it. Only that column will be deleted. So now you're writing it. Let's see what happened. I have a month and year only, but I don't have any date. So what my interest is, I'm just reading it into SAS environment. What happened? SAS will give some numbers to you in the InfoLab dataset. Yes, some numbers you got it. So what these numbers exactly? Let's see. Format for JDate I'm writing DDMMYY. We know MM and YY, but we don't know the date. So how we are going to get the date? Execute the program. The date will be 01/01/2003, 01/02/2003, 01/03/2003. What is this 01 means? The first day of the month, everything happens like that default it will take. So that means whenever something happen in a January means the worst case scenario, it will be the January 1st. If something happen in the February, the worst case scenario is at least it should be February 1st. Am I right or wrong? So
Yes.
first day
Yes.
of the month by default it will take. So that's a SAS default. Whenever you don't have any date, first day of that particular month will be considered as a date and executing the program, and now you are getting the values proper. And one more, I'm just writing it here. See, now I have this particular data. Can you just tell me what date it is? What date you are expecting?
No idea. Maybe we have to subtract. We have to take the difference from the Jan plus 1960. I'm not sure.
Actually, this date is nothing but 2003 is the correct. There is no doubt in that. 2003 is the year. Plus, how many days it is? 32 days. Okay. 31 days for your January. Right? How many days for January? 31 days only, right? 1 day is left. Right? 1 day is your 1st February of 2003. This date is refers to. Understand what I'm saying? 2003 plus 31 days plus 1 day. So because 2003 plus 32 days, 31 days for your January, and 32 day is nothing but your February 1st. Tell me about this date. 2003 plus how many days?
So
75 days. 31
so
days
31
for
plus
January.
31 plus yeah plus 28 for Feb.
Why it's a 28?
Yeah.
It's not a leap year, right? 2003 is not a leap year. So 28 days for your February. Otherwise it's a 29. Then how many days?
Yes.
16 May.
Yeah, 16 days is pending. So that is your March 16. The date refers to. Tell me about this one. 2003 plus 31 days for your January.
January.
28 plus for February. How many days for March?
31.
How many days left then?
Shit. Oh boy.
Nearly 20.
Yes, that is.
So 20 is nothing but it's an April 20th.
20 days left.
That's April 20th. Now what we do is we'll just see is the same values we are getting it or not. We will see. Execute the program and run it now. Now you can see that 1st February of 2003, 16th March of 2003, 20th April of 2003. Is it correct? Same? You got it, the required one? Right?
Yeah.
So this is called a Julian format. Right? We call it as a Julian dates. If they are providing a data in this format, still we can able to read by using this particular format. So there are some other formats also. Let's see. Data, demo data is your dataset name. Input statement, PID, age and JDate is the variables. In format, JDate, month, year, 7 dot format. But I need a week also. That means imagine you know what day you born. So you don't know what week it is. You want to know the week also. Yes, you can get the week also by using this particular format that is called week date. So you will get the week date also. Let's see. January of 2003. That means 1st January 2003, 1st February 2003, 1st March 2003. How SAS will be considered. What is the 1st January 2003? What day it is? Is it Monday, Tuesday, Thursday and all? Yeah, you can get it. So that is your week date. 34 dot, I will give it this max. I'm writing it 34 dot and executing it. Can you just see? So Wednesday, January 1st of 2003, Saturday, February 1st of 2003, Saturday, March 1st of 2003, you'll get it. Understand? So that means you will get the week also. Instead of week 34 dot, I'll make it as a 24 dot. Can you see some difference? I'm writing week date 24 dot instead of 34. You can see some difference. Instead of having a January, you will have a Jan, Feb and Mar. Earlier you see January, February, March, you can have it. But now it's a Jan, Feb, Mar, you can able to get it. Wednesday, Saturday, Saturday and all. You'll get it. Right? I'm just giving as a 20. So week date, I'm giving 20 dot. So now we execute the program and run it now. So Ved Jan 1, 2003. Start Feb 1, 2003. Start March 2003. 1, 2003, you'll get it. Understand what I'm saying? So that means you're reducing a size automatically. Once you're reducing it automatically, it will try to give a meaningful output. It won't give any wrong thing. So it will try to give the meaningful output. You see both all the values. Still it is the same meaning. So Wednesday, January 1st of 2003. So what happens if I reduce the size completely to the 10 digits? If I'm giving it up to 10, so execute the program and run it now. And now you can see that. So Wednesday, Saturday, something like that only you will get it. You won't get it any other format of your date at all. It is just like a Wednesday, Saturday, something like that. You'll get it. Understand? Able to follow me? Yes,
Yeah.
no?
Yeah. Yes, Naidu. Yes.
Good. So this is all about for today's class. So tomorrow we are going to continue from here saying it. So different what is replacing a column modifier and remaining stuff we will see. So by tomorrow we are going to complete this particular session. Hello everyone, and today we are going to continue the class where we left in the last class. We just learned about different dates what we have in our SAS. We just talk about those, and now we'll just talk about some numerical formats, and at the same time, so we'll talk about some of the what I can say date and time formats also. We'll see one by one. For that, first of all, what I'll do is let me just open my SAS. Open program, go to documents, SAS tutorial, go to SAS class clinical day 3 format and in format. Good. So now we just done with all these things like dates, every date we just completed, and now we are just looking into a new program here, replacing an informat statement by using a column modifier. So what is the replacing an informat statement? What exactly we can do with it? Let's see. Data patient info is your data set name. Input statement patient ID, age of the patient, JDate joining date of the patient, and as well as leaving date of the patient. So joining date of the patient you are just writing as a DDMMYY10 dot. So LDate will be in a date 9 dot format. So you're writing it courtesy statement. You're trying to create a new dataset name. So with the name of patient info. Execute it and go to libraries and go to work library. Patient info dataset, it just got created. Can you just see all the values like a JDate and LDate values are numbers? How it is numbers? Because we have not used any informat statement. So how this particular numbers and everything you got it. So without using informat statement, we can use a column modifier, or without using column modifier also. So we can run the program, either of it, whether you are using it or not using it. What happened? JDate there is no problem. For LDate it's not reading it. Let's see what mistake we have done here. Okay, so default DDMMYY10 dot it will read into SAS, but date 9 dot it won't read. If you want to read date 9 dot, let's see if I'm giving a colon and execute the program. Now you will see the numbers. Can you see now what happened? So For a GPP, good programming practice, always you have to use a colon modifier. Either you go for input format or else you can go for a colon modifier so that we can avoid creating a new line for the informat. So just within an input statement itself, we can finish our job. So we can able to read the data. Then output is your wish how you want it. You want it as a DDMMY 10 dot, MMDDY 10 dot. So that's up to you. So however you want the output, you'll get it. Right? So this is how we generally manage. So with this particular colon modifier. So either you go for an informat statement or else you can go for a colon modifier. Mostly it will solve your purpose. Does anyone have any questions? Right. So now I'll move on to another concept called sum of the numerical value. Suppose I'll just ask you to write 25,000. So generally how you write a 25,000, 25 comma 000, because this is how we learn from the childhood onwards to write this particular comma, where to put and all. If I ask you, so 25 lakhs 25,000, as you are in India, so maybe just imagine you will write it as a 25 comma 000, because 25 lakhs 25,000. So that's fine. Or else if you are in US, if I ask you to write $25,000, so that dollar sign first, 25 then 000, you can write it. Let it be either of these values, just 25,000 with comma, 22 lakhs, 25 lakhs 25,000, that got 2 commas, or else dollar with 25,000. All this data, if I want to read SAS directly, you see in this example, I'm just looking into, you just see data employee is your data set name, input statement, employee ID, salary and PF is the variable, and cards is a statement. So employee ID you are giving as a 23,000, and here you are giving as a 30,000, and salary you are giving as a what I can say. So this is your salary, and PF they are giving it as a 2,23,000 and 300,000 or something like that. So we have in the data. Let it be no matter. I'm thinking that as it's a numerical value, I'm thinking that SAS can able to read these values into SAS environment and execute the program now and run it. So can you just see that salary and PF values are missing? The reason behind that is default SAS won't able to recognize what values it is. What is this comma, what is this dollar and everything. So if you want this particular value to be read in a proper order, then you have to make sure to write it as salary with the dollar sign. You have to make sure, and if I'm writing it, so that what happen, it will be read as a character again. It won't be read as some numerical value. Now I'm interested to read this particular value. In this case, what we do is we have to go for informat. If I want to read total 6 digits of your 25,000 to be read, so then you have to make sure to write it as a comma 6 dot. If I want to print it as it is, it should be comma 6 dot. We're coming to the 25 lakhs 25,000. If you write it, it's a comma 9 dot, and we're coming to here format with comma 9 dot, you are writing it. So we're coming to here 25 lakhs 25,000 dollar 25,000, you are writing it here $7 dot format, and here also it's a $7 dot format. So you'll get it. So data employee is your data set name, input statement, employee ID, salary and PF and all. So if you want to read this particular value into SAS environment, so first you write it salary with a colon modifier, because I'm not using a informat statement anymore. So comma 6 dot, including comma total 6 digits of your length. Again PF also I'm writing including the dollar total 9 digits of your length. You're writing $9 dot. So let it be what happen if I'm not giving a format statement, what happens to this value. You execute it, you can see that the final outcome will be without dollars, without commas or anything. This is how the raw output is looks like. 23,000, 30,000, 223, 23,000 and 300,000. You can get it by default. If you want to get it the values in a proper way like as it is, so you can write it format statement. You write it as same. You just write it format, within a format you just specify, that's it. So whatever you have written in format, and write it the same thing for format also, but don't write this particular colons here. Colons is not required in format statement at all. I'm executing the program now and run it, and you see now you can see that 23,000 $2,23,000 or something like that. So $2,23,000. This is how we write it. So when we are writing comma 9 dot comma 6 dot, automatically SAS know where to put the comma. But if you see this, actually if you are asking me to write in Indian standards, 2,23,000 we use to write it. But as it's a SAS is made up of US, default SAS will speak about US standards. So that this is how the people they write it there: 223,000, 300,000, 23,000, and 30,000, and all they'll write it. Understand? Right? So this is the default of how it so appear so in your output window, so you will get it. So we're coming to here, employee info is your okay, imagine instead of comma, if I'm writing the both values also comma 9 dot, if I write it, what happen? Even these values also will be displayed with the name of comma. Don't expect you will get in Indian standards. Still it is the same like a US standard, only dollar is gone, but remaining all the data is as it is with this one. And guys, when you need a dollar sign, and at the same time if you need a comma, $9 dot or something like that, the length mostly it's enough. You no need to write it separately. For comma you need to write it comma format, for dollar you need to write it again dollar or something like that. Don't imagine in that way. So if you write it $9 dot including the comma and dollar also, you'll get it by default, right? So this is how you can able to read the values into SAS environment. Any questions as of now? Please speak out.
No questions, Naidu.
Right. So we're coming to here. I have some data, you see, carefully observe. So in this particular program, so data employee info is your data set name, input statement employee ID, salary, I'm just writing it as a comma 8 dot format, and PF I'm writing as a $12 dot format because including my total all the digits, it's up to 12 characters long. So I'm just reading it. Now you execute the program and run it. What happened? So you have a value like a salary 23,000 and 2,23,000 and 3,30,000 you are getting it, and apart from that you will get the PF values also with decimals and everything. What I have done, I have not done any formats or anything. This is the default how the decimals and everything is appearing. Everything is perfect. What I'm just writing is, imagine if I'm writing the same thing into my format. Okay, whatever I have written in my in format, just writing it format. Within a format statement I'm just specifying it salary with comma 8 dot and PF with $12 dot, and I'm just writing a semicolon. Execute it and run it now. So now you will not see any decimals or anything. Can you see this? First remaining values you will not see any much changes in your salary, but PF value actually I'm expecting to have some decimals because you just scroll up. Earlier you have some decimals like a 6, 7 and 8, 0, but now when you are applying a format called format with 12, so then default what happens, the decimal places is gone, so that it is just rounding up the value. 223,000 and 300,000, it is just displaying by default. Understand what I'm saying? So here in your PF, so salary comma 8 dot and PF $12 dot is not enough, because if you are making 12 up to 12 digits of your length only, it is taking it. But unfortunately the decimals won't be displayed. If you think that the decimals also need to be displayed in your output window, you have to make sure to count it like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I can write it 11 total length plus how many digits we have, 2 digits we want it. So write it 11.2 is the format, so that what happen, execute the program and now you can see the decimals 6, 7 and 8, 0. That means the total length plus how many decimals you want it. The total length is how much you want it plus how many decimals, 2 decimals I need it. 11 digits with 2 decimals if I'm writing it, that's enough. Mostly it will solve the issue, right? Suppose if you need a 3 decimals, what happen? Yes, you will get the 3 decimals also 11.3, but unfortunately what happens, you know, there will be a one more comma gone. Earlier we used to have a comma in the middle of your 23,000 and 223,000 and 300,000. There will be a comma, but now the comma is gone. Only 670 and as well as 800 you will get it by default. Right, so yeah, so that's the default.
If we are giving as 12.3, then are we going to get a comma and
yes,
the decimal both?
you're right. So you have to give it as a 12.3 because including, you see, you just count it. So total, this is the how many digits length it is?
2, 3.
How many digits total?
3.
12 digits.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Right.
8, 9,
So if you want
11.
to add extra one more digit, you just add that particular one more digit to, instead of 11, make it 12. And you see that. Can you see that now, comma?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So if you want to have a 3 decimals plus the total length plus your 3 decimals you have to specify. Got it?
Got it.
Yeah. So we're coming to here. So data demo is your data set name. So input statement, employee ID, salary, comma 6 dot, and PF with $9 dot. I'm writing it. But this time I'm writing in a Word format. What is Word? So nothing but if you just go to bank, or maybe if you're writing something on checks, generally how you write it, like 23,000, 30,000, 2,23,000 only, like that, right? Generally we use it to write like that. If you want to write your values in that way, yes, you can do it. So by using words 34 dot or something like that, you can increase the size up to 34 or 36, I hope. So you just increase maximum and let's see what happens. So 23,000, 30,000, 223,000, 300,000. Why it is not giving as a 2,23,000 and all? Because as I said earlier, so SAS is made up of an US, so mostly it will speak this particular slang only. If you interested to display the information in Indian standards, so then you have to apply a statement called proc format that we will see in upcoming class. So by applying a format, we can change the values how you want to display. If it is in a rupees, yes, you can able to display the rupees also by applying a format, but it's very early stage to discuss that. So just remember, by default, if you want, by default it will just speak in a US slang only. And words 34 dot means up to 34 characters long. It will read it, the SAS into. So this one, if I reduce that 34 to 24, yes, there is no doubt in that you can reduce too. But while reducing it, definitely there will be a reduction in your output also. You can see 233, 3 after that star. The star mark whenever you see in your output window. So you need to remember one thing. That means there will be a truncation on your output. So that means due to some reason the output is getting truncated. So you have to make sure that should not be happen by seeing a star mark in real time, so that you just need to increase the format size how much you want it. So then you can increase it up to 34 or something like that. You will not see that particular star mark anymore. Everything is perfect. Right. So this is all about your numerical formats, how we are reading into SAS. Even though numerics also required a format mainly for commas and dollar sign to be read. Let's see, there is a one more case called time formats. SAS default can't able to read even time also. So what is this time? Nothing but, so 10 o'clock, 12 minutes and 30 seconds you're writing it. So in format statement you're writing it, and as well as format I'm writing it. So it's a time 8 dot, and here also you're writing it's a time 8 dot. And when you're coming to the data values, 2, 12, 30 PM you're writing it. So if I want to read it, it should be time 10 dot. So guys, imagine one thing is very clear. If you want to read the time in a 24 hours format, or time 8 dot format is enough. If I want to print it as it is in a 24 hours format, just time 8 dot format is enough. Or else if I want to write it that time in a 12 hours format, AM or PM, then you have to write it as a time 10 dot, and here also you need to write time AM PM 10 dot. You have to write it so that you will get to know that is it AM or PM. Or else sometimes if you want it system date and time combined together, if you want to read this type of date and time combined together values, date time 18 dot, you have to write it. The maximum length is up to 18. If I'm printing as it is, so you need to make sure to write it as a date time 18 dot, or else date and time included with AM or PM you need it. That means, so date you are writing it, but time I'm displaying it in AM or PM format, so that date time 20 dot, but format should be date AM PM. So the format will be differ from AM or PM. See, time AM PM 20 dot, date AM PM 20 dot is enough to read these values. Let's see in this particular program how we read. So data, my data set name I'm writing it lab, input, PID, JTime, and LTime living time also I'm writing it. So in format I'm writing it for a JTime, I'm writing time 10 dot format, including total time up to 10 digits of your length you're reading it. LTime also time 8 dot I'm reading it because it's a 24 hours time format. If I run the program and execute it, by default what happened, you can see some weird output in your output window. Can you see that? JTime is 18,771, or else 5,01,000, or else 51,000. Yeah, 51,000 15 or something like that. You are getting it. So 115 or something like that. You are getting the value. So what does that mean? Just hold on a second. So default you can see, so some numbers you are getting it. Actually these numbers, suppose imagine if you are dealing with a date, then we know that the number of days from your January 1st 1960 onwards. What about this one then? So what about this 18,771 and 51,000 and all? This is your number of seconds. How I can say number of seconds? You see it's a 60. So what is the 60? You just go there and check it. 00100. Can you just tell me what time it is? Anyone? What time it is?
1 o'clock.
Hey, it's 1 o'clock. Check it. Seconds, minutes, hours. 12?
Yeah.
1 minute, like
right.
1 minute.
So 12 o'clock, 1 minute. Okay, correct. So 12 o'clock, 1 minute means how many seconds?
60 seconds.
60 seconds. You see that the 60 is nothing but number of seconds it is storing. So that means all the J time and L time, all the values is storing as a number of seconds by default. So 5 hours, right? Per hour, how many seconds? 3,600 seconds. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah.
Right? Yes. So 5 hours, 5 into 3,600 plus 12 minutes 51, how many seconds it is? So it will add that also. So the total number of seconds is nothing but 18,771 seconds. Agree? That's default. So time will be stored in the form of seconds as a units. Date will be stored number of days, but time will be stored number of seconds. Okay, now tell me. So I'm just reading this particular value as a time format with some numbers and all. That's okay. As a human being, we will not be able to understand. If I want to print it as it is, what we can do? Can we write a format? Yes, we can write it format. Within a format statement, you have to specify what you want it. So 5 o'clock, 12 minutes, 51 AM. That means AM or PM it's there means it's a 12 hours format. If you want to write it in a 24 hours format, so you have to write it J time. Okay, so joining time. So you have to write it. So 24 hours means time 8 dot is enough. So that automatically you see my J time will appear in the form of 24 hours format. Can you see that? 5, 12, 51 only. There is no AM or PM. That's correct. But here 2 o'clock 11 minutes 55 seconds PM earlier, but now 14, 11, 55 you'll get it by default. but the L time is still same because we have not applied any format for the L time. That's the reason why the L time is as it is. So if you want to write something for L time also, imagine the L time, I'm just writing it. So I'm writing it here. L time I need it. Time AM, PM, I'm writing 10 dot. So that what happened? The 24 hours time format is going to be converted into 12 hours format. Can you see now? Is it correct? Yes, agree?
Yes.
At the same time, sometimes we have a date and time combined together, madam. So you see data, your data set name, some data set name, I'm just writing it DD, input PID, drug and time also. Imagine some side effects happen for a few patients. Drug name we have it, and as well as time. Just hold on a second. So here, so data DD is my dataset name, input PID, drug and time, date and time combined together here. So that means my system date also there. That means date also there, and as well as time also combined together. Okay. So some of the drugs they have given to the patient, because of that they got some side effects. The side effects the date has taken into consideration here. Execute the program and run it now. So what happened? What do you think is going to be store the values now? Let me just, instead of writing a format, let me just execute and let's see what value you will get it. My dataset name, I'll write it DD. Let's see what happened. Do you know what this number is? Anyone guess? So what this number?
To read the number? Are you asking to read the number, or
Nah, I'm not
what is the
asking to
question?
read the number. I'm just asking what number it is going to be. What exactly? Why this
Okay.
number is bit weird? So,
Is it converted to seconds?
seconds means which seconds it is? Is it hourly seconds?
And I think the time you showed in the past program.
See, I have a system date also, madam. I have a time also.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm getting some number.
Like,
Tell me.
yeah, that might be 12th August 2003. The three, like, I don't like how many days, but those are the seconds.
You're right. So what happens, so January 1st, 1960 onwards, 12th August 2003, how many days? Maybe some 19,000 days. Remember?
Yeah.
So in the 19,000 day per day, how many seconds? 1 hour, 3,600. 24 hours, right?
Yeah.
24 hours into 3,600. So that is the 1 day seconds. That is. So into 19,000 days.
Yeah.
Right. So plus your seconds again. 12 hours, 20 minutes, seconds. The total value here, it is your number of seconds, madam. Date and time combined together, number of seconds you can able to get it. This is the number. If I want to print it as it is, then you can write it directly. Write it, saying it. Format, within a format, I can directly write it, saying it. date time 20 dot. Yes, as it is will be printed. Can you see now?
Yeah. Yep.
Right? So system date and time printed together. Yeah. Or else instead of that, what I can write 18 dot also I can write it. What happened? The difference is there is no AM or PM. Earlier also there is no AM or PM. Yes. What is the difference? Earlier also I don't have AM or PM, but still the data is there. Can you see some small difference? Earlier year should be 4 digits, but now the how many digits for year?
2 digits.
2 digits. It automatically reduce and try to give a meaningful output even though whenever the length is not enough. But whenever it crosses through the limit, no, then automatically it will show the message in your log. So the format is out of range or something like that. It will show by default. Got it? So this is all about how you are going to read different date formats and as well as time formats and as well as numerical formats what we have in our SAS we just seen. Hello everyone, and today we are going to talk about Infile class. So like we just done with different date formats, how we can able to read into SAS and all we have done. So now let me just import some external files into SAS environment by using an option called Infile. For that, let me just open my SAS software. Go to SAS tutorial. I'm just talking about Infile. So what is meant by this Infile? Infile means you are importing a external file into SAS environment. That we call it as a Infile. So what is the behavior of this Infile and all? We will see one by one. So before that, how SAS will handle the missing value, we will see. Data trials is your dataset name, input statement, center, trial, and subject is a variable and cost is a statement. So here you have values Apollo phase 1 with 78 and NIMS with a missing value with 89, care with phase 3 with 56 and Apollo phase 2 with missing value, NIMS phase 2 with 79 and care phase 3 with missing value. Once you execute it and run the program, and now what happened? New dataset will be created that the trials. See, center, trial, and subject is the variable. So there you have Apollo and all the data. But one thing is very clear. So you have a numerical value missing here. Sorry, character value missing for your trial. Here is one missing value, and you can see there are some missing value for numerics also. But that means I want to know the difference exactly, how the character missing value appears, and as well as how the numerical value appears. If I run the program and execute it, so now you can see that the character value appear as a blank and the numerical value missing value appear as a period sign as a still with a dot. Right? That's a default. Character missing value always indicated as a blank and numeric missing value always indicated as a period. That's the default of SAS. There is nothing special in this. So now so this is how the SAS will deal with this missing value for character and numeric. So now what I'll do is I'm trying to import some external data into SAS environment. Data, your dataset name missing. In file, you're just mentioning a path of that file where it is located. So let me just go there and bring that particular file where it is located. Go to my SAS tutorial folder. Go to day 3. There are many files we have it. Let me just go for filter out only the text files. Because why text files? By using Infile, we can import only text files, CSV files, and .dat files. Only these 3 types of files only we can import it. So now, I'm interested to import from the text file. Let's see, the text file name is called missing. So this is my data. You see that I'm interested to import this data into SAS environment. As of now, we use it to type the data inside of your SAS, but in real time what happens, you no need to type it. You need to, as it is, you have to import it by using the Infile or Proc import procedure. So if you want to import external data into SAS environment, so you have to make sure to copy the path of the file. I'm just copying it, right click on it, go to the properties, go to the security, and I'm just copying a path of that file where it is located. I'm done. So now I'm just go to here, data, your dataset name missing, and after that you're just mentioning a path of the file where it is located. I'm just mentioning a path, so that is my C user desktop SAS tutorial day 3 missing dot text. So this is the file path where it is located, and then you're writing input statement. I know that it's a 3 variables, the variable names which is not available in the program, sorry, in that particular data. So I'm just creating x, y, and z is the 3 variables. You're writing it. Execute the program and run it now, and now you can see that x is one variable, y is one variable, z is one variable. It's got created, and you have the values like this. So x 11 and 12, 13 and 14, y 1, 2, 3, 2, again z wise, all the data it is just displaying it. But unfortunately, go to log and check it. So log is having some disturbance. So log actually reading six observations containing a data, but unfortunately only 4 observations you are getting it right now. How I get to know? You do one thing, you just keep your output open and keep your program also to be open, then put this particular value side by side, and now you can see that so 11 1 78, 12 2 89, 13 3 56, and 14 2 with I'm expecting to have this particular value as a missing, but unfortunately what happened, this 15 is moved to this particular place. That means whenever you have a missing value, the next value will overplaces the missing value position. That's a default of SAS. So that's a happen. So because of this, what happened? Ultimately, that last 2 rows not read into SAS. Only 1, 2, 3, 4 lines only read it. Even the 4th line also not correct. So this is how the default happens. Whenever you don't have a value, the next value will overplaces the missing value position is called flow over. Automatically, it will overplaces the missing value. So then how you can get rid of this type of issue? If you want to get rid of this issue, so you have to write an option called missover. So what missover will do, okay, so what missover will do, whatever the values are missing, that values only for your last variable only, the missing value will be filled. So there are 2 functions with missover. One is with just filling the missing value like this. You see this, see that wherever you have a missing value, it just dot ascend with a period sign. And one more here also, if you have missing value, so it is just period sign. So that earlier we have 6 records in your text file, now also I got a 6 records. Can you just see? So all 6 records is populated. What is the problem? What we have done, the only thing we have done is we just used an option called missover. So automatically the last variable we have a missing value, it just filled, right? And apart from that, we go for the same thing. What we have done, we are using Infile with external data importing into SAS environment, and we are filling the missing value. That's fine. Can we do the same thing if the data is inside of your SAS? Okay, yes, we can do. So data, your dataset name, I'm writing it here, it's a missing. Infile statement cards, I'm missing over. So that means by using infile, you can write a path of the file, or else by using infile, you can write a cards also. So what is the difference between the both? Infile with path means you're just telling a SAS to read the path containing a data. Or else infile with cards means you're telling a SAS to read this particular cards containing a data what you have given inside. And apart from that, missover, you're writing it. As you already know that without writing this missover, what happened? So default, it will read up to 4 observations only. If you want to read that missing values also, you have to write an option called missover. So missover automatically handles the situation. And now it's the same. Either you go for infile with path and infile with card statement, both also same meaning. It is just reading external data into SAS environment. So by using an option called missover. So missover, can we write it without writing anything like infile and all? Can we able to adjust this missover? No. So missover will work only with infile only. It is comes under infile option. So infile missover you can write it when you write an infile only. Without writing infile, don't expect this missover to be work. So that's a default. And one more, let's see what is flow over. As I said earlier, whether I have not mentioned or mentioned, let's see this how the flow over is working. Data, numbers is your dataset name, input cards, test number, I'm just giving it here with XX. What happens if I run the program, you execute it, and run the program. Now what happened? Test number is taken 22 and XX is taken 33. Again test number taken 44 and XX taken as a 55. That means when you don't have any value for your X, automatically it will read from your next line. That is called flow over. Whether you can write it, if I'm writing it also, flow over, it will be the same meaning. Without writing also it's the same meaning. The reason behind that is flow over is the default. Automatically it will try to read the data from your next line whenever you have missing value. That's what happened is called flow over. Stopover. So what this stopover will do? So whenever the data is lesser than what you specified, then it will stop reading the data into the next line. That means ultimately it will throw an error saying it that particular data we don't have values or something like that. You'll get it. So if you want it the stopover, you see, let me just new document, which one to be imported, new document text. Okay, so this is my data actually. So I just specified 2222 3333. There are some missing value, again 555. Let's see what happened. You specified a test number here. I'm trying to read it, but this time I'm using a stopover. So if I execute the program and read it, first you just check the path. The path is not correct, then make sure to copy proper path. So right now what happened? So this is reading it. So unfortunately, imagine if you specify the value of 5 dot only specify. Imagine there are some records so which you have a length is lesser than 5 character. So now what happens? If I run this particular program, see, without writing this one, there is no use of stopover. Whether you are writing it or not writing it, there is no doubt. SAS default, it will read these values as a 222333 missing value 555. And now what happened? I'm writing a stopover, and at the same time I'm just mentioning the test number with up to some values like a 4 dot or something like that. If I execute it and run the program, so now you see, go to check your log, it will show that the record statement exceeds the record length. That means default stopover will give you the error message to you. That means whatever you specified the length, okay, if that length is not enough to read your values, definitely it will show error in your log saying it. So this particular length what you specified is not enough or something like that. You'll get it. So that's a problem. If you can able to read it up to 6 characters long, let's see, is it giving the same error? Still it is same. That means always this particular stopover, what you have to manage is you have to give a proper length when you are using a stopover. If you don't want to read, if the proper length is not available, then try to write a stopover. Go and check your log. Log will tell that is this particular length is not enough or is it enough, and all those stuff you can get it from the stopover. Alright, so what happened? First of all, miss over default automatically whenever you have missing value, the next value will overplaces the missing value position. What stopover will do, whenever you specified a length, if the length specified the values which we have it in our data is smaller than your specified length, then automatically it will throw an error. And what about this one? Miss over with another option we see right now. So the same thing like earlier, we are copying it from the data here. I'm writing here is called miss over. So what the miss over will do? So you said that Naidu number with 4 dot, imagine. So what happened if I run it? Whatever the values up to 4 letters long, only that values will be read at 4 or above 4. But the values which are lesser than 4, it will be leads to missing value. Can you see the values with up to 4 letters, it is just reading. The values which are lesser than your 4 letters long, it is just going to be missing. So that's also miss over will do. Another one is filling the missing value. Another one is the length what you specified. If it is not enough, then automatically it will take it. Right? So this is called miss over. And one more is called trunk over. So trunk over, what it will do, no matter whether you have the length is not enough or whatever it is, how can SAS can able to read up to 5 characters long by that will read it by default. You can see that. So I think the path is not correct. Yeah. So now you see that what trunk over will do. So automatically it will read the data up to 5 characters long, even though the values are small letter, still SAS can able to read up to 5 characters long, whatever the data is available, and remaining values also will be read. So now if you just compare all the value, compare all these options of infile, flow over means, as you know that if it is a missing value, the next value will overplace the missing value. So that's by default of SAS. Stopover, if you want to read the values with specified length only. If it is lesser than that length, you are expecting some error to be displayed, then go for a stopover. Another one is called miss over. So whenever you specify the length is lesser than your character, so that means the character length is up to 2 decimals or 3 decimals, but you specified up to 5 decimal. Whatever is matching with your 5, that will only display. Remaining all the values are missing in your miss over option. What trunk over will do, no matter it's in a 2 digits or 3 digits, no matter everything up to 5 characters long, SAS can able to read it. That is called trunk over. So now this is the classic example of this particular all these options with the column input method. We will see one by one. I have a new document, text 3. I have it. So this is my data. I want to read this data. If you see Rome, we have Paris, we have London, we have New York, new space York. Actually, as we know that whenever you have a space, then what happen? York will be continued into the next column. That's default, we know. So Merid and as well as Amsterdam and all, and some values we have it here 38 and 666 and 3 and 370 and 4. And again we have some space. That means you see some of the values are smaller and some of the values are bigger, but all the values I want to read in a proper order without having any mess. If you want to read this type of data, what you do is, let me right click and go to the properties and go to the security and copy the path of the file where it is located. And now I'm just writing it here. What I'm just writing, I'm mentioning a path without writing this particular trunk over. Let's see. Can you just put the mute? I can hear some disturbance. So now data art tours or something like that, we have it. So in this we have a city. So city variable, I want to read it 1 to 9 characters long. Nights, I want to read it only the 11th digit. I want to read it as a nights. And land cost, I want to read it from 13 onwards up to 16. Number of events, I want to read it on 18th character only. Event description, I want to read it from 20 to 36. Tour guide values, I want to read it from 38 to 45. And backup guide is, I'm reading it up to 45 to 57. That means I already know that the lengths and all from, okay, let me just open that. So all the lengths and all, I know that. That's the reason why I specified the length, how much I want it. I specified here. So if I try to read it without writing in a, what is that? So trunk over, let's see what happens. If I execute it and run the program, yes, you got only 3 records. And one more, the New York, it just read it in a different way. Can you see that? How the New York is reading? What happened? So event description. So what happens here, you know, so the backup guide is taking into the second line. Why the backup guide values are it is just, it is reading as a London, so 6. We'll just compare the values so that no, you will get it side by side. So Rome 3 750 and 7 4 M 3Z and D Amico, and here I'm expecting to display the information, a Paris guide as a Taurus. I'm expecting but unfortunately what happened, it is reading from the data of Paris, because what happened, actually this length what you specified, it's not enough. It automatically reading the values from your next values. That's default happens like that. Automatically it will try to read the length is not enough for this particular backup guide, automatically read it from the next line. So because of that, it's a total mess happens. If you could have written a statement saying it run cover, what happened, if the length is small, still the values will not move here and there. Can you see that now? What happened, backup guide Taurus and Lucas and Demico and all, whatever the values you are specifying it as it is, you will get it. And apart from that, New York will get it. Even though you have a space in the middle, still SAS can able to read it. So trend cover option, what it will do is, whenever the length is smaller but still SAS is assigning, you see city variable wise we said 1 to 9 characters to be read, but unfortunately what happened, Rome and Paris and all, the length what we specified is not 9 characters long, it's lesser than that, but still SAS can able to read it up to 9 characters long by default, because you specified 1 to 9. So in the city name it automatically reads. So that's your trunk over how the data will be get read into SAS environment. And one more here, some of the values is just operating with a tab space. You see some of the tab files we have it in our SAS. See, so this is not a default space. You just see this data is nothing but a tab separated delimiters. If you want to read this type of data into SAS environment, so what you have to do is make sure right click and go to the properties, security, and copying the path. So what you do is you just write it data, your dataset name, and path of the file where it is located. And if it is in a text file, you are writing it as a text, DLM equal to, that means delimiter equal to, what delimiter it is, tab separated delimiter. If it is a space separated delimiter, you no need to write anything, but it's a tab separated delimiter. If you want to read this particular tab separated delimiter data into SAS environment, you need to write 09 with X. Okay, input with XYZ and 09 with X, you are writing it, and execute the program and run it now. And now you can see that the values is populated properly fine. So without writing 09X, let's see how the values are readed. Without writing this particular DLM equal to 09X and all and execute it, this is how the data is. That means that particular tab separated space will not be able to read by the SAS default. So if you want to read these particular values in a proper way, so you have to make sure to write DLM equal to 09 with X, so then it will read it. Execute the program and run it now. Everything is perfect.
Like,
yes, madam.
What is 09X?
So 09X is the code to read the tab separated delimiter files, madam.
Okay.
Right, so now what happened, you know, there are sometimes the data in a messy manner, sometimes the data with comma, sometimes the data with dollar sign, sometimes the data with ampersand sign. Let's see, without giving this, will this particular data will be read into SAS in a proper way? Yes, no? Data clean is your dataset name, input statement PID, name and age and gender. So 123 comma Kiran and dollar sign 24 and ampersand male, again 145 and Kumar 25 and male, 134 Ramya and 25 female and all. If I run the program, what happens if I run it? Tell me.
It'll be misread.
Yeah. So definitely it will be. So once you execute it, this is how the outcome is. What happened? As we know that as per our list input method rules, what is the default? The data must be separated with at least a single blank, right? If you have a multiple blanks also, that's fine, but at least single blank we are expecting to be displayed. But unfortunately what happened, the 123 and Kiran, we have a comma, and Kiran and 24 we have a dollar. Actually if you have a dollar sign after your variable name, that will make some sense, but what is the use of having a dollar sign within a data? So there is no use of it. Again ampersand sign also, so I'm not interested to have this ampersand sign also. So if you want to get rid of this ampersand sign too, so we can remove it by using this particular options, right? So what we do is, I'm just writing it, execute the program and run it now. That's it. This is how it output. If you want to read these particular values in a proper way, so you have to make sure to write it a statement by using DLM equal to what need to be separated. Yes, I need to separate the comma, and I need to separate the ampersand sign. This is your end sign, and I want to remove the dollar sign also. I just specified, and I want to remove the space also. You see 134 and Ramya, there will be a space, because if you remove the space, automatically SAS will give a proper space to you, right? That's by default. So you're mentioning a space also to be removed in the DLM statement. DLM equal to quotations with comma, ampersand sign, dollar sign, and space also you're expecting to remove it. Let's see how this output is looks like. Can you see this? The output is very clean, and this is how the output is looks like. So PID wise, name wise, age wise, gender wise, all the data is just appearing it because you have removed comma, ampersand, and dollar signs from the data. Yes, the data is mess up. Earlier it's a mess up. Now it's so clean. So we can able to read these values into SAS environment. Right? So we're coming to here. I have a data with me. So data demo 1. So the same thing. If you are importing the data from your external file by using this one, DLM, yes, we can do. Right? So the same file you can do, but I'm not explaining here because it's the same action what we have done with the DLM. The only, instead of writing cards, we are writing a path containing a data. Nothing special. Remaining all will be the same. Imagine there is a situation like this. I have a data with me, data clean, and infile with cards. Can you just see all the data is separating with comma? Is it yes or no? Is it correct? All the data is separating with comma. Right. Yes. So all the data is separating with comma. I'm interested to separate this particular data with space instead of comma. Can we do it? We can do it. Can you just tell me how to use it by using DLM statement? You write it DLM equal to, what do you have to write? In a quotations, you have to mention what you want to remove. Is it a single quotations or double quotations? That's up to me. And then you have to write it commas to be removed. Yes, I'm writing comma and executing the program and run it now. So unfortunately you got 2 records, but in your data you have around 3 records, but only 2 records it read. Even the 2 records also I'm not sure. Yeah, the 2 records also not correct. So it's not reading into properly into SAS. The reason behind that is whenever you have commas, like a concurrent commas, that means comma after comma immediately, DLM equal to comma will not work. In this type of situation only we use a statement called DSD. So data sensitivity delimiter. So what this will do, it automatically separates these 2 commas, and then automatically it will create a blanks for you. You just go there and check it. See, all the data is printing as it is. When you don't have any data for your name, it is just reading it as a blank. Can you just see that? It read it as a blank, and this is how it looks like. So we're coming to here. So here so DSD same, what we have done is it is just part containing a data you are trying to read. That's okay. So let's see data, your data set name clinical, infile with cards, and I'm writing in a statement called DSD. Input PID, name and age and gender, you're writing cards is a statement. So what happened? So when I'm writing a DSD, it will remove the commas at the same time. It will remove the single quotations and double quotations also. Let's see. It will remove automatically commas, and as well as everywhere you have a single quotes and double quotations. So DSD can remove that also. Can you just see and execute it? Yes. Not only just removing commas, it will remove single quotes and double quotations. That means whenever the data is separating uniformly, mostly DSD will work there and it will separate the data. And we're coming to here. Data clinical is your dataset name. There is a situation. Can we able to do the same thing with DSD? Data, I'm writing my dataset name as a clinical, infile with cards and DSD. Input statement PID, name and age and gender is the variable in cards is statement. So within this, I'm writing PID wise 123 and dollar and all. So I want to use the DSD sign to remove all, execute the program, and run it now, it won't be separated. If you want to remove at the rate sign and comma and quotations and all, you have to write DLM. See, in this situation, we can able to finish everything with DLM. DLM equal to in a quotations, that's the single quotations, the double quotations, that's up to you. So I'm interested to remove the dollar sign. Yes, I specified. Interested to remove the single quotations, so I specified. And after that, I'm interested to remove the comma also, I specified. And interested to remove the space, and apart from that, I am interested to remove what I can say, at the rate sign also, I'm just specifying it, and double quotations also to be removed, I'm just writing double quotations also. So we specified a comma and space, everything we specified with the DLM statement. Let's see, will this work or not? Yes, it's working, right? So by using a DLM, mostly we can able to manage, except that particular concurrent spaces, concurrent commas when you got it, right? Comma after comma. So that type of situations, a DLM won't work. But remaining all the situations, we can able to manage with the DLM. So DSD will work only the concurrent situations. Does anyone have any questions until here?
What if you had a TXT file eliminated by pipes, and you had two pipes together? What would you use then?
Imagine you want to, the data is separating with this one like this.
Yes.
Okay, let's see. Is it reading?
Yeah, but what if you had missing data like you showed before? Instead of having two commas together, you had two pipes. Would this DLM work for that?
Sorry, missing value. Okay, that means, okay.
Well, let's say that name wasn't there, for example. Yeah, and you had a pipe, two pipes together.
So that means you just pipe like this.
Yep.
You're expecting.
Yes.
It leads to error. And now okay, in this example we'll consider, so wherever it is a space, replace that space with a pipe symbol. Is it okay?
Yes.
Where is that? Here. Even first observation itself, it is not reading. That means we need to see something to separate for a pipe. Write it, DLM equal to quotations with pipe. That's the same, and write DSD. Can you see now? Is it working? I just used the combinations.
Okay, I could see it now.
Right. So all the pipe symbols separating with the DLM, there are some situations it not handles, right? This type of situations. So then I write in a DSD. If I'm using the both, so it's working.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah. So now here I want to just I'm just providing a input data to this as a data. Lab is your input data, you're providing it input at the rate with the care, trial and subject. So if I run the program, can anyone tell me from the 210 to 222 how many variables is going to be created? Yes, please.
maybe 3 variables we will get it, but only with the care ones only we may get it as we 215 observation, 218 observation.
3 variables is a wrong answer.
3 variables. Okay. Trials.
So instead of 3 variables, you will get a 2 variables, madam. Okay, because @care is just for filter the data. So data lab is your dataset name, input statement. @care means you are picking up. It is just for filter the data of your care wherever it is possible for your trial and subject. You see and execute the program now. Now you can see that trial with subject phase 1 with 89 and as well as phase 2 with 89, you will get it.
Okay, got it.
Got it. So this is just for filtering purpose. We are not displaying anything. The care, Apollo, NIMS and all, just to filter the data. And one more. So let's see. I have a data with me. Okay. So all the data on my blood data set here. Where is my blood? So blood data set here, total 1000 patients information, which is there with me. So all the data is just separating with some spaces here. I'm interested to remove this one. So you read it, this one, go to security and let me copy the path. I'm copying a path, click OK. Now what I'm just writing, data blood 1 is your dataset name. In file, you're mentioning a path of the file where it is located. I'm just mentioning a path of the file, and without writing anything, I'm trying to read the data into SAS environment. Input PID, gender, blood type, age group, and WBC, RBC, and cholesterol. I'm writing it. So execute the program and run it now. So the data just read it. So 1 to 1000 observations is just reading into SAS environment. You can see that all the 1 to 1000 observations is just read it. So now there is no doubt in that. That's okay. That's very clean. But unfortunately, what happened, client doesn't require all the 1000 observations. Only first 3 records only they need it. Then I'm just writing it. FIRST OBS equal to. So first OBS equal to, or else I need only the first 10 records. So OBS, I'm just writing it. OBS equal to 10 if I'm writing it. So what happened? Only 1 to 10 records only it will be get imported. You run it now. See, only 1 to 10 records only you can see. So OBS is the 10 means the end limit is up to 10 letters on 10 lines only. What is the start limit then? Start reading from the 1 onwards up to 10 lines. It will read it by default. And again, I don't want it like this. Let it be read it from the starting observation 10th onwards up to 100 observations they need it. Then I'm writing FIRST OBS equal to first OBS equal to 10 and OBS equal to 100. I'm writing it here. So I'm just writing it here. It's 100. So what happened now if I execute the program starting from 10 onwards up to 100 observations we need it. So now you see 1 onwards 51. So see 91 records you will get it. Why it's a 91? Starting with 100, starting with the 10 until 100. So including 10, total 90 records. Generally 91 records you will get it. So 11 onwards up to 100, up it's a 90. But even 10th record also included. So that default 91 records you will get it. So that is a first OBS option equal to 10. Imagine if I'm not writing OBS equal to 100. Tell me what happened now if I execute it. What happens?
10 to the end.
From 10 onwards, it will display.
It will take until end, right? How many? Suppose imagine I said that I have 1000 observations. Then
990 observations.
Is it 990?
1.
Yes, 91. You're right. So 991 records you'll get it, right? So first OBS is the option is the start limit, and OBS is the option is your end limit. Suppose you need only one record, what do you do? First record only we need it, or else maybe only 10th record I need it. First OBS equal to 1, then what? OBS equal to 1. How many records you are expecting? Only first record, right? Suppose you need the 10th record, first OBS equal to 10. OBS equal to 10. Can you see? Only 10th record. So like that, if you want only one record, yes, you can able to pick up by using this first OBS and OBS concepts. And apart from that, so I have a data with me. So where it is the same. I have it here. Raw data T3, raw data. Yes. Can you see this? The total data is just like this one. Seems the data is mess up. Anyone have any question? You just ask. Otherwise, please put the mute. Bhavin, I think it is from you. So please put the mute. I can hear some noise, man. Thank you. So let me just don't try to have, see, this is my data here. So I'm interested to read this data into SAS environment. So one thing is very clear, all the data is separating with comma, so I can read it. But unfortunately, control number is the variable. It is more than 8 characters long. You see, it is reading up to 8 characters long or something like that. So default 8, we know that, but it's more than 8. So for that, what we do, for that variable control number, we mention $ with 11 dot. Dose, we have not mentioned anything. Dose is within the 8 characters range only. Again, patient number is the variable. We have a length of up to 13 character long, because the patient number, again, dose and pat number. So the pat number, you see, up to 13 characters long, you are taking it from each variable wise. So if you want to read this type of data, so definitely the length should be 13, but remaining all within that limits only. If you execute the program now, all the data is importing into SAS environment. I think we just imported. Just go there, libraries, work library, raw data T3. Can you just see? All the data is imported. Got it? So what happened? All the data is separating with comma, DLM equal to comma you have mentioned. I'm reading a data from the second observation onwards, because I know that first observation is my variable names. So I'm just reading observation from the second onwards. I'm trying to read the data into SAS environment. So yes, I did it. If I want to read the same data, imagine if the data is available, save as the raw data T3 in the form of CSV file. .csv, comma separated files also we can able to read. What is comma separated file means? How it will appear? So
CSV.
You're right. So it's a comma separated file means .csv. Can you see Microsoft Excel comma separated files? Yes. So you see raw data T3 comma separated file. It will appear like a Excel sheet. See, this is how the comma separated file is. You are interested to read this type of data into SAS environment. So how we can do? Very simple. Right click on it. The same. It's everything is same. The only is, instead of just mentioning with the .txt, the extension will be .csv. We can read this type of files also into SAS environment. So if I run the program, either you have it in a .text format or .csv format, still SAS can able to read. Go to the raw data. Yes, it is reading. No matter it is a .csv or .text, SAS can able to read it. By using Infile, we can able to import external files into SAS environment. And today, whatever options we have seen, so like starting onwards, like Infile miss over we have seen, so stopover, trunk over, right? Miss over, stopover, miss over, stopover, trunk over, and flow over, and DLM equal to 09. And DLM equal to some other values, how you want to split it. DSD also we have seen, and apart from that, @ values, so that we can filter the data. And apart from that, first OBS and OBS options we have seen, and CSV files also, how to import it into SAS environment, we have seen in this class. So this is all about for importing of external files into SAS environment, which is done. Right. So in today's class, we just learned about how to import external files into SAS environment, and there we have seen about CSV file and as well as text file, how to import into SAS environment we have seen. So today we'll just move on. So global options, what we have in our SAS, we are going to see today. So what is nothing but these global options? See, as of now, we have written some options like import and cards and all. So these are all the local options. So that means we have some limitations. These options we can write it within the SAS environment with a particular space only. You see, the input statement, always you write it after your dataset name. So card statement, you will write it after your input statement. So like that, we have some limitations. So apart from that, so in SAS, we have some global options. That means these options, we can write it anywhere in the SAS environment. That means you can write it in the top, you can write it in the bottom, you can write it in the middle of the program. Anywhere it's accepted except a card statement. You can't write it in the card statement. After that, you can write it anywhere in the SAS environment. So what is this global options? So how it will be important? So these global options, once you activate, until unless you close the SAS session, these options will be continued throughout your program running. Imagine if you apply some global option for one program, the same options will be continued for your next programs also. If you think that that particular options not to be continued for next programs, either you need to kill that particular option what you have activated, or else you need to close the SAS session. So once you close the SAS session and open again, everything will be fresh, so that there is no effect on that. But let's see how this particular global options, how we can play one by one, we will see. So you can see that the list of global options, what we have it regularly, what we are using it for your certification purpose and as well as real time. And so here you can see that title, footnote, no cap, center, date, errors equal to 20, first OBS, and F error, line size missing, notes, number, OBS, page size, page number, and replace, and source and year cutoff. So guys, if you try to remember these things with one by one, so you will not remember, because all the global options you can't able to recollect it like this. So what you do is you try to remember this particular global option with a purpose. Each global option have some purpose. So based on your requirement, you have to use which global option. So suppose imagine your interest is to just give a title to your program, so that the global option title you have to use. If I want to give a footnote to my program, then you have to use a footnote. I want to make all the letters in my data, that means in my report I want to make it capital letter, then you can use this particular. Center means if you want to display the output in a center of the page if required, then you can get it. So by default, system date will be displayed at the top. If you don't want it, so then you can write it no date or something like that. So we'll see one by one. We'll just play with a simple program. We'll see, and we'll just have all these options. So I'm not writing anything here new. So I'm just writing it. Data mad is my dataset name, and input statement PID, name and age is the variable, and card CS statement. I'm just creating it. So I'm just running it. There is nothing special. The default dataset will be created here. So the default output you can see right now, the SAS system date and system time, and all the information you can able to find out here. So the thing is, the SAS system is the title. By default you are getting it, but I'm not interested to have this particular the SAS system. So instead of that, you are interested to give your own title. Yes, you can give the statement called title. So within a title statement, which title you are interested to give it in a quotations. It may be single quotations or double quotations, that's up to you. So you just give it in a quotations, you make sure to write it. So the title, imagine I'm writing this is my data, I'm just writing it. So semicolon here, and execute the program and run it now, so that the title will be displayed. So this is my data is the title, it's got displayed. Not only that, if I just run the another program, see in this particular program I haven't given any titles or anything. If I try to execute this program also, you will get the title as this is my data for that particular output also. That means how many outputs you are running it in the SAS, and all the outputs will have. So this is my data is the title. You will get it by default. Right? So if you don't want it, imagine for the next output I need, instead of this is my data, I want to write it as another value. So then you can write it. So title, and you just mention in a quotations, you write it. So this is your data. So give a semicolon and run the program. So once you execute it and run it now, so now you will get it. So this is your data, you will get it. So earlier this is my data, but this is your data is the title. So now onwards it will be continued. Unfortunately, what happened by next program, I don't want to continue any of the titles. Let it be the SAS system also not required. This is my data also not required. This is your data also not required. I don't want any title to be displayed in my output window. So very simple, just write title, just write semicolon. That's enough. So you are just deactivating the title, not to print anywhere. From now onwards, you see there will be a no title. So title statement, you can specify what title to be given, and then if you don't want the title, you just write the title with semicolon, so it is going to be blank. And some cases, if I want to write it multiple titles, suppose this is my data, again I'm writing it title 1 and I'm writing it title 2. So the title 2, I'm just writing it this is my data and this is your data. This is my data of today. I will write it of today. I'm just writing it here. So semicolon. So once you execute it and run it, now you can see that. So this is my data of today. You are expecting to get it, that value to be displayed. Yes, you are getting it. So this is my data and this is your today information. It is just displaying it. So like that, if you want, you can write multiple titles. How many titles you can write it like that? Title 1, title 2. So the max you can write it. So title 10. So within a title 10, you can write it saying it Untitled or something like that. So what happened? These many titles you can able to get it. Title 1, title 2, title 10. See? So title 1, this is my date. So title 1, you see this is my data. Title 2 of today, you'll get it. From there onwards, so third onwards up to 9th title, you will have some blank. The 10th title you specified as the end of the title. Yes, you are getting it. So like that, you can write n number of titles if required. Why to write these n number of titles? You just go there and check your real-time data. So let's see in real time how, in which situation we use. So go to SAS project RR2733019, go to the documents and cells. So there, this is the blueprint of the output, exactly how the client required. So output, so you see that they need output like this, but the title they need it as a big pharmaceutical company is the first title. At the same time, I need a system date and as well as which program you are using to running that particular output, and again the project code, and again page 1 out of 20 or 1 out of 30 or something like that, the page number. And apart from that, you can see that and another title you have it here as a subject demographics and baseline characteristics, and again they need another title around safety population. That means around 6 titles we need to write it. So first title is this one, second one is this one, and third one is this one. The fourth one is we have to maintain the blank, because if you want to maintain the gap between these two titles, you need to maintain one blank title by saying just title with title with colon in a quotations with space if you write it. So the blank title will be generated. So again fifth title will be this one and sixth title will be this one. So like that, the number of titles if required you can create it by using an option here. By using title 1 to title 10, you can activate it. Imagine one of the certification questions they asked me. So title 1, this is my data, title 2 of today, and title 10 you have given. And immediately what happened, due to some reason I'm writing title okay, so title 1 you have given and title 2 you have given. Again title 1 I'm writing end title. If I execute the program, how many titles you are expecting in your output window? You return a title 1, this is my data, title 2 of today, and title 1 end of the title again. So that means what happened if I run the program? Yes, Ratna?
Title?
So that means how many titles you are expecting to get it in your output window? So you are expecting a 2 titles. One is your end title, another one is of today. Am I right? But unfortunately, what happened, only end title you will get it. Why only end title you are getting? The reason behind that is SAS, it's a resetting it. So what is reset? You given a title 1 to display the first title, and second title also you have given, and again title 1 you are specifying. That means SAS will reset all these titles above what you have specified, and freshly you have given a new title as this one. That's what how SAS will read. Right now onwards, if you write title 1, title 2, title 3, and again it will continue. But if you just miss something and again you write some value again, like a title 1, if you write it again, so then it is going to be issue. Suppose imagine if I'm writing as a title 1, title 3, and if I write a title 2, what happened? Execute it. Now what happened? So this is my data, you will get it. So that is my title 1, and second title you are getting it as a end title. So you are getting this title. That means the titles, when you are using it, you need to make sure to follow the order. Even while following the order, if you're given a same title again one more time, so automatically it reset all the titles again. So you need to make sure title statement you can write it. So up to 10 title statements you can write it, title 1 to title 10. So it should be following in order, title 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 only. It should be in order always. And apart from that, you can write these titles anywhere in the SAS environment. Let's see, I want to write this particular title. So within my program, after my data statement, yes, I can write this particular title and execute the program. There is no doubt, and go to your log and check it. There is no errors. So that means you can write these titles anywhere in the SAS environment. Again, the same titles, if you are interested to write it in the proc step, so you can write it here after immediately to your proc print, so you can run it. So now you execute it, and there also it's working. That means you can write it anywhere, but you should not write it after chord statement. If you write it after chord statement, it is going to be an error, so we should not do the mistake. So this is your title statement. You can write it anywhere in the SAS environment. You can write it in the bottom, top, left, right, anywhere you can write it. So this is all about your global option of your title. The same thing we can write it with footnote also. So title is one statement, so one global option what we have used, and we have one more called footnote also. Suppose imagine like what we have done as of now, playing with the title, the same thing we can do with footnote also. Imagine I want to write a footer. What is nothing but footer? You just go to your program, you can see that the reference listing 6.24141 or something like that. So this is your reference listing, and apart from that you used somewhere as a SD in the program. So that means in your output, what is SD refers to? It's a standard deviation. There is somewhere I used as a min. What is the min refers to? The minimum value. So I referred somewhere as max. What is the max refers to? The maximum value of your data. So if you want to write this type of footnotes at the bottom, yes, you can write it. You can write these 5 footnotes also anywhere in the SAS environment, no matter. So as per the GPP, we always write a titles and footnotes within a proc step only. So that will be more convenient for our outputs. So if I'm writing footnote, so how I write a footnote? You just write footnote. So then just mention it what footnote you want it. So let me just write it footnote 1, saying it. The same footnote I'll copy it from here. So I need a reference listing of 16.4 or something like that. So I'm just writing the same footnote here and semicolon, and again I'm writing footnote 2. I'm writing it. So here it should be semicolon, and I have to make sure to give a single quotations. Footnote 2, I'm just writing it here. So I'm just writing it. So a reference listing. So I'm just writing it here and execute the program, and once you run it, so now you can see that the reference listing is this one, note, STD, standard deviation, minimum, maximum, and all you will get it as a, so the values is something like this, right? So this is my reference footnote, so this is my standard deviation, minimum, maximum, and all. So I'm interested to get it. Yes, I got it. Right? So like that, how many footnotes and how many titles, if you required, you can get it. If you want to stop all the titles and footnote not to display for my next program, just write title with semicolon and again write footnote, semicolon. That will just solve your issue. From now onwards, don't expect any titles or footnotes. Is it clear? Anyone have any questions on this particular titles and footnotes? Yes.
Yes, Naidu. How can we get the title at corner side?
Okay, so imagine you activated the title right now. This is my data, this is your data. I want it in a corner side. You have to write some other global options. So write it, options. Okay, I'm not interested to have my results in the center of the page. Then you can write it options, no center. So we can control with the options no center. What happened? Even the title and as well as the result also will be printed on the left side. Can you see this now? This is your data, right? So in real time, we use a concept called ODS, output delivery system. In that output delivery system, we have an option here in the title itself. We can write it. So title, after that is J equal to L. So what is the J equal to L? Justification of title equal to left side alignment. If you give it, automatically it will go. So but right now J equal to L option will not work in this particular program because we are not using any concept called ODS, output delivery system. We are not using it for a purpose. So right now, if you want to solve the same issue, if you don't want that particular title to be displayed in the center of the page, then you can write it options no center, so that it won't display the information in the center of the page, and execute it. Yes, it is in the left side of your page. You can able to see right now.
I want only title on left side and data is on center.
So again, in that case, the problem is what happened, you know. So options no center, again options center. So here the problem what happens, you know, madam. So if you want to center that particular output, you can't able to make it right now, because the J equal to L option only, it will be the solution for it if you are using a concept called ODS system, output delivery system. When you are using it, so then only you can write it. So title, it's a J equal to L option will work. For a while, you try to remember. So in real time, what we do is, if you want to get this particular title to the left side, so there is another way to control it. Suppose imagine the big pharmaceutical company to be displayed here. What we do is, let's see, take the same. So I need my system date and as well as this one as my first titles. So I am writing it here. Options no center, you're writing it. So write it options center only. So options center, but the title I'm just specifying like this. So big pharmaceutical company, I'm writing it. Can you see? You got the title? The big pharmaceutical company, report in the center, the title in the left side alignment. You got it, right? Right, you can do that also. If you try to maintain the space between your values, so that no, automatically one value will be assigned at one side, another value will be assigned at another side. You will get to see. Yeah. Any other questions?
Nigel, on that example you just showed, what happens to that date DDMONYYY?
It is just so what happened this one. So this is just You write it options ls equal to, you make it up to 200. Can you see now? Actually, the earlier whatever the length I have given, it's not enough, man. So that's the reason why it's just truncated, because default. So earlier output, you see the default page size, you can write it default page size up to here only earlier. But now what I have done, by using an option called ls, that's also global option, line size, I increased up to 200 characters, and now you can see that the ddmmyy, it is just extracted. That means you can see the ddmmyy also, and as well as big pharmaceutical company also, everything is printing. Is it making sense?
Yeah, so I don't know if this is a silly question, but in terms of landscaping for reports like that, is there usually a standard size that they want?
Every organization have their own standards. So with this, how you need output, because if the output size is bigger, then they'll go for ls, landscape manner. If the output size is smaller, so that they'll use a portrait mode. So by default in ODS concept, we have an option called orientation equal to landscape or portrait. Automatically it will adjust your page.
Okay, thank you.
Right, so we no need to give this particular length and all. So in the ODS concept, because we will not send this output as it is in the same format. This is not your output what we regularly sending to the client. We will send this output in the form of PDF or RTF or HTML or XML formats. So that files you can generate it by using a concept called ODS only. Right, so now I'm just displaying the results in the center of the page every time, but I'm not interested to display the results in the center. Then you can write an option called no center. So you write it options, you have to write it option or options, either of one is fine. You write it options no center. The results will not be displayed in the center of the page, so that it will be displayed in the left side. And apart from that, you will get the system date and time by default. So I'm not interested the system date to be displayed. Then you can write an option called options no date. When you write a no date, automatically time also will go off. If you run the program and no date, you see in my output the system date is not required, so the system date is gone. And apart from that, you can see, I'm not sure the page number, you can see it or not. Let me just show you. Yeah, page number is 21 right now. You can see at the down. That means in this particular total actions, around 21 times I have generated my output. That's the reason why the page number 21 you will get it. I'm not interested to display my page number also in my output window. Then I'll write an option called no number, so that you won't get that particular page number also to be displayed. And execute the program now and run it, so that there is no number also in my output window. Right, so and if you want to increasing the length, we just seen right now. So you think that the length is too much, but I want to increase the length, but not that much. Then I can write it options. So you already written ls equal to, if you write it 100, so that means 100 characters. You can increase your page length. You see, and run it now. So now you can see. So this is your 100th character value, and you just go there. So if you want to see that, don't write, make your page number to be displayed as a number, so that we get to know that how the page is displaying, how far the page is displaying. Yes, the page size is just you can see earlier the line size up to somewhere it's a 200 characters long, but now I reduce it to off around 100 I specified, so that the page number is displaying exactly at the corner of that particular page. So that means by using this particular ls option, we can control the length of that particular output, how much you want it. So the maximum you can increase it up to 256 characters only. You cannot exceed more than 256 characters. This is upper limit, right? Within that 256, we can write it any length that will work. So now I'm just making it 100. And sometimes what happen, imagine I'm displaying some outputs. So what happened? It may around have 1 lakh records. So while printing it, what happened? Everything, all the 1 lakh records will be distributed to several pages, because when you're printing it, one page will not be get enough to print all the data in one page. So if you think that you want it, make sure let it print all the 1 lakh records in page number 1 only. Yes, we can do it by using an option called page size. If you write it PS equal to the page size equal to, you can write it how many lines per page you want to write it. So if you just see our child's homework books and all, so the maximum lines per page, maybe it's in 15 to 17 lines per page you will have it. But if you want to increase more than that, but we can't do it as it's a book or something like that. But in SAS, what we can do is the output page size, you can increase it, but still it will display it as a page number what you specified. So if I'm writing page size equal to, if I'm writing 500, so that now I can print in my program. So if I execute my program, 500 lines, up to 500 lines, I can write it in the one page. After the 500 at the one line is going to be continued into my next page, right? So up to 500 lines I can interested, if I'm interested to print it, yes, I can do it. So is it 500 lines is printing or not? How we get to know that? When we display some footnote, suppose you just write it in a quotation, so that you just mention some footnote, this is end. Okay, so I'm writing a footnote as a this is end. Execute the program and run it now. From now onwards, up to 500 lines per page it will be printed. So now you see that, see, this is end, it is displaying it down, but where is my output? You just to scroll up all the way up somewhere. Yes, you can see that. So from here onwards, so that means in this particular page around 500 lines you can able to print it. So this is your page size. But you see this particular page size, the number is page number 25 only. One page, in the page number 25 itself, you can able to print around 500 lines per page. If required, you can increase it. So what is the maximum? You can increase it up to 32,767 bytes or characters. You can increase it. This is these many lines you can write it. The maximum page size you can write it 32,767 bytes. So this is just to increasing a vertical space. We use an option called PS. If you want to increase the space between your horizontal, we use an option called LS. So these are all the global options what we have it. And apart from that, so you have the results is printing. You see right now all these options are activated. For my next program, I don't want any of these options. Then what you do, you write it before starting the program itself. So I need the results to be displayed in the center of the page. Write it option center. I don't want date should be printed in my output also. Just write it date, and numbers I want to print it. Yeah, you're writing it numbers. So all those options you can just deactivate it. So once you run this particular program, what happened? So you remove the no from your data, then automatically what happened? You just go there and check it. Yes, the results will be the center of the page, and apart from that, system date you are getting it, and as well as the page number also you are getting it by default. You can see here, right? System date and time and page number and everything, you just reset it to the default and it's getting displayed. So this is how the global options we use. Not only this global options, we have some other options also, like you have a capsulators also. If you don't want the caps, if see in this particular program what I have written, I want to make everything as a capsules, then I can write it options. I'm writing caps. So that what happened, now onwards you execute any program, output will be all the data what is inside also will be displayed. Everything is a capsulators. So now you just go there and check it. Everything is a capsulator, you are getting it. So no matter what data you have it inside, all the variable names and everything should be a capsulator. So if you don't want it, most of the time client requirement is let only variable names to be a capsulator, but remaining all the data we should not change it according to our real-time scenario. So you just see you just go to the project here. So instead of project, go to the day 10 SDTM implementation guide. You see this. So as per the implementation guide, when you are submitting some data to your FDA, so the rules are, so definitely the variable name should be in a capsulators only. So you just see here, You just open this data set. This data set name is called demography. It's not working. Copy, Control F, searching for something. So you see all the variables, variable names, study ID, domain, use subject ID, reference start date, reference end date, site ID, investigator name and all. You see that all the variables should be in a caps letter they are expecting, not small letters or something like that. How we can make it only the variable should be caps letter. If I'm writing an option caps, so that what happened, everything, the data also is getting capsules, and PID name is also is getting capsules and everything. So no, that is not the our interest. So then we write it option called no caps, so that it won't get any caps letters at all. You execute the program, so you will not see the caps letters for a while. You deactivate it. Only the variable name should be in a caps letter. Then you write an option called options valid var name equal to, you just write it uppercase. So this function will allow only the variable should be in a caps letter. You execute the program and run it now. Only the caps letter, the variable should be capsules and remaining all smalls. Can you just see? No matter you are written in a small letters of your data, caps letter of data. So everything output when you are creating it, the final data set will have a caps letters only. So it is not mandatory. Definitely you need to follow and you need to specify the caps letter by using Control Shift U every time, so that no, you can make it the variables in a caps letter so that you can use it. No, it's not required. You can write it directly, use it options valid var name equal to uppercase, so that it will make everything into uppercases by default. So right, so that is the use of options valid var name equal to options. We are just using it. Is there any questions until here? And apart from that, yes please, any questions? Anyone?
Hi Naidu.
Yes please.
For the title statement, we are giving up to 10, right? Title 10, like that. For the footnote
also 10.
Also
footnote
how many we can? What is the maximum?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Good. So we're coming to here, you're writing it. If you don't want a caps letter, then you can write it option center. You have seen just now. If you're writing in the center of the page to be displayed, then you can write it. And date. So if you want system date to be displayed as in your output window, you write it options. You don't need to write it default, the date is active. If you don't want the date to be displayed, then you write it options no date. Errors equal to 20. Suppose imagine you are importing some data, like yesterday 1000 observations containing a data, you are importing it. So you want to know that first 20 observations with errors you want to see you importing the data, due to some reason you got an error. So you got an error for all the 1000 observations also, but I decided not to see all the 1000 observations at one attempt. I want to see only the first 20 observations. If I'm writing options errors equal to 20, only the first 20 errors you can able to see. But in real time, so we are not using this option anymore, because in real time whenever we have an issue, so just having it about errors, we try to see all the errors at one time only. Yes, if you want to limit it, you can write an option called errors equal to 20, so that only the first 20 observations which we have an error, you caused it, so that you can see it by using this particular option. And first obvious option, so I think yesterday also we have used the first obvious and obvious concept. Let me just go for proc print data equal to, so in my SAS help library I have a class data set. I'm just printing it. So what happened, default it will be printed. So in this we have around 19 observations in my data set. Yes, 19 observations also will be get printed. There is no doubt in that. So now I'm just writing it, saying it the global option, writing OBS, that means options, right? So OBS equal to, if I write it 10, what is going to be happen? So you execute the program, the output you can able to see only 10 records only. Even though you have around 1 lakh records, the output will still, it will be display up to 10 records only. That means by using this particular global option, you are controlling your output window, how far you want to display. So only 10 records. Every time it is going to be 10. Whether you remove also from here, the same program, and the program will give the same meaning, because as you already know that it's a global option. Once you activate it, it will be continued. For next program, okay, just imagine this program, the 10 observations, it's fine. But next program, you want to make it update. So maybe it is 20 observations, you want to read it. Then you have to make sure to write an option here again for the next program to change it to 20. So then you run the program, then it will read it up to 20 characters long. So now you can see that maybe all the 19 observations will be displayed. Got it? So that means we can limit your observation how many need to be displayed by using an option called OBS. Imagine for the next program, right now what happened, this program 20, I increased it, that's fine. For next program, I don't know how many observations to be increased. So if I want to read the maximum observation from the data, how we do? Very simple. Automatically to read the maximum observations, you write it an option called max. So that means what happened, you are telling SAS to read how many observations you have it in the data set, let it print all the observations as it is without any truncations. Now you see all the observations will be get displayed. So right now if it is a 30, then all the 30 will be displayed. If it is 100, then all the 100 observations will be get displayed. So there is no limitations in that. So you written OBS equal to max. Default first OBS is option will work. First OBS equal to 1 onwards, it will take the data. Suppose if I'm writing an option called first OBS equal to, if I write it, I'm writing an option called 2. Yes, I have 19 records, I know that, but I'm writing first OBS equal to 2. When I start writing it from here, execute it, now you can see that you can see only the 18 records to be displayed. So starting from 2 onwards, remaining 19, that means in your log also it will give only the 18 observations will be get printed by default. If you are using an option called options first OBS equal to 2, so starting observation is 2, and if I am writing an option called OBS equal to 20, so that up to 20 records, 2 onwards up to 20 records it will read. It is not for only one programmer. So throughout your SAS session running, how many programs you are executing, always it will read the data from the second onwards up to 20th records only. So that means once you activated, these options will be continued for your next programs also. So that is your global options for first OBS and OBS concept. FMET error, I will not touch this for a while, so I'll just remove it, and tomorrow I'm going to explain that one, and as well as a replace option also, these two things. And again, line size, you already know that you can increase the line size up to 26 characters long. Yes, I can do it. And missing equal to dot. What is this missing equal to? Imagine in your data there are some numerical missing value in my data set. You see there is a numerical missing value. Imagine, yes, there is no data for it, so that's the reason why it's a missing. Execute the program and run it. Now by default what happened, you just go there and check your data. So the first OBS should be active. Now you have 3 records in my so now you see that, so PID, name, and age wise, we have a missing value. It's a numerical missing value. So but even though it is a numerical missing value, client is interested to see it as a blank, not as a character, not as a period sign. So how we can make it this one as a blank instead of just period? So by just using an option here, saying it options options, so you write it missing valid var name, you remove it because we are not using missing. I'm just writing it equal to, what do you want? I want to make it blank. Then write it blank and execute it. Just write double quotations is enough. Automatically the character missing value in your data will appear in the form of blank instead of just period. It is just appearing as a blank. Apart from that, 0 to 9 characters, any character you can write it. Suppose you are interested to display it as a, if it is missing, I want to make it as a 0, then write it options missing, it's a 0. Then now you can see that in your output window it will be displayed in the form of 0 instead of just missing. Right? By using this particular option statement, what we can do is we can just fill the numerical missing value as a represent to a character missing. So how it is a character missing? As we know, character missing value always indicated as a blank and numeric missing value always indicated as a period, right? So this is the options. Line size you have, missing you have, no notes, no source. So by default, what happen, every time the log will go, log will give you some messages, like you see some blue colors and black colors, you are getting it. I interested. So when I'm just executing this program, not to display any of the log information to be printed, then you write an options. If you write it, no notes and no source. So that means I'm telling my SAS not to print any notes and source messages in my log. So now onwards, you just see activated. So now let me just clear it once. I have already activated. If you execute this program again one more time, or else not only that, any program you execute it, log will not give any messages as a blue color and black color, because we said clearly not to display any notes and source. So now the question is, Naidu, is it errors also going to be stopped like that? No. Errors and warning messages still will be displayed. Suppose imagine I forgot to write a semicolon here and execute the program and run it now. Now I will go and check it. So the errors is displaying it in your log. There is no doubt. Errors and warnings will be displayed. Only notes and source message you are not interested to display it. Then you can write an option called options no notes and no source. Yes, it will work. And apart from that, so you're writing it options no notes and no source. So number, as you already know that, so page numbers default it will be displayed. If you don't want that particular page numbers to be displayed, then you write an option called no number. OBS equal to max means you never know how many observations in my next upcoming data set, but still I want to read all the observations in my data. Then you write an option called OBS equal to max, and page number equal to 1. You see that I'm nearly at page number somewhere, page number at 43 right now. But I just client requirement is, can we make it every time when it's printing this particular data, make it as a page number 1 every time? Yes, I can make it. You write it page number equal to, right? So page number equal to how much you want it. Page number I want to write it as a 1 for this particular output to be printed. So now you run the program and execute it. So I'm just executing it, somewhere it's going wrong. Okay, so I have to fix this issue also, because earlier we got an error. So now I'm running it. So now you can see that the page number will be displayed. It's a page number 1. That means we can reset the page numbers if required. From now onwards, you execute any program, it should be continued from 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. So like that it will be continued for the next. So that is your page numbers. And we are coming to here. So OBS equal to page number, you are writing it. Page size. So page size you are making it as a up to 78 characters long or something like that. So you can make it. So page size, the value is up to 78 characters. You can make it, right? That you already seen. Options, source. If you write it, you don't want system source to be displayed, and you write an option called no source. And one more, I think you used it, year cutoff. Options year cutoff equal to 1900 you used earlier when you are working with your date and date formats. So from once you activate options year cutoff equal to 1920, so that from there onwards all the 2 digits year will be displayed up to 100 years of span as a suppose imagine you have 88, so 1988 it will be displayed as a 2 digits of your year. Automatically read it as a general 4 digit of year, because if you are using an option called options year cutoff. So even that also we have seen, once you activate it at top, that will be continued for your next programs also, because it's a global option. So these are all the options you need to remember. So it's a global options what we have in our SAS. So now you know that how to give a title. So if you want to give a title and footnotes, yes, you can give it. If you want to make your variables in a capsulator, just you write an option called caps. If you want to display the results in the center of the page, by default it's a center. If you don't want it, you write it options no center. The date will be displayed by default. If you don't want the date to be displayed in your output window, then you write an option called no date. So default, all the errors will be displayed, even for 1000 errors also. But if you don't want it, only the first 20 errors, if you want to see that, then you need to write an option called errors equal to 20, and first OBS equal to option. So by default it will be starting from 1 only, you no need to tell that. But if you want to read the observations from your data set from the 5th observation or 20th observation onwards, then you use an option called first obvious option. Line size option, if you want to increase the space in a horizontal way for output to be printed in your output window in a proper way, then you use an option called line size. And missing option, if the numeric value default, it will be displayed in the form of a dot, that is your period sign. If you don't want that to be happen, you want to make sure to display the information in the form of blank, then we can use it an option called line size. Missing and no notes. So default notes and source will be displayed. If you don't want the notes to be displayed, then you write an option called no notes, so no source. If you don't want source also to be displayed. And number, so default the page number will be displayed. If you don't want the page number to be displayed anymore, then write an option called no number. OBS equal to max, when you don't know how many observations is going to be read it into your SAS, you want to read all the maximum observations. By default it's a max only. If you activated with some OBS equal to 20 or OBS equal to 30 like that, if you want to deactivate those particular options, either you can close the SAS session or else you can just use this particular OBS equal to max, it automatically read the value. So page numbers, you can reset the page numbers how you want it. So imagine while executing your program, you are at page number 30th or 50th page, but still you are interested to continue your programs to be displayed from the page number 1 onwards, then you can write it page number equal to 1 so that it will be continued. Page size, by default, if you want to increase the observations, the number of lines per page, if you want to display up to 300 or 400, you want to print it per page, then you can write an option called page size. Source, so as you already know that no notes no source, so automatically the source message will go off. If you want my next program to have my notes and source, again you write it options notes and source instead of writing no notes no source. You remove the no from the data, automatically issue will be fixed. And apart from that, year cutoff, so if you have a 2 digits of your year, if you want to read it as a 4 digits, then you write an option called options year cutoff, it will read everything. And apart from that, I have explained one more option, that is options valid var name equal to uppercase, so that everything will be displayed in the form of upper cases of your data. So this is all about your global options, what we have in our SAS for today's concept. Right, so in the last class we just learned about what are the global options, so what we have in a SAS we just discussed, and now we'll just move on to another concept in the same folder, that is called Proc format. So what is this particular Proc format and how it will be useful? Let me just open my SAS first. As we already know that we know informat and format. So informat statement converts a date values and as well as numerical values, time values, so it will read. But this one is a converting a numeric to character, character to numeric, and numeric to numeric, and character to character. So we can able to convert it by using this particular proc format. So let me just explain so that you'll get an understand. Imagine there are some situations, so mostly we will get a data from the client like this. Let's see, data, your dataset name lab, and input statement PID, and age and race and sex is a variable, and codes is a statement. You are trying to create a new dataset name with the name of lab. So now you are just creating it. So now you just go there and go to libraries and work library. So the dataset lab is got created. Now you can see that it's a PID wise, age and race and sex is the variable just got created. So imagine this dataset directly you got it from the client, but unfortunately you carefully see patient ID and age there is no problem, but race is the variable. So there we have values in a numerical value like a 1, 2, 7, 3, 8 and 88 and 77. All you will get it as a race. We're coming to the sex. So sex we have it 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2 and all you will get it. So what does this mean? Actually, I'm expecting a character value here, race like a black, Americans, Asians and all. Where coming to the sex wise, I'm expecting as a male, female and all. Unfortunately, so this is the numerics, we got it directly from the client. So now client is saying, convert this particular race and sex variable to be a character. How we do? Yes, if you have a chance to edit your program, then we can edit your program sex and I'll make it $sign again. Race also I'll make it $sign. Then I'll just update the values accordingly. Imagine, unfortunately, we don't have the chance to edit the program. We have only data set ready. So how we are going to apply, or else how we are going to convert this particular value into a character format? So then this particular proc format come into picture. By using a proc format, what we can do is we can convert a numerical value into character. Let's say I have a data with me, so proc format and value Naidu, I'm just giving it. What is this Naidu? Actually, you see in our real time, so when you are applying a data as a DDMMY by 10 dot, MMDDY by 10 dot and all. So those are also format names which are created by SAS default. We no need to worry about it. SAS default, we have some formats so that whenever we are applying that particular formats to the numbers, automatically the numbers will be get converted into a data. That's we have already seen. So now what we are doing, we are trying to create a user defined formats in SAS so that whenever we call that particular value, so automatically, so this should be applied. So that's what we are expecting. So for that we are writing proc format, and don't expect the data equal to or all. So proc format doesn't have data equal to statement. Just write it proc format and semicolon and value, and you're writing the value name. Anything you can write it. It must be a character or underscore. Anything is fine. But the only limitation is the end value. That means the name should not end with any numerical value at last here. So Naidu 1 is not accepted name. So definitely it should not end with any numerical value. So let it be. I'm giving a format name as a Naidu. So then I'm just applying my format. 1 codes for Caucasian, 2 codes for Black, and 3 codes for Asians, and 7 codes for Native Americans, 8 code for Pacific Islanders, 77 code for unknown, and 88 code for other. How would I know that 1 codes for Caucasian, 2 codes for Black and all? So client will give some specifications to me. So based on that specification, so we will get this information. How client will get that specification? So you just see in your real-time data, go to Google Drive, my drive, SAS tutorial project, documents, CRF. You're just seeing. See the CRF information, so it's already there. So race wise, 1 for American, Indian, or LSQ native and native persons. So this is the information. When we are taking information from the patient, we will give this particular paper to them, so this paper will be filled. The patient belongs to Asian, then we will tick mark the Asian. Like that, number of patients, right? Around 200 patients. All the 200 patients wise, we will have a number like a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, or 6, or 99, or something like that. You will get it. So 1 codes for American, 2 codes for Asians and all. By seeing the CRF itself, client will get to know that what to specify, and he'll forward that particular specification document to us. We need to follow the same. Again here sex wise also you see 1 and 2, 1 codes for male and 2 codes for female. So you can able to get it here. So now I'm just writing it. So 1 code for Caucasian, 2 codes for Black, and 3 for Asians, and 7 for Native Americans and Pacific Islanders, unknown, and 88 equal to others. And value you're writing 1 equal to male and 2 equal to female. I'm executing the program and run it now. That's it. We're done. So after creating this particular program, what happens, the format catalog will be get created. In general, whenever you run any program, what happens, default data set will be created into work library. By using a proc format, what happens, the format catalog will be created. You open the catalog and now you can see that. So this is the catalog information, how it looks like. So the format name what you have given is Naidu. So the length is up to 16 characters you have given. So there is a max in your data. Number of values, how many values you have given? So around 7 values you have mentioned. So the minimum value length is 1, what you specified. The maximum value length is 40, you can write it. So that's the default. And the default length also it is going to be 16, that you have already used it. And so here you can see that start and end. So you can see that what is start and what is end. Start is nothing but right now you don't know that this one. So in upcoming programs in the same class itself, I will explain what exactly the difference. Right now what happens, you know, start value and end value both also same, but when we are doing a grouping, we will see what is the start value and what is the end value. And 1 codes for Caucasian, 2 codes for Black, and 3 for Asian, 7 for Native Americans, 8 for Pacific Islander, 77 for unknown, and then other. So you're just mentioning it here. The catalog is just got created. Now I'm trying to create one more catalog also. So that is for your value sex wise. You are just creating it. That means value S, 1 for male and 2 for female, as we need to specify. I'm writing that also continuous manner. Or else I can write a separate format for it. So I can write it like this. So after semicolon, I'm writing a run statement, and again I can write it proc format and semicolon. I can write it as a 2 formats, but in real time also what we do is we always write one format only within a one format. So mostly we write it whatever the formats are required. So one is naive format, another format is value. Yes is the format we are trying to create it. Now you check it and run it. So the 2 formats will be created, but the format catalog is, so you just come back. The format catalogs are only one thing. Within that you can see again NID is one format, S is one format. You have created 2 formats. Okay, you have created the formats, then what is the use? Then how you are going to apply that to a data set? So let's see. If I'm trying to run this particular proc print data equal to lab and run and execute, default it will show the numbers. So instead of the numbers, I'm interested to display that value with the original values. Then I'm writing here saying it format for race. I want to apply the format as an IDO dot. Sex is the format which is already there. I'm writing S dot. Why to write the dots here? As we already know that DDMMY10 dot, MMDDY10 dot, date 9 dot, and all. Whenever you want to apply any format to a variable, the dot is must. So I'm writing it format race with an IDO dot, sex with S dot. I'm writing it. So now what happened while displaying the values in your output window? You can see that all the values is just got converted into a character format of your Caucasian, Black, Native Americans, Asians, Pacific Islanders, unknown, and other, and all. You'll get it. Any questions until here? Applying a numerical value into a character. So applying a that means converting a numerical value into character. Any questions from anyone? Bhavin, Deepak, Karna?
No.
For the proc format, we don't need to put it the data set name.
No, in the proc format, dataset name is doesn't required, madam. So it is just like a imagine. So you are constructing a building. It's in a duplex or villa or no matter. It is a brick. That's how you want to use it. Maybe you will use this brick in your duplex house to construct it, or maybe you can use this brick for your apartment. So no matter, it is just like just a building block. The first one I can say. You can use it only for not only for this program, any program whichever is applicable you can use there also. It is not mandatory that definitely I have to use it in the lab dataset only. Once you have created a proc format and you can, once it's created here, that means you can use it for other purposes also. In real time what happens, you know, I just created here, just imagine. So maybe the same formats is required for you also at some point of time. So then you want to use this particular same formats in your programs too. So what you can do is you can directly use this particular programs. You just take this particular.
No, I understand what you did in the like how you convert it to numeric to a character. It's my just for my clear concept, like because then how SAS will knows that it will convert it to the last updated what is called the program you run, so it will changing in that.
Last update in the sense what you are expecting. Last update means what is that?
I don't know. Am I saying the right way? No, my question is like you wrote it down the proc format and then you given the like a number and you given the name. like what I want to change. But my question is if there is some other program also the same thing, 1 is equal to this. So, but here is I didn't declare the data set name. You said there is no problem. So my question,
imagine, I understood. So in that case, what we do is, suppose imagine, if they are trying to create again values equal to yes, that will be a problem. Suppose if they are creating value with another name, if they specify, and they're specifying as a 1 equal to male and 2 equal to female, no matter, it won't overwrite. If we execute it, run it now, you will have a one more format created so that no, it won't overwrite of your S anymore.
Oh, okay, Naidu. Thank you. I got it.
Yeah. So you can create it number of these like this. But imagine if they have written yes again. Okay. Just imagine I'm writing a format yes again and execute it and run it. So go to the log. So it will show that yes is already in the library of work.formats. Still it will overwrite, but at least it will give a note message. It's already overwritten. Is it okay?
Yeah, I got it now. Thank you.
So now you are just applying this particular format and run this. Yes, you applied. So how to apply? Very simple. Write format for arrays. What format you want to apply? Like our DDMMYY format, how you apply is the same. So date 9 dot, so Naidu dot, and again sex also I'm just applying it, sex dot. So finally what you have done is converting a numerical value into a character in your output window. So why I'm saying it in your output window only, you just go there, check your data set of your work library containing lab data set, open it. It's a still number because the format what you applied, it is only for your output window only will get active. So for a while you can't use it in a data step. So that we will see in upcoming class day 8 and 9. So but here you try to remember one thing, we can apply this particular formats only for your output purpose only. We can't save this information into your data sets. All right. So now I'll go for another example. There are some situations to convert a character to character conversion. Actually, what is the purpose of character to character conversion? Which situation we use? Say, let's say data mat is your dataset name input statement, PID center drug is a variable, codes is a statement. So 14 NIMS A and 17 care B and 19 KIMS C and 30 Apollo D and all. I'm just writing it. I'm executing the program and run it now. What happened? A, B, C, D, we have a drug names. So what A drug codes for? What is B codes for? What is C codes for? What is D codes for? I don't know. So once client has revealed, yes, A drug is codes for Alscreen 300 mg, B drug is codes for Alscreen 150 mg, C drug is codes for Alscreen 75 mg, and D drug is codes for Ramapril 5 mg. Yes, you can write it. So what we do is here we will see proc format with semicolon, a value, and I have to mention the dollar sign here. So earlier, why I'm not mentioning a dollar sign? Why now I need to mention the dollar sign? So earlier, the problem is it's just converting a numeric to numeric, so dollar sign is definitely not required. But when you are dealing with a character to character or character to numeric, definitely the dollar sign is required because we are dealing with a variable of character, so that the dollar is required. But even though the dollar where I'm just writing, it should be before of my format name. See, generally dollar sign we always write it in the input statement after your variable name. But here when you are writing a dollar sign, you need to make sure to write it after my, before my DOS format. And one more thing, most of the students do the mistake here. They try to put the semicolon after the value created, so which is wrong. So you need to make sure after the proc format onwards, value onwards up to until this particular before run statement, all are comes under single statement only. So don't write any semicolons in the middle. So quotations A, I'm writing Alscreen 300 mg, quotations with B with Alscreen 150 mg, and C and D also I'm writing it. Yes, I'm trying to create a format name. So let me just go there, go to format. Yes, the DOS is the format got created. Now you can see that. So A, B, C, D, A codes for, B codes for, C codes for, D codes for, everything is ready with us. Now I'm writing it. So proc print data equal to your dataset name med, format drug with a dollar with DOS dot format, I'm writing it. When you are applying a format called DOS dot, So now you can see the drug Aliskiren 300 mg, Aliskiren 150 mg, 75 mg, and Ramafil 5 mg. You will get it. Is it clear? Any questions? Drug is a variable you are applying with a dose dot, so that once you apply that, and finally it will be get converted into a character value. So instead of A, B, C, D, you will see Aliskiren 300 mg, Aliskiren 150 mg, Aliskiren 75 mg, and Ramapril 5 mg. You will get it, right? So this is how you are going to convert a character to character. And now, how to convert a character to numeric? In which situation we do this? So imagine I have a data with me. Data labs is my dataset name, input, PID, age, and pulse. Client has given wherever the missing value instead of putting just dot, the client is specified as a null. Okay. So now if I run the program, what happened? So if I want to do the average of my pulse, if I want to take it, okay. So just go to my labs dataset. If I want to take an average of my pulse, it won't work. Why the average will not work here? Because it's a character data. So character values we cannot able to sum or multiply or divided or else average. It's not working. So that's the default. If you want to take an average, so you need to make sure to convert this particular variable into numeric. Then only we can do sum or mean or anything is possible. So how we are going to convert a character value of your pulse into numeric? Very simple. If you remove that particular null signs, so that will solve the issue. To remove that particular null signs, what we do is we are writing a format. So proc format value dollar with JE quotations with null, because this null is matching as it is, you are writing it. Suppose null, imagine if it is a small letter while you are applying it, if you are writing a caps letter, so then don't expect this null to be converted into 00. So you have to make sure to give the same for like a format, and everything should be the same. Null is a small letter of n, then make it a small letter of your n, then followed by 00.0. I'm just giving it. Let's see, I'm trying to create a format as a JE, and I'm just mentioning a dollar sign also, as I already know that it's in a character to numeric conversion. So definitely I need to mention the dollar. So proc print data equal to dataset name labs and format pulse dollar with JE dot format. I'm just using it. Once you are applying this particular JE dot format to my pulse, now you can see that the pulse variable appearing just like in numerics. Can you just see 908 and all the values, whatever you are just specifying it, you are getting that value here. And the problem is client is expecting instead of 00.0, client is expecting to put a single 0. So what I'll do is I'll update my format. Instead of 00.0, I'll make it single 0. Whenever you have a null value, I want to make it 0. Because of this, let's see what happened and execute the program. What happened? When you are applying this particular format with a single digit number, automatically it leads to a truncation in your data, and finally all the single digits you can able to see in your pulse, which is not correct. So why it happens? The default length what you have given to your format, when you are applying it, the default length is 1 for this particular value. The 1 length will be applied for this also. Now the issue is, no, let it only have this particular value to be 0, but remaining values would be, I'm expecting as a 68.8 and 89.7 and all I'm expecting. So to do that, I need to specify a format. So length you have to specify. How many digits you have specified? Roughly I specify 5 digits. As I said, we should not use any numerical values after my format name. That still agree, but that is only for while creating a format, you should not use it. But while applying it, yes, you can definitely use it, how much length or else you want it to apply that variable. I'm giving up to 5 digits length. So now instead of just taking in a single digit, now you can see that all with the 98.7 and all, but wherever the values with missing, so those values with 0 and it will appear instead of 0.0, and remaining all the values is same. So by using this particular length up to 5 dot or 7 dot or 6 dot, actually in my proc format while creating it, it won't be there, but later on you can use it by just mentioning a number. Automatically I can increase the number length so that I can use it whenever it's required. Can you just see that? So all the values with missing values is just filled with 0. I hope everyone able to follow me. Anyone have any questions here or here?
What does mean for that $JE? Is that the given name you given?
JE is the format I have created, madam. Otherwise you do one thing, no.
Oh, okay.
So you just write it ISR.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Right? So you just write it ISR here also. Okay, that's fine. So any name, it should be a valid SAS name. That's it, a valid format name. Now there are certain situations converting a numeric value into numerics. How to convert a numeric value into numerics? You can do this by using proc format. So data vital is your dataset name, input, PID, visit one, and dose and code statement. You are trying to create a new dataset name, vital. So now my interest is, if you find 1, make it as a 0.6 dose. If it is a 2, then 0.8. If it is a 3, 0.5. So that means each patient wise we are just giving some doses like a first dose, second dose, and third dose. The first dose value is 0.6 mg. Second dose is going to be 0.8 mg. Third dose to the patient, if we receive, it's a 0.5 mg or something like that. We are writing it. Proc format value DOS is the format. And guys, you see here again the $ is not there because we are dealing with the numeric to numeric conversion or else numeric to character conversion. Definitely the $ is not required. When the $ is required, whenever you have to convert a character to character or character to numeric, the $ is required. So now, so dose with 1.60, 1.06 format, I'm just writing it. So 2 with 0.8 and 3 with so 0.5 and all, you're writing it, execute it. The format it just got created, and now go there, go to formats, and so dose is the format just got created, 1 with 0.6 and 2 with 0.8 and 3 with 0.5. So you're writing it. So proc print data equal to, you're writing it, your dataset name, the format you are applying as a dose dot. So automatically what happened? The values instead of just 1, 2, 3, you will have the values as a 0.6, 0.8 and 0.6 and 0.5 and 0.6 and 0.5 and all. So this is how we can convert a numeric to character, or character to numeric, and character to character, and numeric to numeric. Yes, we can done. So with this particular applying a formats. Let's see, I'm trying to create another format values. Proc format value num, I'm writing f equal to 1 and m equal to, I'm writing 2. What happened? I'm just creating a new format as a num. I'm just keeping that format with me. You just go to there. So go to your work library formats, and num is the format you created. F and m and all, yeah, it's there with us. Now I'm creating one more format also. Proc format value FGH is another format. If you find the value as a 63.5 at somewhere, make it as a 77.0. I'm writing it. Yes, I'm just doing it. So another format I created, one that is called FGH. Now what happened, so default here in your proc print tab, proc print data equal to SAS help.class, while I'm printing it, so it will print all the information what is there in this particular data set, around 19 observations containing a data with us. It is just getting printed. So the sex variable wise, male information, female, male, female, male, female, male, female, and all the data you will get it. If you want to make male, okay, I want to make this particular male as a 1 and female as a 2 or something like that, I want to apply. So what I can do is simply just writing it format. So sex with num format, I'm writing it. When I'm trying to apply sex with num format, let's see, I'm expecting to have the values as a 1 and 2 instead of male and female, but you see still it is m and f only. Do you know the reason? Is there any error? There is no error. But still, what happened? The output, you're not updating with the 1 and 2. So what is the mistake you think that you have done here?
Capital M and capital F are there.
Exactly, you're right. So it should be a case sensitive, as I said earlier. So while applying the format, you need to make sure this M F should be capital letter, because in my data when it matches it should be capital letter. So you have to make sure to convert this value into a capital letter, then you can create the new ones and then you apply it, then you can able to get it the value. Can you see that it's still not converted, right? Why it's not converted?
There is a 2F. You should
M
put it
M equal to 1, I think you have.
So make it M equal to 1 and F equal to 2. I'm creating it. Now I'm just writing for sex variable, I'm applying a format. Is it converting it now? Fine. Instead of male female, you're just displaying it as a 1 and 2. That's fine. I have a 63.5 here. I want to make it 77.0. Can we do? Yes, definitely we can do. So what you do? Write it for height variable, HEIGHT, height variable. I want to apply the format, FGH format. I want to write it. That's it. Automatically, see 77.0 you got it instead of 63.5. So like that you can apply the formats in a default. And one more, in a olden days, that means in 9.2 or 9.0 and other softwares, so you try to open this particular what I can say, so catalogs, it used to give an error. So that time we can't able to open it, but 9.3 and 9.4 they have allowed us so that we can directly open the data, open this particular catalogs and you can see the information. But in olden days it won't happens like that. So then how they is opening these particular formats in those that time? By using a statement called fmtlib. So what is fmtlib will do? This all the catalogs you want to open it, as it's not allowing you to open, then you write it proc format fmtlib and execute. It will print all the format which is there in your work library. It will be displayed in your output window. Can you just see? See the first format, second format, all the formats what I have created in my work library. You can able to print all the formats in my output window by just writing an option called fmtlib. So that's default. And one more, so while creating a formats, what happened, you know, so default formats will be get saved into my work library. So if I close my SAS session today and open again, the work library containing a data will go off. So tomorrow the folder is empty. Then how you are going to store these particular formats in a permanent library so that you can reutilize whenever it's required. So if you want to store these formats in permanent library, so you have to make sure to write a statement called, while creating a format itself, libray library equal to, it just mention which library you are interested to store these particular formats. Let me just go for choosing the library. What are the libraries we have it? I think I have a Kalpana data library does not exist. Is there any other library? DataX. This is also not exist because I have deleted. MyPros deleted. I'll go for SAS user. So let me just there is no formats created earlier, so I'll try to save this particular library into SAS this format into SAS user. I'm writing SAS user, I'm writing it, and this is one format I'm trying to save. Another format which is already there, the FGH format also I want to save it. Yes, I'm just saving it and execute the program. The formats will be get created into the SAS user library. One is FGH and num format. What I will do is right now, as I have saved into a different destination, I'll try to remove it from the work library. So work library formats, one is num format, second one is FGH format. Just delete these two formats. Yes. So now what happened? I created the format, I saved into the SAS user, that's permanent. So there is no chance of deleting this particular formats again. So if I want to apply this particular formats, so nothing but num format and FGH format to my data and run it, so it leads to an error message saying it, so the format num was not found or could not be loaded. So may I know the reason what happened exactly? Why the format is not recognizing it? As I have said that I have saved into my SAS user library. Why the format is not collecting recollecting where it is located? The default issue is always work library is the default, automatically whenever you are applying a format, SAS will always think to bring the format from the work library only. In this case, as we know, the format is saved in the SAS user. Then if I am interested to save this particular format here, okay, so that means if you want to apply that particular format, then you can write it saying it options. Before that, what I'll write it is, so I'm thinking that just imagine I written this program and I left the organization, I left from the organization, someone else is taking care of my work. When they are just running the program, suddenly they got this message. So they think that, so let it this error to be minimized. That's okay. So if the format is not applied means it won't happen a big issues. So let's see, at least the program need to work smooth. That's what their interest is, because they want to see that is the program is working smooth or not. So to do that, so to skip this particular error, what they have written is options no FMT error. So what is that options no FMT error? So right now the format is not there. So that's the reason why it is related to format error. You are suppressing not to give any format error. Once you execute it and run the program, go to the log message. Log is not giving any error now. It is just giving output, but unfortunately output you will not see any difference. It's the same output like earlier, but the thing is at least the error is gone. So that now you can see the smooth execution of the program. Then you realized later on, yes, the male and female to be converted as a 1 and 2, that is not happening. So then you will come to your program again. Then what is the issue you will see? So options no FMT error is really not solving our issue. If you want to solve, or else you need to tell to the SAS this particular format's available in this particular library, you have to mention a statement saying it options FMT SEARCH equal to, that means format search equal to, you write it in which library the formats are available. Then only SAS can recognize, okay, the formats are available in SAS user. So I'm writing it as user here and execute it. So now you will not see that, see, automatically converted into 1 and 2, 1 and 2. Earlier we have M and F still. The reason behind that is it is because of FMT search option, because of default it is just not there in work library. But now what happen, if the format is available in work library, it will take it from there. If it is not available, then it will search it in the SAS user. Suppose imagine you're writing 1000 lines of code, few formats available in your SAS user, few formats available in work library, few formats available in something else library. So then what you have to do, if you want to mention all the library names side by side, you just write it like this. Okay, GG is one library name, another library which we have it, and there you think that some of the formats are stored in this library. Yes, you can write a multiple libraries, just giving a space and execute the program. Then automatically the libraries containing formats will be get read it into SAS environment by default. Right. So this is about format search option, FMT search. So no FMT error and FMT search. This is how you can store the data in a permanent and how you can call it. And apart from that, as of now, I just created the formats, right? So now I'm interested all these formats. Imagine all these formats, I want to make it as a SAS dataset. So how to convert a format catalogs as a SAS datasets? If you do that, if you want, then what you do is write proc format, okay, then CNTL OUT, that means CNTL out equal to, you try to create a new dataset name. So that what happen, all the formats from your work library will be get stored as a new dataset name. So now go there, a new dataset is got created with the name of JJ. Can I just see all the formats what you have created in your work library will be get stored as a SAS dataset. Can I just see this? Right? So it's happening. But unfortunately, sometimes what happens, we don't want all the formats as a data set. We need only the specified formats. Then what you can do is you can write an option called select. Within a select, you can write it what formats you are interested to store it as a data set. I'm interested NIDO to be stored. Then just write it NIDO. And another one is X format to be stored. So then I need to make sure to write a $ with X because its X is earlier I have written as a character format. I'm just storing only these two. Execute the program. Log also it is just executed and without any errors. Go to my JJ dataset. I can see only the two formats. But why the X format is not getting outputting it? Let me just go there and check it. X is just X only. There is no $ for the X. So what you do is you just remove the $ to the X and execute the program now so that formats get created. I think go to JJ. Yes, X format also created and YY format also got created. So this is how we can transfer the formats from one place to another place. Either you can send this particular program what you have written to your colleague, or else you can send this particular data set to him so that he can just use this particular format. Imagine you send this particular data to the someone in this class. Just imagine you send this particular, I send this particular information to the Bhavin. So how the Bhavin is going to use this particular formats? Imagine. So Bhavin have only, let me delete every format from here. SAS user also some formats, right? So delete all the formats. There is no format active now. This is the Bhavin's PC. Imagine how the Bhavin is going to be use this particular format to load the formats again. So how to convert data set into formats again? Now we have done by using a CNTL out option. You converted a formatted into a data set. That's fine. How to convert a data set into a format? Very simple. You just write an option called proc, means procedure. I'm just writing it here, and there I'm just writing it format. I'm writing it. So you write an option called CNTL in equal to, you read that format. So that is your JJ and run. That's it. So now what happened? The JJ dataset will be loaded with all the formats. Now go there, work library. You will see some formats again back. NIDO is in X formats is the two formats we have it in the JJ dataset. It just got loaded. So CNTL out option to store the format catalog as a SAS dataset. If you want to restore back, you need to use an option proc format CNTL in with the JJ. You're writing it. And we use an option called proc format fmt lib. You're writing it, and that you already know. And one more option, you're writing it grouping. So how to group the data? So when you are trying to group it, you see proc format value with X, low with 11, I'm making it as a young, 12 with 15, I want to make it as a old, other equal to, I'm writing X. So proc format value X, low with 11 as a younger group, 12 with 15 I'm just writing as a older group, and other equal to X. What I'm just doing it here, I'm just grouping it. What I'm grouping, 0 to 11 years, any people in my data, I want to make it those people as a young. 12 to 15, is there any people in my data, I want to make it those people as a old. Rest all, that means other means except this particular two groups. So rest all the people is comes under your X only. I'm just executing it and run it now. As I said earlier, so start and end points I will explain in later program. So this is the exactly the program, how the format you can see. I just created a format where it will store. Go to options. First of all, any error? No error. I just created a format. Go to work library, formats. So we have it. What is the format I created here? So the format name is X. You just open the X. You can see that start and end is different. So start is starting with low and the end limit is 11. Again, for the next one, starting with 12, ending with 15. That means the start limit and end limit you can see while doing a group. So low to 11 is a young, 12 to 15 I want to make it as a old, and other I want to make it as a X. So now you're just doing it the same thing, and I'm applying the same format for age wise. So I'm writing it here as a X. Execute the program and run it now. Now you can see that all are, so 2 persons are young because 2 11 years age group persons in my data. Yes, I know that. From 12 to 15 all are old, I got it, but only one person is comes under X because the person with 16 years old, so automatically he'll comes under other, so it is just X. Now the basis certification question on this, asking it like if the person with 11.5 years, where he'll fall. Imagine if the person with 11.5 years, where he'll fall. Yes, please.
Young.
Sorry?
Young. It's the young. That person is young.
No, I didn't get you. If the person is with 11.5 years, is still young you are expecting?
No,
Yeah.
it's other, right?
It should be other, right?
No.
Because low to 11 only we said to young. If it is 11.5 or any other categories, it comes under other only. It won't consider into the young. It should be other only. If the person with 12 to 15 only old, if the person with imagine 15.5, where he'll fall is comes under other only, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, execute it and run. So that's it. You got it, right? So this is all about your proc format, what we have in our SAS. Converting a numeric to numeric and numeric to character, character to character, and character to numeric. And apart from that, you are applying some formats and you are storing that format, you are printing the formats and converting a format into a catalog, a data set into a format, and converting, creating a groups and all we can do with this particular proc formats. Anyone have any question on this particular class? Right. So in this today's class, what we are going to learn is how we are going to use a set concept. That means yesterday, so we just done with up to day 4, and so now we will move on to the day 5. So here we have some concepts called set options and as well as data set options. So let me just explain the dataset options what we have in our SAS today one by one. As of now, we have learned some options. So those are all comes under your global options. We can write it anywhere in the SAS environment. And now we are writing an option. So that is your set options. We write immediately to the set concept. So that means immediately after your dataset name, whenever you write it, you write these options. So let me just explain that. Let me open my SAS software. So dataset options. So you see here, I have a data set with me. So data trial 3 is my data set. There we have input, PID, age and name and center. Area is the variable and cards is a statement. You are trying to create a new data set name with the name of trial 3 and execute the program so that there is nothing special. The trial 3 data set will be get printed in your output window. And now we are writing it. So another program saying it. The same data set name like a data trial 3 only here also. So input PID and age and card statement. So in this case what happened, you are also creating a new data set named trial 3 which is already there with the name of trial 3. So once you run this particular program, what happened, the old data of your 5 variables, 5 observations containing a data is going to be overwritten with 2 variables and 2 observations containing a data. So once you execute it, that will happen. That's the default. It automatically, you will have only 2 observations and 2 variables containing a data. You just go there and go to libraries and work library. Only one data set. Only the new one will be there. The old one is just overwritten. So actually, this is called accidental data loss. Sometimes we never know the dataset name is already exists with the same name or different name and all. When you execute it default, it automatically overwrites the old value. So if you think that, so you don't want that to be happen, how you can able to prevent this? Whether no matter whether you have used this particular dataset name earlier, maybe the dataset is already available or not, I'm not sure, but still I'm interested not to overwrite the existing dataset. So how we are going to overcome this situation? So let me just run a new dataset with the name of trial 3. So trial 3 dataset with all the values like PID, age and name and center area is the variable it's get created. That's fine. Now I'm writing it. What I'm writing, So the same thing like this one also, data trial 3, instead of writing the same name and write the same name, but you just mention something in the brackets after immediately your name. So write it as a replace. So within a replace option equal to no if you write it. So what is the replace equal to no? So now if I try to execute the new program of trial 3 and run it, so now you go there and check it in the log, there will be a message as a warning saying it data work.trial 3 was not replaced because of no replace option. So that means what is that? The trial 3 dataset is already exist, so that it won't replace or anything. So that you go there and check your trial 3 dataset. Still you have a 5 variables, 5 observations containing a trial 3 dataset with us without any issue. Right. So PID, age and name and center area is the variables. You are just getting it and all the values are ready. So that's fine. And now I'm writing data trial 3 and replace equal to no. So what happened in this case? The old dataset will be as it is, so that where the new dataset is getting created. Actually, new dataset won't be created anywhere. It is just stuck with the execution of the program itself. Then you realize that after reading your log, so there will be a dataset which is already exists. Then you can rename that dataset to something else. Maybe I'll rename to my dataset as a 31. So then there is no problem, something like that. Let's see and execute the program. Yes, I'm getting that new dataset values ready and it's printing in output window. That means I can use a new dataset name as a 31. There is no doubt. So that means, so by default, it automatically overwrites the old one with a new one. So if you don't want that to be happen, you write an option called replace equal to no. So this is comes under your dataset options. What you have written here, it's a replace equal to no. Not only the replace equal to no, we can write something else also. Suppose if you want to provide some password to a data set. So what is meant by password? Suppose when you are giving access this particular data to someone, but let them access all the data sets which is there in the library what you have given, but only few data sets you are interested not to see by them. So then you can provide a password for that, so that they can't open those data sets. So if you want to do that, then you have to write it data trial 3 and within a bracket, so you just write it password equal to what password you are giving it. So right now I'll go for Apple is a password name. I'm just giving it input, PID, age, name and center and all. I'm just giving it. So there is no doubt in that new data set will be get created. So with the name of trial 3, let me just open create that new data set as a trial 3. You just try to open it. Even though to open this particular data set, it will ask you to enter the password. Yes, we already know the password is Apple. Let me write it Apple, and then I can able to see and I can able to watch and edit, delete, anything is possible to this data set I can do. So that means you're just giving a password to your data set so that nobody can access this particular data set until unless you share the password. Now the question is, Naidu, the program is already written here. When we are sharing this particular code, they'll get to know. So very simple thing is, when we are just providing a password to a data set, make sure we will not provide that particular programs to them, so that no, they can't able to open anything in the inside of the data, right? So default, we can give a password by using an option called password equal to option, so that you can give it. And another one is, I'm just writing it here, and data, I'm creating a new data set name called clinical, password equal to apple, and read equal to orange. I'm just giving it. So what is the two passwords? One password is for your admin password, second password is your read password. That means, so you can't able to do anything except just watching the data inside of your data set. If I enter through a password called orange, I can just see the data, that's it. If I want to modify anything, if I want to delete anything, so I have to again log in through Apple password only. Let's see how this particular two-level password is working. We'll see one by one. I'm trying to create a new dataset name with the name of clinical, but password equal to Apple and read equal to orange you have written, and execute the program. I think we are done. So let me just go to the new dataset called clinical. You just open it, then it will ask me to enter the password. So as we already know that we have two passwords, so what I will do is, let me try to play this particular password to delete the datasets, so that no, we get to know that whether it's really deleting or not. I'm trying to delete this particular dataset by just mentioning of a password called orange, because ORANG, orange password, it's a read-only access password. You can't able to delete or anything. So I'm interested to delete the dataset from this particular place. It won't be get deleted, because so it's an orange password is a read-only access password. Suppose you do the same thing now, but this time what we do is, we try to enter the password called Apple and execute the program. See, the dataset is just got deleted. So that means this is a two level of password. One is a read password and second one is a write password. So which one you use it to just open the data or modify the data, so will matters. And this is just for applying a password for your data set. And apart from that, we can give observations also, how many to be printed. Suppose you see, in my data set we have already 5 observations, so there is no doubt in that, but I decided not to print all the observation, only in 4th and 5th record I am interested to print it. Then I'm writing proc print data equal to midi. Immediately after your dataset name, you have to write first OBS and OBS. So guys, don't confuse here. First OBS and OBS we learned, as of now it's a third time. The first time we just learned with infile statement when you are importing external file into SAS environment. So there you can control it by using first OBS and OBS option. And later on stages we used it in the global option as a first OBS and OBS. But now we are using it in the dataset option also. It's a first OBS and OBS. So now I'm interested to display the information only first OBS equal to 8 and OBS equal to 10. I need it. Sorry, OBS equal to 5. I need it. Only that 2 records you can get it in your output window. Yes, that's possible. So these are all the options what I just discussed with you today. So this is comes under your dataset options. So not only the dataset, there are some options we write it in a concept called set also. So what is the set concept will do? So as we know that if I want to copy one dataset values to another dataset, either I can copy the program or else I can copy the data and paste it here. But in SAS, you no need to do that. So you just write a simple command to copy the values from one dataset to another dataset. So now you can see that the dataset name is lab data. So input statement PID is a name and the center area is the variable and codes is a statement. I'm trying to create a new dataset name called lab data. I'm not using any special functions or anything. It's just normal dataset to be printed. Yes, it's printing. So now what I'll do is I'll just copy this data to a new dataset. So just imagine, I know that lab data set have 5 variables and 5 observations containing a data with me, but I want to copy the same information into the Anthony. So I can directly copy the program from there and then I can rename the 7th line to Anthony or something like that, so that I can create a new data set. But unfortunately that is not correct. In real time what we do is you have to copy the information from the data set only. So the data Anthony is there, set lab data. So set is the concept. What it will do is it is just copying the information from that existing data set and creating a new data set. So here Anthony is the new data set. You are creating it by using a set concept. So once you execute it and run it now, new dataset will be get created with the name of Anthony. So you just go there and check it. Lab dataset, whatever the values you have it here, the same information you can able to find out in Anthony also. So that means it is just copied as it is now. So we are coming to here. So data trial is my dataset name. Set Anthony. I'm just writing it. So data trial. So set Anthony. So proc print data equal to trial. I'm writing it. So executing the program. What happened from the Anthony? If I want to create a new dataset, yes, I can do it. So now you see that new dataset is just got created with the name of trial. So with Anthony, you just see new dataset is just got created with the name of Anthony. So yeah, I can able to do that. And one more, suppose if I want to drop few variables while creating a dataset, will the original dataset will get affected? Suppose imagine I have a data with Anthony. I want to copy all the information into the trial one, but unfortunately I don't want the patient ID and age. So can we able to delete the patient ID and age? You execute the program and run it now. So you see trial one. So trial one. So the patient ID and age it just got deleted. It's not there with us. So that means while copying the data set, you can drop the variables also at the same time. If you want only to keep these variables, you just write it option saying it keep equal to PID and age, execute the program and run it now. So you are just keeping it. Keep means it will keep only the two variables. Drop means it will drop only that variable, rest all you will get it. So that's the difference between keep and drop. Yes, we can do it while copying the information from one data set to another data set. We can do. There are certain cases what happens, yes, I want to copy the information from the Anthony to the trial new, but the limitation is here. I want to rename the variable so while copying it. So that means you just copy the information from Anthony to trial new, there is no doubt as it is, it's copied. But while copying it, if you want to rename, you just write it in a brackets, rename equal to, make sure your rename statement should be in a brackets, and equal to, again you have to write a bracket what names you want to change it to what. So PID I want to change it as a use subject ID, and age I want to change it as a DM underscore age. So in the rename statement always you write it the existing variable as a first, then the renaming variable as a next. So PID is the existing variable, you want to rename it to as a use subject ID. Again name is what is that, age is the variable, so it's there. So DM underscore age is the new data set, new variable you are creating it. Execute the program and run it now. So this is how the output is looks like. Use subject ID, DM underscore age, name, center, area is the variable. Yes, it's got created. So data trial new one is a new data set name. Set Anthony where center equal to names. What does that means? Suppose imagine in my data set of Anthony, there are many hospitals information is present available, but while copying the data, I don't want to copy all the hospitals information. So I'm using a where condition. By using a where, I can filter what data I require. Suppose just imagine I'm interested to take the information from this data set only wherever the center values equal to NIMS, only that data to be copied, and execute the program and run it now. So the data just got copied, and now you can see that age and name and center and area is the variable, so it just got copied. Can I just see now? Right, so this is a data trial new set Anthony where center equal to NIMS. So yes, you can copy. We're coming to here. So data lab data is your dataset name. SAS-help.class. So in my SAS-help.class, I have 19 observations. I already know that, but I'm just copying it. What I'm copying, first OBS equal to 2. So default, when I'm not giving anything, default first OBS equal to 1. Start reading it from the first observation onwards to a new data set. But right now I specified first OBS equal to 2, so that you will get the information from the second observation onwards. You execute the program, you can see 18 records in your output window, because it start reading from the second observation onwards until 19, so that 18 records only you can able to get it if I use an option called first OBS equal to 2. And this one in my lab data, I don't know how many observations we have it. The maximum chance of getting the observations is 3 only. So you see data A, set lab data, OBS equal to 3. That means I'm copying the information from the existing data set. With the OBS equal to 3 means only first 3 records you are expecting. You can't expect more than 3 records in this data set if I execute it, right? So lab data, how many observations we have, no matter, but the final, the maximum output, that means maximum observations you will get it only 3. So you just go there, the maximum observations you will get it only 3 because you are giving OBS equal to 3. That means that is the end limit you are giving it. So guys, can you just tell about this one? I have in my SAS help.class dataset available, but first OBS equal to 8 and OBS equal to 10. How many records you are expecting in my lab data if I execute?
3.
Right. So 8, 9 and 10. So 3 records you can expect. So if I execute the program and run it now, so you will get it 3 records, 8th record and 10th record and 9th record. So you'll get it. So in the data, or else if I want to pick the observations randomly, so what is the picking observations randomly? So data Shanta is your dataset name. Set SAS help.class. If underscore n underscore equal to 3, then output. If underscore n underscore equal to 10, then output. If underscore n underscore equal to 15, then output. What does that mean? I'm just giving it randomly picking up the observations. As of now, what happened? You're copying the information from the top to bottom at everywhere, but I'm writing it. So special conditions. So saying it underscore n underscore means it's observation number. Observation number 3, then I need output. If observation number 10, I need output. Observation number 15, I need output from the SAS help.class. Yes, I can get it. There is no doubt in that. So that there will be 3 observations in your data set. One is from 3rd record, another one is from 10th record, another one is from 15th record. If you want to make sure to that particular value is correct or not, so just go to your SAS help and go to the data set called class. You just open and compare. I'll put these 2 data sets side by side. So you see, so the 3rd record in my data, Barbara, so that is correct. And 10th record in my data, John, it's correct. And 15th record in my data, it's a Philip, you're getting it. So that means 3. So 3, 10 and 15th record you are expecting from the data. Yes, you can get it by using this particular concept. And one more for your practice, I can say. So let's see in this particular data set, what happened is data, your new data set name you're creating as a X, input statement, patient ID, age and gender, you're trying to create it, and new data set will be get created with the name of X. Now I'm trying to create another data set name with the name of Y. Okay, so X is one data set, X is one data set and Y is one data set. I'm writing set X space Y. Tell me how many observations you are expecting if I run the program.
Four
observations.
So you are expecting 4 observations. Yes, that's the right answer. May I know the 4 observations?
All the 420 male, 200 42 male, 101 22 male, 200 30 male.
Exactly. So that all the records from the both data sets you will get it if I'm giving it like this. So let me just execute it and run it. All the 4 records you can get it. But the problem is gender is present in the first data set, but the gender information is not present in the second data set. Ultimately, it leads to a missing value. So SAS won't think that it's a gender and sex is the both also same variables or something like that. This variable will be displayed separate and this variable is separate. So this is your gender and this is your sex. And now we have sex-wise missing values in the first 2 records because the data you got it from the first data set. So that's missing, but sex variable is present in the data set. It's present. It's displaying like this. So the merging is not the setting is not a problem. It's a properly set up. So now I'm just doing a small change. Instead of writing set x space y, I'll write it set x semicolon, and again I'm writing set y. What happens if I execute the program? Understand what I'm writing it? So I'm writing it set x semicolon with set y. Earlier 4 observations you expected, yes, you got it. But now how many you are expecting?
Would it be 2?
Sorry? So 2 observations. How many variables? First of all, tell me. How many variables you are expecting?
3?
4 variables.
4 variables. Can you just tell me the variable names?
PID, age, gender, and sex.
Okay. How many observations you are expecting? Tell me how many observations? Any clue? Okay. So generally what happened, you see, this is how the observations you are getting it. Can you see now? Only 2 observations. So what happened? PID, age, and as well as sex from the second data set as it is without any change. But gender, I'll get it from the first data set because it's a PID is here and PID is here. This PID values is going to be overwritten with the new PID values, and age value here and age value here, so that age values is going to overwritten with the new values. And gender is here, but gender there is nothing to overwrite with here in the second data set, so that the gender variable as it is with us. And we are coming to the sex is the variable present in the second data set, but there is nothing to replace in the first data set. That also will be with us. So the total 4 variables and 2 observations containing data will be get created if I use in a concept called set x semicolon with set y. That means it just overwrites all the data from the set x by your set y. So that means all the x data set is just overwritten with the set y data set, so that finally you will have the values like this. So this is all the options what we have created in today's class. So this is all about dataset options and as well as set options. So what we have in our SAS, what we are using it in regularly. Hello everyone, in today's class we are going to learn about how to import external files into SAS environment and how we will play with it one by one. We will see. So as we have already seen, like importing of external data by using Infile. So we have seen, so just importing like text files and CSV files and one more .dat files, we can able to import the external data into SAS environment. But imagine if you want to import Excel files or CSV files, or else it's an MS Office Access files. Is there any other files if you are interested to import into SAS environment? So Infile will not work. So Infile have limitations of only text files and CSV file we can import it. So if you want to import Excel files, so definitely you need to depend on your Proc import procedure. So Proc means it's a procedure. Import means you are importing a external data into SAS environment. So this is a procedure method we are using to import external data into SAS environment. So whereas coming to the Infile is a data step method to import external data into SAS environment. So we will see some differences between your Infile and as well as Proc import also. First of all, let me just open my SAS software. Yes, the software is just got open. So what I will do is, let me just open my program. Go to SAS tutorial, day 6 and 7, import and export. I'm just using it. Yes. So you can see it's in a proc means procedure, import means I'm telling a SAS to import a external data into SAS environment. So I'm just writing it different files. So Excel file, Access file, delimiter file, CSV file, and tab file. In the world, each file has some extension. So just imagine if you are listening some good audio, it may be .mp3 is the extension, or else you are watching some movie, it may be .mp4. you are looking into some images. It may be JPG files like that in the its world. So every file have some extensions in the computer world, I can say. So if it is an Excel file, the extension will be .xls or xlsx. So what is meant by extension? Let me just go to my desktop. Imagine I want to create an Excel sheet on my computer. I'll right click on it. I'll go to the new, and then I'll go to this particular Microsoft Excel workbook. If you click on it, then you can create an MS Office Excel sheet like this. So this is called MS Office Excel. You right click on it and go to the properties and go to the security, and there you can see the file path is ending with .xlsx. So this is the format for this particular Excel. Not only this, any file you open in this computer, it may be audio file or video file, let it be anything. So it has some extensions as a .xls is the extension, or else if it is in a right now this version of MS Office is the latest version, so that's the reason why it is giving as a XLSX format. In a olden days before your 2007, so in a olden days we can see Excel file, it will be get saved with the name of XLS. Actually right click on it and go to properties, and there you can see it is an XLSX format. So if you want to save this particular XLSX format into XLS, you just open the file and go to file, click on file, save as, and go to browse, and then in the drop down just use XLS 97 2003, and you're just saving to my desktop. So now you just see there are two files. One is XLS file with the Excel workbook, that means it's a .xlsx format, and another file is with that is your 97 2003 format, that is just XLS format only. You see it's a .xls is this one, but this file is XLSX. You just go and see it. So this is the difference between these two files. This XLS is a old format and XLSX is a new format. Why we are talking about these two? It's because when you are seeing the computer here, the extension Excel extension, it may be .xls or .xlsx also sometimes. Let it be, no matter, the two files also we can able to read into SAS environment. And apart from that, I'm just writing an option here saying it DBMS, that means database management system. I'm just using it as a Excel, or it may be I need to use it as a XLS, or else maybe I need to use it as a XLSX to import external data into SAS environment. So today we are going to learn only the Excel file, and remaining files we will see in upcoming class. So today we will just go for Excel file, XLSX and XLSX format, Excel, XLS and XLSX, and all the formats we will see one by one. So what is the syntax? How we can able to import a external data into SAS environment? So you just see, I'm just writing some of the lines code. I'm just commenting out. So just don't worry about this particular green color. So it just got commented, even though this program is available here. So it won't be get affect your output or anything. That means you are just commenting these lines. That means if you are commenting it or else you are removing this code, it's the same meaning. So there is no change in that. So let me just explain in this way so that it will be a bit clear to you. So now what I'll do is I'll just go for proc means procedure import. That means you are importing a data from your external source. You are just using it the source. So that means you have to tell to the SAS where exactly the data is need to be read. So when I'm saying something to be imported from your external data, so definitely the data should be located at somewhere. So we need to copy that information. So to get copy, so you have to make sure to just go there, go to that particular folder where that particular file is available. Go to my SAS tutorial. Actually my Excel file is available in day 6 and 7th folder. So let me just go for day 6 and 7. So here there are a lot of files which is available. So I want to find out only the Excel files. What I need to do is either I can directly select the Excel file like this and then I can use it for as
you are new to this PC, so imagine what you can do is, so you just click on type, then it will ask you different type of extensions what you want it. So go for Microsoft Excel 97 2003 workbook. If you select it, then you will get these many Excels. Within this, I want to import the data from the my data one. So you just open the Excel sheet of my data one. So there you can see the data. So here one is with Naidu and second one is with UU. Is the two sheets we have it in this particular Excel workbook. So in the two sheets, I'm interested to import the data from the first sheet. You just see, I'm interested to import the data from my first sheet. So to do that, what I'll do is I need to make sure right click on this particular file and go to the properties and go to the security, and I'll make sure to copy the path of that file where it is get located. So if you click on copy, then click OK. That means I just done copying a file. So I'm just doing it one more time for you. You just have a look. So I'm writing it. I'm just go to my data one, right click on it, go to the properties and go to the security and copy the path of the file where it is located. So copy this particular path and click OK, so that the path is just got copied. So you have to write a program to import it. How you have to start it, it should be proc means procedure, import means you are importing it, data file equal to, that means where that particular file is located. So you are telling to the SAS the file is located into this particular place. So that is your C user desktop SAS tutorial day 6 and 7 mydata1.xls is the file which is located. And don't write the semicolon immediately after your path. So you have to make sure not to give any semicolons or anything. So you just write it like this, and the statement should be continued into the next line, or else you can do one thing, you can write it like this also if it gives a easy to you, or else maybe, so if it is feels happy when you're writing it, you can write it like this also. So actually it is all comes under same statement only. There's single line of statement only. Proc import means you are importing a file, data file equal to, you mentioned the path. So once that particular data just got imported into SAS environment, we have to make sure to give the dataset name. I'm just writing it my dataset name as a build3 and DBMS equal to, that means the database management system. I have to mention the database management system what you are expecting. So here, as I said, if it is an Excel file, the database management system, you have to write it as a DBMS equal to XLS because it's an Excel file. I will not write replace for a while. So that's it. I'm thinking that I'm just done with my program and just writing a run statement to compile the program. So I just used. So what we have written here, proc means it's a procedure, import means you are telling a data to be imported from your external source. Once the data just got imported into SAS environment, you have to make sure to create the dataset name. The dataset name, I'm just writing it as a, by using an out statement, you are creating it as a build3. So DBMS equal to, you're writing an option called XLS and run. So once you run this particular program, so don't expect any output to be created, because so you run see, if I'm just selecting it from proc onwards up to run statement, it's a proc step. Even though it is a proc step, unfortunately it won't have any printing capability. So once you run this particular program and execute, so what happens, it is just executing your program, that's it. So what happened, it won't give any output to you. If you think that output to be printed, then you have to make sure to write it proc means procedure, print means you are printing it data equal to your build3 and run it. Now the data will be get imported, and you can see that whatever that Excel sheet containing information in our SAS, it is just got imported. So what we do is we'll try to compare our results with my data one, and I will compare these results with my data what I have just imported, so that it will be easy. So you see, put the two files side by side. You see this, in my first row we have a column names as a F code, airport, T date, child, adult, e-car. F car is my column names. In my Excel you got the same. Can you see that? And apart from that, from here, that means A,
IA01600 onwards, the data just got imported into SAS environment. How many records we have imported? Around 120 records it just got imported here. Can you just see how many records we have it in our Excel? Let me just scroll down. So now you can see that it's a 121 records. So what is the difference? Why I'm getting 120 here in the program, but why you are getting a 121 in your Excel? The reason behind that is default in your Excel, the first row will be considered as a variable name, but in SAS, it won't consider that as a observations. That's the reason why the first row in your Excel, in your SAS, you just see it automatically converted as a variable name. So when it is converted as a variable name, so what I can say, so only 120 records only you can expect. So there is no wrong in that. All the data just imported, how many observations you have it in that Excel, it just got imported into SAS environment. Is anyone have any question on this while importing a data into SAS environment? Karuna, Saif, yes, Shruti, questions?
Yeah, Naidu. So in that Excel, we had two sheets, Naidu and also you. So we did not define or we did not give which Excel sheet the data should be imported from.
No.
How did that happen?
So actually, by default, it automatically takes the information from the first sheet, madam. That's the default. You don't need to tell to the SAS. It will read only the first sheet information only, right? So if you don't want it, okay, you decided, yes, I imported the first sheet information. That is no more required. So then I will go for second sheet importation. Then you have to change something in your program to read the second sheet. I'll tell you, okay? I'll tell you a statement called seat name statement, so that if you give that, it automatically just import the whichever the sheet is required to you. Is it second, third, fourth? That's up to you.
Okay.
Any questions? Okay, so now what I will do is, as you already seen right now, once you execute it, all the data is just imported into Excel file. It's everything is appearing, everything is fine. I'm trying to rerun the same program one more time. Yes, I know that earlier it worked well, but I'm just trying to run the same program one more time. When I try to execute it, then you will get an error message saying it import cancelled. That means import is not done this time. Output dataset work.bill3 is already exist. Specify the replace option. What does this mean? So what does this mean to you? That means first of all, import is cancelled.
Already that data exists. That's why it is telling to
Exactly.
It is telling to us that.
You're right. So import cancel. First of all, import not happens. Why it not happens? It is giving a reason. The output data set work.bill3. Work dot means in the work library. You just go there. What you have created here in the work library, the bill3 is already exists. Yes, SAS is right. The bill3 data set is already exist here. That's the reason why it is not creating it. If it is created, then what SAS is saying, specify the replace option to overwrite it. Understand? So we have to make sure to overwrite. Okay, the question is, Naidu, as of now you said, so whenever you creating any data set, automatically the old one will be get overwritten with a new one. Suppose imagine I have written a data set with Naidu with 2 variables and 2 observations containing a data. Again, I'm writing another data set name with the same name Naidu with 20 variables and 20 observations containing a data. You select the program of both and run it and execute it. The last submitted 20 variables and 20 observations containing a data will be with us. The old one of your 2 variables and 2 observations containing a data will be just overwritten. So that's the default if you are using and if you are playing with a data step method, but it's a procedure method. So procedure method don't have any printing capability. So definitely you cannot expect so that to be automatically overwrite. So if you think that the data set should be overwritten, so you have to make sure to write an option called a replace. Where you write replace, immediately after your Excel file, you write a replace. When you write in a replace and execute the program and run it now, so that's it. You're replacing it. So now you can see that you won't see that message again one more time because
It's gone. See, earlier we have an option called import cancelled and all, but I removed it and I written an option called replace and execute it. So the program is working fine. There is no doubt in that. There are other situations when the program will not work, So let me just open my data1 file. Let it be in an open condition. I'm trying to execute the same program. See, even though I have written a replace option, there is no doubt in that. I'm trying to import the data into SAS environment and execute the program. Now you can see in your log saying it, error, file is in use. The file is where it is in this particular file is already in an open condition. Yes, SAS is correct. So now the file is in open condition. So SAS won't be able to read while importing a data from your Excel. So you have to make sure while writing a program, the Excel file should be in a closed condition. Closed condition in the sense it should not be open while importing it. Right. So that's done. So you just imported it. So now it is just importing of this particular file. That's fine. Imagine who said SAS to read first observations as a variable names. You see in my Excel sheet, there is my first row. So in this first row, it automatically reads first observation as a variable name. Imagine in my UU sheet, if you just see in this Excel sheet, I don't have any first variable as a column names or anything. In this case, how it is going to be readed? Yes, if I have a column names in my NIDO sheet, then first row will be default considered as a variable name. Even I too don't have any issue. Let it be. But in my second sheet, I don't have any column names. How I can tell to the SAS to read this type of data? No issue. You no need to change anything program. The only one line of code you have to change it. Writing an option called sheet name equal to. Let me just bring sheet equal to which sheet information you are interested to import it. You just mention the sheet name, what you are. I think you're asking this one, right? By default, it will import the information from the first sheet. If you don't want it, I said you have to specify the sheet name. So this is exactly that one. Sheet equal to, tell that in a quotations, you have to mention which sheet information you are interested to import it. Yes, I said I need the information from UU sheet. So then you have to write it a sheet equal to UU and execute the program and run it now. So you have to again make sure to close this particular information. Yes. So now what happened? Run the program. So it just got imported. There is no doubt in that. Automatically what happens, in build3 dataset, you just open it. But what we have, let me just compare with results again with our Excel. So that no, don't trust on your output whenever you execute any program. Just to compare these two files side by side so that you will get an understanding of what exactly going wrong. As you see, I don't have any variable names. So automatically SAS default, it is picking up first observation as a variable name. Actually, that is not correct. Let me just see IA16100. Yes, I have a variable name for that. So again, CDG is a variable name. It automatically converted as a row as a variable. But you see, this is a date. Actually, as per our naming conventions, as we know, so we cannot write any dates or any special characters in your variable name. So if you want to write this particular value as a variable name, even SAS also, it is not possible. That automatically SAS will decide the column name as a C. How it is C? So SAS default, it is taking as A, B, and C, it automatically taking. Another value here, you can see in your data, D is a numerical value. As we already know that even numerical value also, we can't write it as a variable name. So default SAS will consider that as a, what I can say, SAS that will consider as a, so D by default, instead of just having your value as a 8 or something like that. Again, so you see E, you will get it. Understand? So you are going to get so the value as E, and F also, and G also you are getting it. F, Y, and you are getting it. These are all. So it's not a numerical, not a character value. So definitely SAS will read it in this way. Now I have an issue. Actually, this is wrong. What is wrong? Who said to read first observation as a variable name? I'm not interested to read it first observation as a variable name. So then I decided not to use this anymore. So what I will do is I'll just go to another program saying it. So here, don't take first observation as a variable. How I'm saying it? Get names equal to no. When you write an option, get names equal to no, it won't take that particular option as a variable name. So it won't consider your first observation as a variable name anymore. Once you execute it or run the program, that's it. I'm expecting. And why the particular program is not working? It is showing file is in use. You have to make sure to close this Excel. Then only you have to import it again one more time. Yes, I did it. So now instead of having this particular column names, observations as a variable names, so SAS default, it automatically gives my column names as a B, C, D, E, F, G. When you write in a statement called get names equal to no, so definitely it won't consider your first observation as a variable name. But the problem is how SAS will decide so which one to be take it as a variable name. So that you will decide it. So based on your column names like A, B, C, D, E, F and all. So the column names you are just specifying it here. That's it. And sometimes what we need a data. I don't want this particular Excel sheet data from the first row onwards. Okay, imagine in my sheet I don't want it to read the data from the first sheet. Then what I can do, I can just write an option here. So let's see, in this Excel I want to read the data from the third record onwards. So third record in the sense you just go there and check your Naidu data set. Third record is in, that means I'm expecting the data to be read it from here. So that means first two records I'm not interested to read it. Anyway, the first observation will be read as a variable name and the second one will be skipped, and third one onwards, as if you are interested to read it, then yes, you can tell that by just mentioning an option here saying it data row equal to 3 and execute the same program. You have to make sure to close the program and execute it and run it now. That's it. You just imported the data. So now go there, a work library in your build 3 data set. It just got imported. As we know that earlier we have 120 records in our data set. Now let's see how many records. We have only 119 only. Earlier it is a 121. 121 why means it's in one is your variable name and second one is first record. The two records are gone. From there onward the data just got read into SAS environment. So that means data row equal to 3 means, so you want to read the data from the third record onwards. So from the Excel sheet, if you want to read it, yes, you can do it by using an option here, data row equal to 3, right? Or else, so you don't want it. Again, client requirement is got changed. I don't want all the information. I need a specific sheet from the specific information only required. Imagine client requirement is, you just open the Excel. I don't want all the data again. I need it from here A1. So from the A onwards up to D10, only this piece of information only just imported. So that's enough. I don't want to import the total data. So then how I can tell to the SAS just to convey this message? So to do that, what you have to do is, so you have to make sure to write it saying it a statement called range. So within a range statement, you write it range equal to from which sheet you are importing it, the sheet equal to you're writing the sheet name as a UU because it's I'm importing from the UU, and apart from that you have to mention the $sign because when you are using a range statement, definitely you have to mention the $sign. See, generally we use a $sign after your variable name in your input statement, but here you're writing UU as a $sign you are giving it here. It must be, you have to give it, otherwise it won't work. So A1, what is the A1? You just go there, check your Excel sheet. So this is your A column with 1. A1 onwards up to D10 I need to read it. So that's what I'm giving a range. Range is the statement is I'm just giving it so that no, I want to select multiple variables with multiple observations wherever client requirement is. Until that you are selecting it by using a range statement. Execute the same program and run it now. Before that you need to make sure to close this particular Excel and run it. That's it. The data, whatever you said to be imported, it just got imported into SAS environment. But unfortunately, here we don't have any column names. Default, it is taking first observation as a variable names. If you don't want that to be happen, keep your range statement as it is and write extra statement as a get names equal to, or write an option called no, so that no, you won't write. That's it. Now you can see that A, B, C, D, you will get it. Right? It reads data from A1, A06, 100 onwards up to this one you are expecting to read the total 9 records in your data. It is just reading. So A1 onwards up to D, what I have written? A1 to D9. Yes, 9 record, it's reading it. That's correct. So these are all the options we use in our Excel sheet to import into SAS environment. So how it is different and how it is advanced than your MS infile statement. In the infile statement, you have to mention the variables again and again in the input statement. Like suppose you are importing around 20 variables, you have to make sure to mention all the 20 variables in your input statement or default. But in Excel sheet, you no need to do that. You whatever the Excel sheet containing variables, it will be get imported by default. We no need to worry about it. So that is an advantage. Another advantage when comparing with Infile, you have to make sure in the input statement while specifying the variable name, so you have to write it's a character or numeric, right? But in Excel sheet, you no matter, so it's a character or numeric or date or let it be anything, SAS can default read it. So it will work. And so in Excel, in our infile statement, you have to use a length statement to increasing the length of the variable to read it while reading it actually. Suppose we know that default character variable up to 8 characters it can read. If you want to read more than 8 character, so you have to make sure to give a length statement so that no, we can read that particular data into SAS. But in your proc import procedure, you don't need to do that. Automatically Excel, how far the data is there with you, so it just got imported. It is a bit advanced than your infile, but the infile sometimes better than your Excel when you have a data is in inconsistency manner. Imagine if the data, if it is not in a proper order, so then you can use the DLM, DSD, and trunk over, scan over, and all these options. You can use it to read the data, so that no, even the messy data also we can able to read. But Excel also we can able to read the messy data, but there are some limitations with it. But still, proc import procedure we use regularly in our real time to import external data into SAS environment. So this is all the options you have learned. So now you are aware of it. Proc import means it's a procedure method importing external data into SAS environment. Path means you are giving that particular Excel file where it is located. Out equal to the new dataset name, you are giving it as it's a build tree. And DBMS equal to you're writing an option called XLS, and if it is already exists the dataset name with the name of build 3, I'm writing an option called replace. So default it will take first observation as a variable names. If you don't want that to be happen, you write an option called get names equal to no. And if you are giving a piece of information to be read into SAS, so then you can use a statement called range so that it just get importing it. Anyone have any questions until here? Yes, please speak out. Karna, Shaif, Satish.
Yeah, hi Naidu. Actually, just now you have shown with the XLS, right? And you said advanced one, it is XLS X.
Yeah, X format. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So for that file also, we have to use the same procedure.
It's the same procedure. What you have to do is instead of writing XLS, you try to write it as a EXCEL. You have to write it. That's it.
Okay.
So here the path will automatically change as a XLS. Yes.
X.
Yeah, this is the format you have to use in that case.
Okay. Thank you.
So if you are clear with import, then let me just talk about export. Export is very simple. Imagine, so the data just got imported into SAS environment. So that's done. So you have done some work and you need to export this data to the outside. Can we able to export this data in the form of Excel sheet if required? Imagine we have a data called class in our data set. Here in our SAS help library, so SAS help library, we have a data called class. I'm interested to export this class data set to the outside. Can we do? Definitely we can do. How can I export? You just open it. This is my Excel sheet containing data set containing a data. I'm interested to export to the outside. Definitely you can do it. What you have to do is you need to make sure to write a procedure as a proc export. Earlier you written proc import means you are importing external data into SAS environment. It is exactly opposite to that. You write a proc export and out file equal to, in your infile, in your proc import procedure you written as a data file equal to, but here you need to write out file equal to. Imagine I'm interested to create some files on my this particular place. Let me delete this one and even this one also delete it. I'm interested to just create a folder here to save that particular data set containing information into this folder as a Excel. So you just open it and copy the path of this particular folder. Just open the folder and copy the path. That's done. So now what you are doing it here, proc export out file equal to, you are just mentioning a path of that file where you are interested to export it. You're just given a path, but the path is up to folder only. But what I'm interested, I want to create a new file in that particular folder with the name of it's in a naidu.xls format. I want xls file I want to create it. You just write / with naidu.xls. That's enough. Then tell that SAS to which data to be exported. Data equal to, you have to make sure to write it where that particular class data set is available. It is available in SAS help library with the name of class data set. Okay, you just write it, and dbms equal to excel and replace. If it is already exist with the name of naidu.xls, I'm writing a replace. That's it. What I have done, proc export out file equal to, I'm just giving a folder path, then / followed by your Excel file name, data equal to which data you are sending to the outside, and dbms equal to, you are writing it in which format. I'm interested to send it in XLS format, write it XLS only. XLS and replace. If naidu.xls is already exist, and try to replace it. Executing the program and run it now. I hope I'm done. Yes, the data successfully got exported. Can you see that? So naidu.xl file is successfully created. Go there, go to your new folder on your desktop. Just here, you open it. The naidu Excel file you just open and see all the information, whatever you have it in that particular data set of your sashelp.class, around 19 observations containing a data. So you can see that all the information is ready for you. Understand? So this is just you exported. And one more. So I'm interested to export one more data also into this. So yes, this one I exported. That's fine. Now I'm trying to export one more file which is there as a hot data set. Imagine here we have one more data called hot. This is a big file, I can say. I'm interested to export this particular hot file also to the outside. So what I'll do is I have to mention SAS in help instead of SAS help.class, you just write it hot, HEART. So instead of writing the same Excel name, try to write it as a naidu1 as a new Excel sheet name, so that no, it won't override the old one. I just did it. Now go there, check your new data here as a naidu1.excel. There, whatever the information it is there in your work library containing, that SAS help containing a hot data set, it just got exported as a Excel file. It's an around 5,000 records we have. 5029 records I think we have it in this particular Excel, right? So this is just got exported from this Excel. Now the client requirement is let it be SAS help also.
sorry, SAS class dataset also, auth dataset also, I'm expecting to store it in NIDO only. Can we do that? Can we store both the values in NIDO? Is it possible? So if I'm running it, what happened?
It may overwrite the previous one.
Let's see what happened. Is it really overriding? First of all, let me delete the NIDO one. So I'm keeping everything into a NIDO only, the two sheets also. Earlier, I already know that one sheet information which is there, that is a class information. Now I'm inserting one more information called hot. When I try to execute the program and run it now, go to the log, it successfully got created. So go there and check your new file. Go to your NIDO here. Unfortunately, the world is gone. Can you see? Can you see any class dataset here? That is no more with us. It automatically overwritten with a new dataset of your hot. Then how we can tell to the SAS not to overwrite and try to create as a new file? So you have to write it again to the old ones, right? Class dataset, and re-execute the program. Let it be created as normal like earlier. So you just go there, open it. Yes, class dataset is created. I'm expecting the new file to be created as a new sheet. Understand? So if I want to create as a new sheet, instead of just overwriting the old one, make sure to write a statement called sheet equal to, write what sheet name you want to write it. You write your sheet name. I'm interested to write it hot and semicolon. So now I'm exporting this data from hot. So now you can see, right, it's done. Go to log also. There is no errors. Now go to your new file. Open your NIDO. You can see now the old dataset of your class dataset is still with us. Plus the new dataset of hot also is there with us in the same Excel file. That means you can use a sheet statement, so you can insert a new sheet information if required.
Hi Naidu, like that, how many sheets actually we can
Unlimited.
use in that? Oh, okay. Unlimited.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can write it number of sheets if required.
Okay, got it.
So now the task for you for today is how to import a multiple Excel sheets into SAS environment. Imagine. So right now, what happened when I'm writing a proc import procedure every time? Only one sheet is getting imported. Yes or no? So now imagine I have a data with me, NIDO. I have a two sheets information. One is NIDO. Second one is hot. How to import these two sheets information in a single attempt? So that means once it's get imported, it automatically one dataset name as an NIDO, another dataset one name as a hot. I want to create it in work library while importing it. Can we do? That's your task for today. You just go there and check in internet also if required. So, but how to import a multiple Excel sheets into SAS environment is your task for today. Hello everyone. In the last class, we just decided to import and as well as export. So we have done so for Excel files. So today we will just continue with the remaining files like access files and as well as text files, CSV files and all. We will see one by one how to import it. And as well as I have given one more task to you all, how to import the data from external sources by using, sorry, how to import a multiple Excel sheets into SAS environment is the task which I have given. So that also we will see in this class. So first of all, let me just open my SAS. Now, let me just open my import export class. Right. So as we have seen, it's an Excel file. It's a .xls or else .xlsx. But dbms equal to Excel, you have to write it, or else maybe XLS or XLSX, you have to write it. That we have done. So we're coming to the access files. What is nothing but access files? So access files also is one type of database files. So let me just open, go to desktop, SAS tutorial, day 6 and 7. There are many files here. Let me just filter for only MS Office Access. That means Microsoft Access database files. You can see this is my access files. So you just open any of the access file. Let me just open is a access file. So there, if you just see, you can able to find out one is a flight table, second one is new table, and new table 1. It's same like our MS Office Excel only, but the difference is this we call it as a database, MS Office Access database, I can say. So this database have some tables. The table is one is flight table and second one is new table and new table 1. Right? So this is just database, but in MS Office we call it as a MS workbook. In that workbook we have a different sheets like a sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, and here also we have as a table 1, table 2, table 3 or something like that we call it. Yes, in this database we have some tables. If you want to import the data from this particular table containing information, let it be any table, it may be flight table, it may be new table, it may be new table 1 or anything. If you want to import into SAS environment, yes, you can do it. Right click on it, go to the properties and go to the security. So the problem is this one is it with the ACCDB. So there is no problem. Actually, there are two types of files you can see here. One is apu.mdb. If you see, it is in a .mdb extension. If you are using a SAS 9.4, trying to import a .mdb files into SAS environment, definitely it won't work. So you have to make sure to save this particular file as a ACCDB. So in the AC Access database, so it should be like this. We have in a path ACCDB. So make sure to copy the path of the file where it is located. So I'm just copying a path and click OK. So now so you see the syntax. Proc import, it's the same syntax like earlier, like Excel file. Proc import. So here you need to write a table equal to. So which table information you want to import it? As we have seen, around 3 tables in my data. One is flight and second one is new table and third one is new table 1 or something like that. We have a data. Let me just import the data from the flight table. So instead of sheet, we call it as a table equal to, as it's a database, we are trying to import the data from that particular database. So database containing information, we call it as a table. So table equal to flight, out equal to new dataset name, what you are trying to create it. DBMS equal to, you have to mention that a database name. So that is a access, so database. So generally, if you write it ACCSS, if you write it up to here, so it won't work. Up to 9.3 software it used to work, but in 9.4 software, if you want to import the data, so you need to write dbms equal to access. So CS also you need to write it, and replace option you have to write it. If the data set is already exists with the name of some KK over there, you want to replace it, then you write replace. So that is one statement is done. The second statement you are writing it, database equal to path of that particular MDB files, or else maybe ACC database file where it is located. So it is there in my desktop. See user SAS tutorial day 6 and 7 apu.accdb is the extension of that particular file. So what we have done, first we are just importing a data. Let me just put everything into one line so that it will be easy. You see, proc import table equal to flight is the table I'm trying to import it. Once the table is imported into SAS environment, I'm just giving the value as a out equal to KK and dbms equal to access, and I'm just writing it here as a replace. and database equal to, you're just mentioning a path of that particular MDB format where it is located. Once you execute it and run the program, and I just did it. So now you see that. So the data just got imported. We can able to see all the data, the total 100 observations we have it on that particular data, it is just got imported. So whatever the sheet containing information, that means the table containing information is just imported into SAS environment. So this is your MS Office Access database file to be imported. It's the same syntax like MS Office Excel only, but the only difference is there we call it as a data equal to, but here we call it as a table equal to. And out is the same, DBMS also same, but within the DBMS we write access and replace also same, and instead of data file equal to, you need to write database equal to. So that is the difference between your MS Office Excel file and as well as Access file to be imported. Rest all same, there is no difference. Again, suppose imagine I have some data with me. I have some data here. You can see in my self library. So there are many data sets is available. So I'm interested to send this particular data to the outside. Imagine I have a hard data here. So the hard data I want to send it outside. So if I want to send this particular hard data data set to the outside, so then I have to make sure. So what I have to do is you write it same procedure like proc export, and just write out table equal to, you have to give a table name. So the table name is up to your wish, because this table name will appear in your Access database. If I'm writing my table name as a GJG or something like that, so new table will be get created. Data equal to which data you want to send it outside. So I'm interested to send this particular SAS help containing a hard data to the outside. So I have to make sure data equal to, you need to write SAS help dot hot hot data set you are sending outside, DBMS equal to, so you have to mention, so the database what you are giving it, so it's an access, and database equal to path of that particular data where you are interested to just to create it. So I'm interested on my desktop with there are some folders. Let me just delete this and let me create a new folder on my desktop, so that no, it's a new folder. I'm interested to send that particular access file to this outside as in into the new folder. So what I'll do is, so proc export out table equal to gg, data equal to sashelp.class, and dbms equal to access, and database equal to, you are mentioning a path of that particular folder, and within that which name you want to create it, the database name. So the database name, anything I'll go for it. Let me just go for Gunny or something like that here. So the new database I'm just creating here, and execute the program and run it now. That's it. So go there and check it. It is successfully created on your desktop. Go to your desktop and go to the new folder and open the Gunny database. There you can see that GG is the table which you have created. So it is just exported. So you can see that all the hot data set containing information, it just got exported to the outside as a access format if required. So that means, so we can import the data into SAS environment by using access file. At the same time, we can export the data sets from SAS dataset format to access format. That means MS Office access format we can export also. So import and export is possible by using this particular access files. Is anyone have any doubt in this? It's the same procedure like our importing and exporting of your Excel file. We are repeating the same with access. Clear? Yes? No?
Nigel, I have a question regarding the DBMS.
Yes.
Is that tied into the operating system? Like, in other words, if your company used Unix versus Windows, would that matter?
Yes, definitely that is matter. So you know where it is going to be happen, you know. So Unix version, the paths are different. So in Windows only we have a paths like this, C, user, desktop and all. But remaining all the procedures is same, but Unix the paths are different. Let me just show you how the Unix paths will be looks like. See, so this is the difference between Windows operating system of your path and Unix operating system of your path. Can you see? Windows, we call it as a C, workshop, WinSAS, program 1, EMP lost data, something like that. This is how the paths are looks like. But when I coming to the Unix, the path is like this. Can you see? User ID, well, let it be the folder paths of the folder names, anything. But instead of having a C drive and all, you will have a paths like this. This is in Unix operating system. We have to create a path like this to export and as well as to import it.
Okay, so there's forward slashes versus backslashes.
Backslashes, yes, you're right. And not only that, so the drives also, there is no drive names because there will be no drives in your Unix. It is just only folders.
Okay. And what about that DBMS? How does that change? Is that different too?
DBMS will be the same. There is no change in DBMS because this DBMS is related to your SAS. It is not related to Unix and it's not related to your Windows. Understand? So DBMS is the access, is the common, even Unix also. So here. Okay. But the thing is, we need to check, is this particular access files will be installed in your Unix version because it's a Microsoft, what is that? Office, right? I don't think so we can install access in the Unix version because I never used it in real time, but yes. So I'm a bit confused here. So whether we can use this particular access file because it won't install right in Unix version. Can we able to install?
My experience only is a little bit on the Unix side where we actually used XLS as that DBMS option there.
So if that is working, so then there is no doubt in that access file also will work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm sorry. I should have said XLSX.
Yeah. So yeah, that will work, but the problem is what happens, if it is in an XLSX format, so there is no doubt. I think it's working. Even access also will work. If in Excel is working, so definitely access also working. So there is no doubt in that.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Yeah. So this is all about for importing of your access files and all. So now we will see about text file. So we can able to import a text files also into SAS environment. So what is the text file names? Imagine my text file is there with me as a raw data. So that is your text format. Let me just see what information you have it in a text file. In my day 6 and 7, again, there are a lot of files. Let me just filter out only for text documents. Yes, in the text document, you just see a raw. You can import anything, and this is my text file. So I'm interested to import the data from my text file. Can we do? Can we able to import it? Yes, no? Yes, we can do that. So to do that, first of all, what we do, it's same like our MS Office Excel. There is no syntax difference also. Go to properties and go to the security and let me copy the path of that particular text file where it is located. I'm just doing it. Now, what I'm just doing, proc import, I'm just writing it, the procedure method, data file equal to where that particular text file is located. So I have to write it, the text file where it is located. So I'm just writing it here. The text file is located here. Proc import data file equal to path of that particular format. Out equal to labs and DBMS equal to DLM. You have to write it. So the only difference from your Excel file to text file is everything is same. Even the syntax also same. But the only thing is raw data dot text and here DBMS equal to DLM is different. So DLM is nothing but is the data is just a text format with a space separated delimiters. If you want to import it, write DBMS equal to DLM. And is there any dataset name is already exists with the name of lab, so you want to overwrite it. So write an option called replace and use a get name statement equal to no, because as we know that first observation will be as your variable names I'm expecting by default but unfortunately there is no variable names here, right? So automatically first row will automatically consider as a variable name, which I'm not interested to happen that. So what I will do is here in this case, I'm writing it get names equal to no, so that no, it won't take first observation as a variable name. Or else we will do one thing. Let me remove this and run the program and execute it. Let's see what happens. Can you see? So the 12 and 34 and AA is my observations, but automatically it is just converted as a variable names. Underscore 12, underscore 34 and AA. The first record is just got converted as a variable name. As we know that default SAS will take the first observation as a variable name. So because of that sense, it is just happening like this. If you think that it is not going to happen like that, so then you have to make sure to use what you have to use is get names equal to no when you write it. So execute the program and run it now. So now you can see that var1, var2 and var3. So you will get it. So automatically the names you will get it from the SAS. So the variable 1, variable 2, variable 3 and all you will get it by default. Right? You have to use a get names equal to no. There is no syntax difference. If you know how to import your Excel file, even text files also same. The only thing is two places you have to change the program. One is with your dot text is the extension. Another one is dbms equal to dlm you have to change because it's in a just a text file extensions. So we have to do. So we're coming to here export. How we are going to export the data? So how we are going to export the data? What we can able to do? Same thing. If you have a data with me, just imagine in this data set here, I have a class data set. I'm interested to export this class data set to the outside. So what I'll do, proc export out file equal to, again you mentioned the path. So where I'm interested to save something in my new folder. Let me copy the path of that particular new folder. And I'm writing it, the program saying it, proc export out file equal to, you are writing a path of that particular folder where it is located. And after that, your text file name is your wish. What you want to write it? I'm interested to write it as a class is my text file. And data equal to which data you want to send it outside. In SAS help library, there are many data sets. So you have, I'll go for a data set called class here. So let me just go for a class data set. So data equal to SAS help.class and dbms equal to dlm and replace option you're writing it. Execute the program and run it now. So that's it. I just done with my data exportation to the outside in the form of text file. Let me just go there and check my new folder. There I'm just looking for a text file called class. You just open it. Yes, the text file around 19 observations containing that particular text file is exported and it is just got saved to my desktop. Right? So that means we can import also at the text files, we can export also. So the same procedure by using this particular proc import and export. And again, so how to import the data from the CSV file? What is meant by CSV? So comma separated files. See, now we have done how to import the data with the space separated files. So that's okay. Sometimes you will get the data in the form of comma separated files, that is called CSV files. So why we are calling CSV means the extension of that particular file name with .csv. Let me just show you what exactly the CSV file means to you. Go to the basics and 7. So there are a lot of files here. Let me just filter for only comma separated files. Yes, these are all the comma separated files. Actually, you see these files, it looks like our MS Office Excel workbooks. Okay, so but actually it is not. You do one thing, you right click and open with the text format, that is your notepad, and now you can see that all the data is separating with comma. Can you see? So this is my two variables. Each variable is just separating with comma. So can you see that? So this is my first variable information. This is my second variable. So the first variable and second variable information is just separating with comma. So this type of files, we call it as a comma separated files. And while saving this particular file, we can save it in two formats. You can save it as a .txt format, you can save it, or else .csv format also we can save it. So let me do one thing. Let me just take some big data so that now it will be yeah. So this is the data with me. What I'm just interested, I'll just open this data, open with text format. Yes, all the data you see that. So it's just separating with comma. So everywhere, so the data is just separating with comma. So what I'll do is I have to make sure to import this data into SAS environment. I'll go to file, click on save as. In this time, I'll try to save it in the form of a text file extension. Let's see, I'm just saving on my desktop as a text file. I'm trying to import it from the text. So why it is in CSV. Open, go to file, click on save as. Okay, do one thing. Open with Notepad, go to file, click save as. My file dot txt. I'll save it onto my desktop. Let me delete this one. Okay, so the file is instead of CSV, even though it is a comma separated values, but the file is just got saved into a text format. So what I will do is I'm trying to import this data into SAS environment. Go to security and let me copy the path of that file where it is located. Yes, I did it. So now what I have to do is proc import, and you need to write data file equal to path of that particular text file where it is located, but out equal to the new dataset name, whatever you interested. But DBMS equal to here, it should be CSV. As it is a text, you should not write as a DLM, because even though it is a text file, but inside of your data is just a comma separated values. So you have to make sure to write DBMS equal to CSV, comma separated value. If the name is already exist with the info demo, you want to overwrite it and write a replace option like earlier, same. There is no difference. Once you execute it and run the program, I'm interested to import the data. Yes, it just got imported. Can you just check it now? Go there and new data set, what you have imported into your work library, info demo. Can you see that? The data just got imported. So into SAS environment, even that particular file have just a comma separated file also is imported. This comma separated file, as I said, we can write it in two ways. Either you can write it myfile.txt also, or else you can write it myfile.csv also. But both files also, the DBMS will be the same. It's a .csv only. There is no difference. Right? At the same time, if you want to export the data to the outside, can we able to export it? Again, same. So I'm interested to export in my new folder too with a different name. So what I'll do is, let me just go with proc export out file equal to path of that particular file where it is located. And so I'm interested to save my file as a .csv. Which dataset you are sending outside? That is data equal to sashelp.art and dbms equal to csv and replace. If it is already exist, then it will automatically replace. Run it. I think I'm done. Successfully got executed. Go to my new folder. So the new file is just got created. That is called comma separated file. You just open it, the DD. You see the hot data set. It just exported here in the form of a comma separated file. We can do that. Is it making sense? Everyone able to follow me? Anyone have any questions on importing and exporting of Excel files, text files, CSV files, and as well as Access files? Any questions to anyone? Say yes, no.
Yeah, able to follow.
Sorry?
I can able to follow. I can able to follow.
Oh, you can able to follow me. Thank you. And so let me just import the data from the tab file. So what is the tab file? So if sometimes the data is just separating with the tab spaces. So let's see what exactly the tab space is and why I'm asking about that. Go to the SAS tutorial, day 6 and 7. There are many files. So let me just filter for text file only. So this is called tab file. You just open, the data is like this. What is the difference between this data and as well as this data? What is the difference between these two data? Can you see?
It is separate. It is separated with the tabs.
Yes, the first data set you just see it is just separating with a space, but this one is just separating with a tab. That means more spaces you can see. If you want this type of data, dbms equal to dlm, whatever you are using to import your text file, it will not be sufficient. Let's see that also, so that we get to know that what exactly to be used. Let me just go to the properties and the security, and let me copy the path of this particular file where it is located, and now I'm writing it. Proc import data file equal to path of that particular file where it is located, and then out equal to info demo1, and dbms equal to, if I'm writing dlm, if you think that it's just a text file, I written a dbms equal to dlm and replace, and get names equal to no. I don't want the first observation as a variable names. Then you return get names equal to no and execute the program. This is the output what you got it. Can you see? 12, 34, everything is comes under one column only, which is not correct. 12 is one column, 34 is one column, AA is one column. That's what we are expecting. But what is the mistake here? So you thought dbm is equal to dlm, but actually dbm is equal to, it is a tab separated delimiter. So that dot text extension will be the same. There is no change in the text. What you do, dbm is equal to tab, you have to write it and execute the program and run it now. So the data is just imported, but this time the data just separating with tab spaces. But coming to here, I have a data with me, the same data you want to send it outside. Suppose I have a data, center is my data set name, input PID, A is a name, and COTS is a statement. I'm trying to create a new data set name called center. So I'm just exporting the data, proc export out file equal to, you're just mentioning a path of that file where it is located, and data equal to sashelp.class and dbms equal to tab and replace. Once you execute it and run it, that's done. Data got exported to the outside. It's a new folder too, but I don't have any new folder too. Let me just export as a C user desktop new folder and center.txt. I'm interested to send it outside. I think it will work. The data center is just separating with the tab space. Can you just see? That means the tab files we can able to import it. At the same time, the tab files we can export it by using this particular proc import and export procedure. So this is all about for different file, how to import and as well as how to export into SAS environment.